On behalf of Amity University, Lucknow campus and the Global Academy of Doctorates, I invite you all to the 11th International Conference on Issues and Challenges in Doctoral Research, the ICIDR 2023, on the occasion of the World Doctorates Day. Every beginning is a Shubh Arambh for us. Let us begin this conference by invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, wisdom, and learning. May I request our honorable chief guest, our special guest, conference chair, co-chairs, conference convener, to come on the dais to light the lamp to mark the auspicious beginning. Aarti.
शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Thank you so much. May I request all the dignitaries to please take their seat on the dais. Vidya datati vinayam, vinayat yati patratam, patratvad dhanam apnoti dhanad, dharmam tatah sukham. Meaning, education gives humility, humility gives character, from that comes wealth, and from wealth good deeds, from that comes joy. And that is perhaps what we seek as academicians and researchers. We begin with the inaugural session, for which I would be calling upon our Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Wing Commander, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari. Professor Tiwari is a professor of electrical engineering and director of Amity School of Engineering, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. Currently, he holds the position of Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor at Lucknow campus. He has a double master's degree in engineering and strategic studies and also a PhD from NIT Allahabad in electrical engineering. A passionate scholar and former decorated officer of the Indian Air Force, he brings in discipline, dedication, his operational experience, and has great value system to the academia. He holds more than 3 decades of experience as a practicing engineer, researcher, and academic administrator. As head of faculty in the Air Force Technical College and as professor and head of a prestigious engineering college, he has been awarded Best Faculty Award and has guided numerous PhDs and has several patents to his credit, along with many research publications in high impact factor reputed journals. A prolific speaker and writer on academic matters, he has chaired many international and national conferences and won numerous Best Paper Awards in India and abroad. As an academic administrator, he is an institution builder and has been instrumental in getting outstanding accreditations from NAC, NIRF, WASC, USA, IT, UK, and has immensely contributed towards the university meeting the goals of academic excellence. May I call upon Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor and the Chair of the conference to deliver his welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege for me to welcome each and every one of you to our exquisite Lucknow campus as we gather to participate in the International Conference on Issues and Challenges in Doctoral Research, that is 11th Conference ICICDR 2023. Allow me to commence by extending a sincere and cordial welcome to our distinguished chief guest for today's inaugural session, Professor Dr. Alup Kumar Rai ji, a renowned professor in management and the Vice Chancellor of the illustrious Lucknow University. We truly appreciate your presence and the time you have taken out from your busy schedule, sir. I extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose unwavering dedication and active involvement serve as the driving force behind the Amity universe. A hearty welcome to our respected Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, and our esteemed beloved Chairman and Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana and Rajasthan, Dr. Asim Chauhan, sir. While we would have been honored to have you here with us physically, we express our gratitude for your virtual presence, sir. A special welcome is extended to our esteemed Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, who's present online, whose constant guidance, support, and motivation continue to inspire us towards excellence. A special warm welcome to Professor K.K. Dwivedi ji, Vice President RBF, and President Global Academy of Doctorates for motivating and inspiring us to organize this intellectual endeavor of great value and significance. Thank you very much, sir. Today, we are privileged to have a distinguished galaxy of scholars who have gathered to deliberate on critical issues related to doctoral research. Present with us are numerous vice chancellors, 5 international delegates, and a multitude of deans, research guides, research scholars. A warm welcome to Professor Dr. Selvamoorthy, sir, President ASTIF and Chancellor, Amity University, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh. Professor Dr. P.V. Sharma, sir, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana, Gurgaon. Sir, we are extremely happy to have your presence physically with us on the campus. Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, sir, AVSM, Pro-Chancellor, Amity University, MP Gwalior. A very warm welcome to you, sir, online. Professor P.K. Pandey, VC Amity University, Chhattisgarh, Professor A.W. Santosh Kumar, VC Amity University, Maharashtra, Mumbai, Professor Amit Jain, VC Amity University, Rajasthan, Jaipur, Professor J.P. Pandey, VC AKTU, Professor Prabodh Shukla, former VC Nehu Shillong, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Professor Dr. Manoj Dikshit, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. RML University. I'm also delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Manju from DY Patil, Dr. Rajeshwari Mahapatra coming all the way from Orissa. I also take the moment to extend a very, very warm welcome to our own Professor Dr. Qamar Rahman, Dean Research, Science and Technology, Amity University, Lucknow campus, Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagarji, National Science Chair, Professor JNU, Professor Dr. Krishnan Pandey, Dean Doctoral Program, OP Jindal Global University, Dr. S.K. Vashne, Dr. Rishi Bhatnagarji, Dr. Shiv Kumar, Dr. Ranjana Agrawal, Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey, Dr. Neeraj Sharma, Dr. Rajkumar Bharadwaj, Dr. Feroz Khan, Dr. K.M. Soni, Dr. Khatri, Dr. Yogesh Goswami, Dr. Payal Sen, and Dr. Nidhi Kesri. A number of distinguished panelists would be joining us online. A particular warm welcome is extended to our esteemed international guests, Professor Dr. Biju Thaplial, Purvachal University, Nepal. A very warm welcome to you at Amity University, Lucknow campus. Professor Dr. Madhumita Mitra, University of Maryland, USA. Professor Dr. Regina, joining us from State University, Russia online. Dr. Rosa Utami, Center for Advanced Studies in Mental Health, UK. Dr. Yatrib Azaz, German University of Technology, Oman. Professor Dr. Thoria Sunasi, University of Sharjah, UAE. I also wish to welcome all esteemed deans, heads of the institutes, departments, participants, and research scholars gathered here. My heartfelt congratulations go to the organizer for providing an exemplary platform that accommodates all stakeholders in discussing the intricacies of doctoral research. My sincere wishes are directed towards resounding success of this conference. To all participants and organizers, I offer my best wishes. May this conference ignite the flame of innovation and zeal for creating new knowledge that is of great societal value and impact, fostering a fervor for transformative progress and inspire each one of us to contribute towards growth of our great motherland. As we bask in the glory of our unusual scientific achievement of successful landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the South Pole. With these words, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. We welcome all. Next, we have the address on the genesis of the conference. We have Professor Dr. Kamalkant Dwivedi, the conference chair, Senior Vice President, Ratan Balwad Education Foundation, and President of the Global Academy of Doctorates. Professor Kamalkant Dwivedi is presently the Senior Vice President, RBEF, Amity Group of Universities, and the President of Global Academy of Doctorates. He's a scientist, researcher, teacher, educator, administrator, a diplomat, science communicator, and has served both in India and abroad in different capacities for over 45 years. Professor Dwivedi specializes in the field of chemical, nuclear, and environmental sciences, science and technology cooperation, science administration, and communication. He has pursued research in truly interdisciplinary areas with over 200 research publications. He is the founder president of the Global Academy of Doctorates and its network, having around 5,800 members from 55 countries and held the prestigious position of the president of the International Nuclear Tract Society, representing more than 40 countries. Professor Dwivedi represented India as the head of the Indian delegation for SAARC Science and Technology Committee Summit in Islamabad in the year 2009. He is a member of the board and advisor of the Smart University Foundation, USA, since 2019, and is the recipient of 10 national and international fellowships, the prestigious Indian 2000 Millennium Award in 1999, the Saraswati Centenary Award, Science Glory Award 2017, and was elected as a Fellow of the International Academy of Physical Sciences in 2011, and is the President of the Chemical Sciences for the centenary year of the Indian Science Congress. May I request, Sir, to deliver his address on the genesis of this conference. Sir.
Very happy Doctors' Day for all of you. In fact, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, who could not come because of his busy schedule. So if time permits, he will join online. And then the chairperson of Amity University Lucknow campus, Dr. Asim Chauhan, the chancellor of this university, Dr. Atul Chauhan, the vice chancellor is Balvinder Shukla, and esteemed vice chancellors from other campuses, those who are chairing this particular event. Respected chief guest, Dr. Alok Rayaji, I'm very thankful to him that he spared his time and be with us to inspire. So, and all my colleagues on the days and all the budding research scholars, academicians who are attending this. So I welcome all of you. Actually, this is on a mission mode. And I would like to take you to the journey of last 10, 11 years and express my concern. And I wish that you will share those concerns, that where we went wrong and actually compromise with the quality of doctoral research over the period. Some 50 years back, we were not talking about the quality because I think at the professor's level, at the supervisor level, we were guaranteeing the quality and we were not doing any shortcuts or compromise on the quality. But then of late, with the development of technology and some of the policies which are also proclaimed by UGC, we went wrong somewhere, and my lecture will take you to the journey in a short period of time. Friends, as you know that 25th of August is declared as a World Doctorates Day. You know that for very, very small associations, people have their International Day or World Day. But the highest degree of the university called Doctorates, there was no association, there was no platform. So this particular day has been created or announced not to glorify ourselves, but also recommit ourselves to the cause of society. So can I have the second slide? Yes, go to the slide mode. Yeah. So, no, the previous one. So we actually named this as a Vishwa Vidyanidhi Divas in Hindi, and this is the 11th conference. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the mission quality improvement in doctoral research, I think, aap jara adjust kijiye, the title is not coming anyway. So this is we have accomplished a decade of this mission, and we are entering on the 11th year. Please, next slide. I think somebody should go quick. So March 7th of 2012, actually the first attempt started in this direction, and we created a global network of doctorate on the LinkedIn platform, where fortunately I have more than 30,000 followers. And within a few days, we announced that World Doctorates Day should be on 25th. And I'll tell you a very quick reason why we have chosen 25th August and how this date came into my mind. Then we started the international conference series on the issues and challenges. And later on now, we have created an academy called Global Academy of Doctorates. Next. See, when we look into the media and look into the news around us, it really makes us feel so small and sad, because in the Guardian, there was an advertisement, there was a news called "Get a Doctorate in 28 Days." Okay, it is in Guardian, not only in India. I mean, people blame India, but it was in Guardian, and they say that you can get a degree at some price, and the price of 295 Great British pound. Then move to the next slide, please. India is never behind in these kind of things. Our country is great. Next slide. There are jaldi slide badaliye bhai. Then the PhD degree on sale. Now, Jaipur Study Center offers PhD degree for money, and they say that only 3 days you come to the campus, pay 1,20,000 from Bhagwant University in Ajmer, and you can get a PhD. And this is not a fiction, but this is the fact, because people have actually got their degree by attending the university for 3 days, paid the money in one counter and get the degree on the other counter. So this is the way. So what a shame. Now, can we accept these kind of things in our society to actually deteriorate the shine of the highest degree of the university called PhD? Next, please. Next. I could have done this one. Huh? It's not. Okay. Next slide, please. If you would have given me the control, I could have done that faster. Okay, Next slide नहीं आ रही आपकी? Yes. Now, friends, you know that all over the world, we have about 30,000 universities and about 5.5 lakhs different kind of courses. There are 100 different kinds of nomenclature of a doctoral degree in the world. And you have gone back. Please forward. Okay, next. So all these different kinds of nomenclature for the PhD degree that we offer in the university. Next, please. Okay. Now there are some interesting facts about this. In fact, if you see that the youngest doctorates are called with 13-year-old. The oldest doctorate is 102 years, that Ingeborg Rapport, and she got a degree at the age of 102 years. The oldest Indian awarded doctorate is Krishnanand Hegde. He was 79. And Juliana Morel is the first woman in 1608 to get her degree, doctorate degree. The shortest thesis written by Tathagat Avatar Tulsi from IISc Bangalore And he has written his thesis on generalization of the quantum search algorithm for 33 pages. But then the MIT in 1966, David Rector actually got PhD for his thesis of only 9 pages. On the other hand, the longest thesis written by Bruce William on archaeology and history problems, and the thesis was in 2,143 pages, excluding 31 pages of the manuscript cover. And that thesis has 598 figures, 95 tables, and 11 maps. So we have all kinds of, extremes associated with doctoral program. The oldest student, actually Bhola Ram Das, when he turned 100 in October 2010, and to mark his birthday, 100th birthday, he registered himself in Guwahati University for PhD program. And he told, when my son can do PhD at the age of 55, why I can't do at the age of 100? So he started his PhD. My friend was vice chancellor there, Okhil Mehdi. He actually made him registered. And 1.5 years, he worked very seriously and written 3 chapters of his thesis. But then God actually called him and he could not complete his PhD. But anyway, this endurance inspired everyone that the age does not matter. Your aim and objective is more important. The longest duration for award of PhD is again that Ingeborg Rapport. She worked on diphtheria and submitted her thesis in 1938. And this was the Second World War time. So the poor Rapport has submitted the thesis, but that was kept on hold because of the World War. And on 9th of June 2015, she was actually awarded after 77 years of her registration. That means somebody has to wait 77 years to get the PhD. Now, these are the some extremes that I wanted to share. The fastest PhD is, again, the politicians are all powerful. The Zimbabwe's First Lady Grace Mugabe got her PhD in 3 months only in 2014, but this thesis was challenged and now under dispute. The youngest age at which the Nobel Prize idea came to mind was the Subramaniam Chandrasekhar. You know that a very well-known scientist of Indian origin. In 1910, he was born, and 1929, he was actually traveling by ship to UK. And while on ship, he got some idea and wrote his thesis, for which he got actually Nobel Prize in 1983, and that was on black holes. So there is no age for getting some brilliant ideas. On the other hand, Professor Rudolf Mossbauer from Germany, he wrote his thesis on a Mossbauer effect and got the Nobel Prize in 1961 at the age of 32. So 32-year-old young researcher got the Nobel Prize for the thesis for the PhD work. Now, the global network of doctorate, as I told in my earlier slide, 7th of March 2012, it was created. And today it is joined by about 6,000 professors and academicians from 55 countries. The earlier journey of these conferences we had over the period, this is the list, I'll not read it, but it was in Delhi, and then moved to Varanasi, to BHU and Gwalior, JNU in 2017. We went to Bangalore, Goa, and then 2 years because of the COVID, it was online. And now we again started on a physical mode. So we have a 11th conference here in this hall. In fact, the density of doctorates in this hall is the highest in the world at the moment, and I can claim this. No other hall can have so many doctorates sitting here, sir. Isn't it? At the same time, I mean, they must be there. There are about 20 to 25 million doctorates all over the world roaming on the surface of Earth. But the concentration of doctorates in this hall is the highest. So welcome all of you. So in this journey of World Doctorates Day, there were some media reports, and there are some pictures. So I'll quickly take you to that past journey of 10 years. In 2012, actually, the Hindu published the first news on World Doctorates Day, which was in August 25, 2012. And then we had these pictures of, you can see through this picture that how this movement actually grows with time. I mean, we started with some 50, 60 people joining the first conference, but today I could see that 450 plus people physically here, and there are another thousands of people online. So I welcome all of them. This is the Banaras, the stage at the BHU. This is also BHU. That it's called what? Silver Jubilee, Swatantrata Hall or? So this was in Gwalior. This is in JNU. The present UGC chairman is sitting there, Secretary DST. That time chairman ICSSR, they were on the stage. Then the sixth conference was in Christ University in Bangalore. Then we have a seventh conference at Goa University. The eighth conference was online. You can see that international participants and UGC deputy chairman. Then under the leadership of Professor P.V. Sharma, we had online ninth conference in 2021 at MIT University in Manisa, in which two Nobel laureates actually addressed the gathering. And then actually the decline in quality of doctoral research, that is the focus of my talk. And I would like to pinpoint some point where we actually went wrong because of some short-term decisions that we took. And for example, we made a condition that if you want to become professor, you must produce at least 2 PhDs. Okay, I don't know, I mean, the intention behind this decision to have at least guided 2 PhDs to become a professor, full professor. So what happens, those professors, those who had a 1 PhD, they wanted to finish the 2nd PhD. So there are a lot of compromise on the quality and so on. And now UGC has decided that publishing 2 papers or having a PhD degree is not required for a faculty position. Think about it. When they told that from 1st of July 2023, the PhD is an essential qualification for faculty position, people were motivated to do some PhD. And once the UGC says it is not required, that means you have a filter. NET exam is a filter. It's not a qualification. And they told NET is important, PhD is not. Now, PhD is not a degree. PhD is a process, is a training that actually equip you to be confident and solve a problem, given problem, without any much stress or trouble. That actually empowers you to generate new knowledge and disseminate the new knowledge in the classroom or wherever you are. So PhD cannot be replaced by any other certificate or any other exam or any other degree. PhD is a degree for academician and it is a must. Now, NET exam last 35 years that India is having, there is a zero improvement in the quality of tertiary education. And I can tell you, when I told the chairman UGC, bring a white paper of the impact of NET in our university system, he refused to bring it out because there is a zero improvement in the quality of research. Actually, research has gone down, I can tell you, rather than going up. Because NET exam, people think that research is not important. Passing one exam like an IAS exam, civil services, you have become entitled to go to the university and teach, which is not really good. Well, friends, the world education scenario, as you can see in this slide, globally, we have 51,622 academic institutions, out of which 31,000 universities. This is an old slide. I could not improve it. I'm sorry for that. but 5.5 lakh courses are offered in the university, and largely they are delivered by doctorates. In all, 250 million students are in the university, and by 2025, it will reach to 300 million. That is the population of United States. They'll be there. And there's going to be by 2035, as per our Indian education policy and NEP that we have envisaged, if India's 40% population, eligible population, goes to the university, we actually need a very gigantic education system. The present system cannot accommodate. At the moment, we have about 40 million people in the university system. And when we have a 40% of people, then 75 million students will be in the university. Now, our present university system with about 1,100 universities cannot accommodate this large number. So we have to expand further. While expanding, we have to see that the quality should not be compromised. So India is a stunning kaleidoscope, a blend of different cultures and traditions, geography and history, sights and sounds, flavors and feelings. And we Indian believe in life is education and education in life, in a true sense. Because a person who has never gone to school wants his or her child to be highly educated and get a good white-collar job. But this is the society that has actually played an important role. All may not succeed, but some do succeed on this. So the global scenario on doctoral research, friends, PhD is globally recognized as the highest degree of the university. There's no other degree higher than that. People talk about DSc or other degrees. They are actually the same kind of process, but done independently rather than under the guide of some research guidance of some research guide. And as you can see that India is now producing about 42,000 PhDs every year. But India requires 2 lakh faculty per year. Now see the shortage of the requirement versus supply, demand and supply. India needs about 2 lakh new faculty positions, either some senior retires or a new university created. But net exam, we actually make only 50,000 qualify per year. So, and many of them also part of the PhD. So let's say we produce 70,000 people who could be eligible according to UGC for a faculty position, but our requirement is about 2 lakhs per year. So this gap is going to increase every year. So we must have a PhD program much larger than what we have today and with a high quality. So even though today about more than 2 lakh students are registering for PhD in India, but out of which about 40 to 50,000 actually succeed every year. So the issues and challenges in doctoral research. Friends, the factors that needed for the quality of doctoral research are competence, passion, flair for research, rigor, which is associated, originality of thoughts, originality of topics, challenging status quo. Without that, you can't really succeed and create new knowledge, innovation, relevance, novelty, and ethics and human values. Now, ethics and human values play the most important role in creating new knowledge, because you know that your created new knowledge should be universal and reproducible and verifiable. Without that, it has no meaning. And if in order to keep all these components into your output of research, you have to maintain the morality and ethical values. So the basic principles of quality of research is universal and the same. Whether you do the research in India or in Europe or anywhere, the basic principles are the same. The good research eradicates human miseries. It helps exploring new and unexplored areas and so on. And zero tolerance for the plagiarism. Now, many of my young students might be thinking that when they complete their thesis writing, they pick up some references here and there, but they sometimes forget to give a reference. And in the plagiarism check, you find that 20%, 25% of the text is plagiarized. It is not intentional, but sometimes, yes, it is intentional. Avoid that, because this is very important. You should know how to write original writing and very truthfully, respectfully report your results. I will move from here and go to the doctoral research, lead to a degree, but it is a process that enables the scholars to create new knowledge through research and also empowers one to react gainfully under difficult situation and solve the complex problem with confidence. That's what I told earlier. If it is not done, and if we compromise with the ethics, certainly it is going to lead to the tragedy of the commons. Before I go further, I would like to show you two slides. One is the quality of good research guide. A good research guide, in my opinion, is the one whose name appears in subject index rather than author index. The moment you do a path-breaking research, then your name will come in the subject index, like Mosbar effect or Raman effect. Raman is a name, but it is not coming in the author index, it is coming in the subject index. So when your research is categorized under subject index, that means you are a quality researcher. The researcher should possess scholarly abilities, free from bias and prejudices, and self-motivated, accepted by the authority in his or her chosen field, and have a tendency to give their best and in plenty, and finally shall maintain optimum interactions with their students and supervise their work with keen interest. The quality of good research scholars, my young friends, a research scholar largely contribute to his or her PhD work. Hence, the quality of research dependent on various qualities, attributes of a scholar. So what should be the quality? He or she must have sound knowledge of his or her subject and shall reflect with inquisitive mind. The curiosity, inquisitiveness is one of the fundamental, I say, quality of a research scholar. Should be intelligent, methodical, and hardworking. A research scholar should have a strong aptitude towards research, should possess maturity, analytical ability, and a flair for innovation, should exhibit scholarship, patience, honesty, no prejudice, and integrity towards his or her work and profession. Now, I have been proposing last 10 years that we must start students or introduce our students from the undergraduate level to start research, because there is nowhere it is written that only after post-graduation you are entitled to do research. And in fact, in West, a lot of people is BA, PhD or BSc, PhD, because they don't have to do master's degree before they enter. The age between 17 and 21, which is the undergraduate scholars age, they are very creative, they are very innovative, and if we properly guide them, I think they can also produce a very path-breaking research and good papers. So if you start undergraduate research, which is the 12% population of India, that accounts for 140 million youngsters in the age group of 17-21. The moment we introduce them into the research, India's, I'll say the ecosystem of research, India's scenario of research will be fantastic. In fact, we might become even world leader in terms of total number of publication or publication per capita per year. So some issues of doctoral research. One is the concern over the quality and quantity of PhDs produced in India and the other part of the world. Limited number of fellowships for doing PhD are available in India, unfortunately. Generally, the age of fresh PhD scholar is in the range of 22 to 25. This is a lower estimate. In fact, there are people, those who are higher than this age. And they need to be financially independent. At the age of 25, generally, these youngsters don't want to be dependent on their parents, but they don't have any alternative. So they are still dependent because they are not in job and they are full-time research scholars. So they are dependent on a parent, which actually does not liked by them. and shall have some career prospects after doing PhD. So all these being open-ended program, the financial independency is not there, and things are so uncertain in the life of a research scholar. And that is one of the demotivating factor. But the government alone cannot solve this problem. So what can be done? So the industry must come forward in this. And my proposal is that in order to engage private sectors and effective university industry linkages, the blue sky research is not really funded by private sector, only done by the taxpayers' money by the government. In fact, when government started this corporate social responsibility fund of the profit of these corporates, we were expecting that the corporates will come forward and, like in US model, they will be actually supporting a lot of research in the university. But this has not happened because the Indian industries do not have a risk-bearing capacity to invest in the university and then reap the fruits later on, which they cannot wait. They want very quick results. And that is why, as you know, that the research fellowships are exempted from income tax under 1016 of the IT Act, and research scholars are the foot soldiers. Research scholars can tackle the real industrial problem for which they don't come forward. I had estimated that ONGC itself, if spent corporate social responsibility fund, they can create 10,000 research scholarships for Indian universities, but they don't do. I think there has to be some effort in order to attract the corporate sector to invest in universities. So the shortage of faculty, I have already talked. Some thoughts to improve the doctoral research programs, which are mentioned here. The better PhD evaluation criteria shall be evolved. Actually, as you know, that when a scholar finishes his or her thesis, it goes to the examiners. The way of selection of examiners and the way the reports are collected are under great questions, because as a supervisor, I feel that this is my work and it has to be evaluated by someone, so no one should reject it. So I actually give list of the examiners who are my good friends. They don't care for the quality, they care for my friendship. And they will approve even the substandard thesis of my research scholar and say, okay, fine. And when my friends, students' thesis come to me, I say, fine. So this, I scratch your back, you scratch my back, and the kind of things that going on is actually creating this present day misery. So the factors responsible for the low quality of PhD, I have listed some, but friends, you think about that, there are many more problems. Lengthy program, because people think that master's is 2 years, undergraduate was 3 years earlier. In my time, it was 2 years, now it is 4 years. Tolerable, because world over the undergraduate program is 4 years. People can go for it because this is the first degree of the university and you must have 2 years postgraduate program, but endless. No, if you are like a rapport, 77 years you have to wait for the award of your PhD. If you are lucky, good institutions on an average 5 years. Some private universities, they do shortcuts and they can even award you in 3 years. But this open-ended nature of PhD is actually a demotivating factor, because scholars think, oh, when they will finish. But if you are sincere and if your guide is very cooperative, friends, 3 to 4 years is the optimum time. With your full dedication, you can get your PhD degree. Now, no or low job security, say after PhD, whether the job will be there or not. When UGC decides that PhD is not essential qualification, certainly it will create more misery, more uncertainty for you. Inadequate infrastructure. Some universities take students, but they don't have infrastructure, which should be avoided. Ineffective supervision. Many times you get a supervisor who doesn't have a time for you, does not meet you, and then you are in a lurch. The casual approach in evaluation, and all these things, as I told earlier, will lead to the tragedy of the commons. Now, when we talk about this is my favorite poem from Henry A. Bent, and he says, science and human values is an art maybe the two sides of the same thing, a Mobius twist of time merging one into the other. Science itself has two-sided one-sidedness. Is hen, ought is egg. And the hen, they say, one can't get ought from is. Now, this is what it tells, that human values and science or knowledge, I would say, is going hand in hand, is a parallel. You can't separate one from the other. Under NEP, some provisions are made to improve the quality, but they are still not very, very effective. If NEP is being implemented and UGC announced that PhD is not essential qualification, this is just opposite to what NEP says. So I'm really very disturbed about these kind of statements, and we have to really save this highest degree. The issues to be discussed in this day's program, friends, the program is too long, and I know that this is one of the way that I can test your endurance as a research scholar. Can you sustain 10.5 hours of listening and participation in this particular event? So the rigor and training of the quality of research, the commitment of the supervisor, benchmarking the quality of doctoral research. In fact, one of my students is doing research on this, on the benchmarking, attracting the best minds to academia. Actually, if somebody can achieve this, I think 90% of the problem will be solved. Attracting the best mind to academia. And many countries have done and demonstrated it, and they are reaping their dividend. South Korea is one of them. Germany is another one, that they actually gave so much of importance to academicians and brought the best mind to academics. Publish or perish, and the very active university industry partnership, or we can add university, industry, and the government partnership called triple helix model. So if this thing happens, I think we are safe. So these are some of the points that will be discussed. Towards the end, we are going to bring out a declaration paper called Amity Declaration on Quality of Doctoral Research, which will be circulated widely all over the world. So my dear fellow doctorates, all of us owe a great responsibility to create new knowledge and never to compromise with the quality of research. We must become role model, and we must become role models for the coming generation so as to attract best minds to academics. Let us avoid by all means the tragedy of the commons that might befall on us due to substandard quality of research. So with this, I will just make one announcement that Global Academy of Doctorates now in place. It has been registered. It is a registered body. We are starting very soon the membership drive and joining, and then we have about 43 objectives which has been assigned to this academy, and we are going to move. In fact, today a beta version of this, the link is available, and if that somebody can do that, then our chief guest can actually launch this website of the Global Academy today. So friends, the Global Academy of Doctorates, I would like to say, this is created for empowering scholars and boundless opportunities. In the realm of knowledge, it stands proud and tall. The Global Academy of Doctorates above all, a beacon of knowledge, wisdom, a guiding light, nurturing scholars, shining ever bright. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspirational deliberation. It marks the worthy journey of the Global Academy of Doctorates. This celebration is indeed a unique one, and we all are proud of being a part of this amidst the luminaries from all over the world from various academic disciplines. An epitome of diligence and strategic management is our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Shukla has several decades of experience in organizations and with the Amity Group of institutions. She is a strategist, institution builder, mentor, and inspirational leader, and relationship builder, along with being an avid researcher, teacher, trainer, and entrepreneurial leader, where her specialities include strategic management, resource-based strategy, business restructuring, CRM, automation of processes and systems, creating and scaling up new businesses, change management, growth strategies, and organizational turnaround and entrepreneur leadership. May I humbly request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, who has joined us online to deliver her address. We are also humbled to have with us online our chairperson, Dr. Aseem Chauhan. A very warm welcome from the campus, sir.
Thank you to all. I've been listening since 9:30 sharp, and I'm enjoying all deliberations. So, and looking forward to the words of Dr. Shukla.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, please.
Good morning, our very honorable chief guest, Professor Alok Rai, Vice Chancellor, Lucknow University, or our honorable chairman and additional president, Dr. Sim Chauhanji, and my esteemed colleagues, Professor Dr. Kamal Khan, Dwivedi conference chair and the senior vice president of the Amity Education Group, our campus head, Dr. Anand Kumar, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus, and all the distinguished guests, participants. I, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Additional President and Chairman Amity Lucknow campus, and all my colleagues, extend very warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest and guests of honors and distinguished speakers, my fellow Vice Chancellors of all the Amity universities, participants to this 11th International Conference on Issues and Challenges in Doctoral Research at Amity University of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. I greatly appreciate the initiative taken by the Amity University, Lucknow campus under the aegis of Global Academy of Doctors to launch a mission, quality in doctoral research, by engaging annual events like international conference. And I'm really very thankful to Professor Dr. Kamal Khan Dwivedi, who initiated this, and we have been seeing the conference across the country in various universities. And since the very first conference, we have seen how much the change and awareness among the various researchers, scientists, and the PhD guides have come, that how to really improve the quality of doctoral research, because it has impact for life. It's not the impact for those 3 years or 4 years, the period of the PhD, but the lifetime, the impact on that researcher, on his career, and the outcome of all his research-based activities, including the academic delivery if they are in the academic profession. So World Day, Doctor Day, aims at celebrating the degree of doctors, which holds the promise of intellectual growth, not only for the researcher, but also for the body of knowledge, and ultimately impacting the nation. This gathering at Amity Lucknow campus marks a pivotal moment in our academic journey, as we come together to delve into the complexity in the journey of doctoral research, and adds value and depth to the conversations we are about to embark upon during the day in different sessions. I know that a lot of presentations are by the researchers also during this conference. Our Honorable Founder President's vision is to contribute to the nation building through education, research, and beyond. And our Honorable Founder President has always emphasized on providing having the quality research and which is the research has to be for the benefit of the industry, benefit of the society, as well as contributing to the nation building and economic development. And here, our honorable founder president have always asked the outcome of the research or outcome of any activity, how does this research helps the either the society or the industry or contribute to the nation building. And that has resulted into the creating the norms for the monitoring the research scholar, guiding the research scholar, monitoring their progress, and ensuring, though we know the UGC keeps on changing its regulations, its guidelines for doctoral research very often, but we emphasize that in Amity, the research has to be monitored regularly, the scholar to be supervised not only by the guide, but to have the experts from the word over as a co-guide, so that the interdisciplinary research is pursued by the scholar, which has a direct bearing and impact on the future. I'm extremely while we recognize the importance of pushing the boundaries of the human knowledge and understanding, we also acknowledge that this journey of research brings along certain obstacles or challenges and concerns. And we have gathered to discuss those obstacles or challenges. And we must learn that, when we had the Chandrayaan 2 and the failure, and ISRO and the scientists learned from that, and they made this great success of the Chandrayaan 3 landing on the southern pole, and India becoming the first country in the world to have the landing on the southern pole of the moon. I think that these are the great learnings, great motivations for all the researchers and scientists. Even if there's a difficulty, how we can learn from those failures or the challenges and move forward, achieving the higher goals in the life through research and innovation. So therefore, every scholar, despite having the challenges, what will happen after the doctoral, and if the quality of research is very high, it surely is going to bring the good career prospects for the scholar after completing the doctoral research. And also the research is not one time and time bound activity. Once somebody who have embarked on the research becomes the lifelong journey to explore and to bring the new knowledge to the body of knowledge. And for this, the universities also need to create a right ecosystem for doctoral research. And the first step it is, that engage with the stakeholders while deciding the research topics or the areas. It's very important to understand what are the national priorities, what are the industry needs, and what the societal needs. So therefore, the defining the accordingly the research priorities of the universities accordingly. And definitely, that we say that for the research, one of the very big challenges that how to get the scholars the funding for their research. And I think if the research topics or research areas are aligned with the industry requirement after the discussion, the industry will come forward to support if those research topics are directly linked with their sector or with their organization needs. And also that once the research priorities are defined, that it's important to communicate not only to the scholars, but also to the wider community, so that the people from the different organizations can also collaborate for the such kind of the research. Because today the era is to collaborate, synergize for the bigger goals, for bigger results, for the benefit of the. Also, the NEP 2020 has already focused on the interdisciplinary research, but it's important for the universities to how to facilitate that interdisciplinary research. So therefore, the various departments of the university first, they need to come together, and also then how to build that synergy with the other university or research organization to promote the interdisciplinary approach in the research. And also that it's very important that when the young faculty become the PhD guide, there's needed a very intense training for the young, the first time research guides, that how they should really effectively supervise their scholars, so that they can become the research oriented and do the quality research. Otherwise, what happens that the guide and the scholar try to find out how to work together. So therefore, the intense training of the first time research mentors or research guide is extremely important. And Dr. Dwivedi has emphasized a lot on the research ethics, and I think that has to be the one area need to be focused, because how to develop the ethical attitude and the research ethics among the students. Therefore, so then only they can bring the quality research and resources, because a university should only offer the research in those areas where they have either the appropriate infrastructure in terms of research labs, the learning resources in the library, databases and all, or to have that very strong partnership with the other research organization, universities or research labs, and then jointly offering those research areas for the quality research. We have seen that some of the university without having any adequate infrastructure, the research is announced, therefore the later on the scholars suffer. And providing the periodic training apart from the coursework, the objective of the coursework, the scholars understand the research methodology and analysis tools. But it's again important that how periodically the training is provided to the scholars on appropriate data collections, analysis, research writing, how to write the research papers, and quality research papers, how to select the right kind of a journal for publishing the research paper, how to identify the right kind of conferences to go and present the research papers and network with the researchers from the other universities and from research organizations. Very important. So therefore the networking is one of the very important aspects for the scholar to follow right from the beginning, and also how to leverage on the technology. No matter in which field the research we are doing, but how to use those appropriate technologies also to enhance the research quality. So this, at IMIT, for example, we have integrated the research at all the undergraduate and postgraduate program, and we have seen the result of that. Many of the scholars have published the patents as well as published the research papers in the quality journals, index journals, and also that presented is mandatory for the scholars. They must go and present their research papers in the various conferences at a national or even at the international level. And therefore, because NEP also is emphasizing on the research, so therefore creating that research culture right from the undergraduate level is extremely important. And once again, I would like to congratulate Professor Kamalkant Dwivedi ji, our conference chair, and Dr. Anil Kumar, our campus head, for organizing this conference at Amity University's Lucknow campus. And I'm sure all the participants, all the scholars who and experts are there in this conference. At the end of the day, we will be seeing the good outcome from this conference, and also the declaration which Professor Dwivedi has said, they will surely emphasize and share with the world over to improve the quality of research, which will be the useful for the humanity and improving the not only the economic development of the nation, but also making bringing the change in the world to make this one earth, one family, and one future, how we can realize that together to make this world a better place to live. Thank you so very much, and wish all the best for the grand success of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am. We express our gratitude for your motivational address highlighting the need of quality research and the university's support and efforts to bring about the synergy of ethics and quality for the researchers. Our next address is by our chief guest, Professor Dr. Alok Kumar Rai, who is a professor of management at Institute of Management Studies, Banaras Hindu University, and is serving his second term of Vice Chancellor of the University of Lucknow. He has been Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University in Agra, the Sampurnanand Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya in Varanasi, the Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti University, and the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University in Lucknow. In the role of institutional leader, Professor Rai is spearheading the development of the university's policies and programs to establish extraordinary standards of education. Under his leadership, University of Lucknow became the first institution in the country to have implemented the National Education Policy 2020 and got ranked in various prestigious rankings such as the QS, the Nature Index, Time Higher Education, and the NIRF ranking since he took over. Leading the university towards academic excellence through reforms, research indices, projects, and consultancy, they went up significantly high up since he initiated the decentralized and inclusive governance in the system in a way that Lucknow University got A++ grade in the NAC accreditation. Professor Rai recognizes the enormity of the university's social obligations and has been persistently working towards creating a culture of conscientiousness in the university. Having presented his scholastic perspectives and research outputs in over 75 publications that include 6 authored and 4 edited books and numerous books, chapters, articles, and research papers in the leading academic journals. Professor Rai has also laid the foundation of the customer loyalty as an academic discipline with his oeuvre Customer Loyalty, Concept, Context, and Character, published by McGraw-Hills. That was the first book on the subject of customer loyalty in the country. He holds 5 IPR in the fields of his research. As an avid academician, Professor Rai has continued to be a prominent presence in sundry provinces of higher education and policy-making bodies of the center and the state. He holds many key positions in the several government UGC and NAC committees. We indeed are privileged to have you here, sir. May I welcome you to give your address.
Thank you, madam. Very distinguished academicians and academic administrators sitting on the dais, and some present virtually. I would prefer to name Dr. Aseem Chauhan ji, Chairman, MIT University, Lucknow. The organizer, the conference chair, Professor Dr. Kamalkant Dwivedi ji, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Madam, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Kamar Rahman, and Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar, Dr. Rajesh Tiwari, and last but not the least is my former boss at Banaras Hindu University, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar sir. Very, very distinguished audience, very, very eminent audience, and very, very contributing audience. At the outset, I intend to congratulate the organizers for having selected a topic which is one of the most discarded and dejected thing. You know, I always felt that research scholars are the lot which are always in a state of perplexion. Now, what that state of perplexion is, that they do not remain a student and they have not yet become a teacher. So they are always in a state of conflict as to what is their role in the institution. Having said this, the teachers expect them to behave like a student, be disciplined, come on time, do everything. And also expect them, the institution expect them to perform almost all the duties that a teacher does. So you go and perform invigilation, you At times off the record, many of the teachers get their copies also evaluated by them, act as a volunteer in the conference, take their classes if the teacher is not. So they are always in a state of perplexion. So it is very, very important and very, very pertinent to have a pool of wise people to come, deliberate, and decide onto what should be the state of processes for research scholars, for doctorate students. Now, before coming on to the issues and challenges, which is the theme, there are a few observations that I would like to make. I'm myself from a management discipline. So, and I have some pains that many of you who don't come from science background would share. That happens is that largely when we talk of research, now there are two sets of deliberation on this research we have got to be very, very clear of. One is research per se, which certain aspects Dr. Balvinder Shukla was referring to. And second is exclusively the doctoral research. You know, research by nature, in terms of perception by the academic fraternity and also by the society, is considered to be a science domain thing, which is not so true. We see, I have been part of several search committees also. So normally during the course of discussion, it is said, "Sir, wo candidate bahut acha hai, dekhiye unka H index itna hai, unka impact, itte impact factor ke journal mein chapa hai, he has a project of this quantum," and so on. By doing this, are we not belittling the contribution by the researchers who have made their contribution in the field of social sciences, commerce, literature, agriculture, and other areas? So we have got to find a level playing field among disciplines for fair treatment. You know, when I was leaving for University of Lucknow as Vice Chancellor from Banaras Hindu University, it was Professor Bhatnagar who was relieving me. He was the then Vice Chancellor there. And one other thing he instructed me was go and do some good selections. So when we sit in selection committees, I take this opportunity to share this with you, sir, that I've completed almost 200 selections in my university with not a single controversy, despite being in the state capital university. So, but when we sit in the selection committee, first thing we ask is, what is your H index? Now, be Sanskrit ka research scholar hai, what does he say? Or research scholar, we are tuned to of looking from that perspective. Now, this is a very, very important aspect that we need to address. Like, for example, you talk of NIRF ranking, you talk of QS ranking. All these rankings are largely skewed towards science researchers. So they talk of Web of Science ka kitna hai aapka H index, Scopus ka kitna hai H index, and so on. Quartile publications, QS is very particular about. Quartile 1 will be ranked in certain, will be given this much of weighted, 2, 3, 4 different weightages, and so on. So we have to, a level playing field needs to be provided to research scholars or to research in general, to all the disciplines. A level playing field essentially needs to be found out. Second, when we talk of researchers, at least I can talk about social science subjects, majority of researchers are gradually becoming technique-based researchers. At least I can talk about the researchers that are that these students are pursuing from in between the age of 22, as Professor Dwivedi was sharing, that majority in our country is ranging between 22 to 24, 5. So from 22 to at least 40, 45, majority of researchers are technique-based researchers. Now, with this excessive emphasis on research, the conceptions and the originality got lost. Second, this is posing another problem with respect to publications. Now, why? Because, you identify a problem, you elaborate on the research methods, apply techniques, take some data which no one can question, get some result, analyze it. Now, this is technique sabko aati hai, everyone knows. You can have an objective, no one can question, no one can question your data. No, that way, no one can question your outcome. And such contents are flooded to the publications. Where it is choking is that because of this homogeneity or the kind of research outputs in terms of publication prospects that are coming to the journals, no newer contribution is coming out. Like, for example, I'll share an important concept. Since 2007-8, when this economic meltdown started, a lot of researchers went in and a concept came in, that a theory rather was proposed, that majority of the economic and commercial problems lies with the excessive emphasis on this 4P model of marketing. There is a product, price, praise, promotion concept of marketing that said, from Boston to Balia, everyone, a shopkeeper to a manufacturer, when they think of manufacturing something or selling something, the entire psychological conception lies between 4Ps. Usi mein all the alterations are taking place within those 4Ps. So of late it was realized, and newer researchers came in that proposed that let us move beyond this concept of 4P. It was a McCarthy's concept, which was further proliferated by Kotler, that said that, look, we have to think beyond this 4P concept. And the solution will come only when we'll move beyond this 4P concept. What I'm trying to say is, till we move beyond the biasness that we have created for ourselves, we are not going to contribute neither to the body of knowledge and not to the system and society for the greater good of the society. So that is very, very important issue that needs to be addressed. Another very important thing that needs to be pondered over is that our research is largely too academic. There is no problem with the research being academic, but if the researchers would not lead to address the problems of the system and society, it will not sustain. And then the question will start being posed onto all the researchers and all the expenditure that comes from the state's kitty as to why at all such expenditure be incurred. So linking our researches to address to the problems of system and society is very, very important, not just for the research scholar, but also for the research in general. And that is when our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, says that we have to strike a connect between lab to land. It becomes so very imperative. Now, UGC policy initiatives, Professor Dwivedi was very, very critical about, and I would share some other aspects that have come from the other policy initiatives. We have over 500 associate colleges with University of Lucknow, and colleges, even undergraduate college faculty members, were started being given the role of a research supervisor. Now, do they have requisite facilities? I'm not referring to the qualifications. They certainly possess the qualification, but do they have requisite facilities? What is happening is numbers are coming. There's no doubt about it. I can share in different disciplines, our numbers have gone many folds in terms of number of research scholars getting enrolled with the institution. But with this proliferation of number of research scholars, the quality is certainly going to get compromised with. I can certainly share that, once I went to, I won't name the university nor the place, but a vice chancellor, a good friend of mine, he around 6-7 years back, he invited me कि मेरा थोड़ा ही टाइम बचा है, आप एक बार तो आ जाइए मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी. So I agreed. I went. He sent me a thesis. I evaluated. I sent. Now PhD viva took place. The lady came with a 6-7 years old daughter in the viva board. All the teachers were sitting, and when I first started by, ये आपने क्या किया, क्या topic है, क्या objective है, ये research problem पे कैसे आए. The moment I used to raise a question, her 6-7 years old daughter, that lady what used to do is, the daughter was on one lap, वो उसको उठा के दूसरी तरफ बैठा देती. Then I used to again reword my question. फिर वो बेटी बोलती वो उसको उधर से उठा के इधर बैठा देती. फिर I said, भाई कुछ तो आपको बोलना पड़ेगा. You will have to answer some of the questions. She religiously kept mum as if it was a Maun Vrat. I said, भाई हेड साहब आप कुछ बोलिए, ऐसे तो हम नहीं कर पाएंगे. नहीं सर, वो उनकी बेटी की तबीयत खराब थी तो वो इसको लेके आई. हमने कहा भाई इनके हस्बैंड को बुलाइए, कहिए वो थोड़ी देर के लिए बच्चे को देखें, और once we are done with the process, she can take care of her. The lady religiously kept mum. So this is how your research evaluation process is. Professor Dwivedi very appropriately said, by I appoint research examiners who are friend of mine, so they evaluate me and not my student. Now, is this fair? Is this fair? Do we have an alternate mechanism? Do we ever discuss on this issue? I'm very sorry to say we don't. Now, stopping research as an essential degree from becoming an assistant professor is one thing that I want to go into. That is a separate issue which needs a full lot of deliberation. But what I'm trying to say is, have we ever thought of how to strengthen this mechanism? Because the people like who come with their daughter in the viva examination and keep shifting from one lab to the other is not the solution. On the contrary, I'll share, in one of the PhD examination, I went to another university. We had a full 45 minutes question answer session. And when I came out back to the head of department's room for remaining formalities, I can share at least 25 research scholars were lining after that head's room. Sir, हमारा ये वाला problem है, इसमें आप कुछ हमको guide कर सकते हैं. Sir, ये वाला problem है, इसमें कुछ बता सकते हैं. How should I proceed in this? Then the head of department said, Sir, आपको मैं ये room दे दे रहा हूँ, आप please इनके साथ 15-20 मिनट बैठ जाइए, and if at all you can, spare some time with them. Now, here lies enormous differentiation. But does the system differentiate from a research scholar of that quality and the research scholar of this quality? When you apply for examination, for any interview, you get 30 marks for your research. This is what, as per the research scores of UGC, you get 30 marks for the research work that was done with the daughter in the lab, and the research that was done even for an informal visit by a person who can contribute to the good of your work. You get 30 marks. So that is very, very important. We have recently got empanelment of several research scholars from degree colleges. I'm not commenting on the quality. They all would be certainly very good. They have come through a process of selection. But in absence of time, energy, and enthusiasm, coupled with resource, what will be the quality of outcome of all those doctoral researches that essentially needs to be looked after, to be certainly thought of and deliberated. We also have got to see that in our country, we have, Professor Dwivedi very appropriately said, there are two sets of researches. One is research that is PhD without research and PhD with research. Both are available in the country. Both are available in our country. Is the system geared up to differentiate between the two? Now, if you say publication is, I beg to differ. A good publication takes no less than 2 years. No less than 2 years to publish. And I can't comment about many of these science subjects, but at least for social science subjects, where there is a scarcity of some good known quartile level publications, it is taking more than 2.5, 3 years time to publish. Now, what will happen to those research scholars who are completing their work and then proceeding towards all this? So this distinction across discipline and across institution has to be weighted. Now, one of the institution I know has recently differentiated that only top 20 NIRF institutions shall be considered, will be given this weightage of this 30 marks in the research score for assistant professor selection. I am saying I have doubt on the legal validity of this. I still have got very strong doubt whether that will sustain in the court of law. Even if it sustains, because normally UGC regulations are made part of the statute, and since the UGC regulation does not differentiate, so at university level, whether you are able to make those changes in your statute and the necessary compliance has been done legally, procedurally, that I'm not aware of. So I strongly doubt with respect to its legal validity. But even then, when you talk of NIRF rankings, there are these research scholars and their studentship issue also comes in between. So that also has got to be looked into. At the same time, I would also like to share that there is some very good quality researches being done in private universities, and certainly some very good researches are being done in public universities. But the public perception of the PhDs that are coming out of private institutions are indeed being challenged in terms of public eyes. कहाँ से किया है? X यूनिवर्सिटी. अच्छा प्राइवेट है? अच्छा खरीद लिया है? First line, I'm telling you, we have been part of so many selection committees in our university and elsewhere. A lot of experts like you all only come to our university also. खरीद लिया है. So for higher education, at least, when we are going to send our kids, we prefer IITs, we prefer AIMS, we prefer IIMs, over many of the private universities where I know some very high quality researches are going on. Now, how to attend that perception issue also is a big challenge. I believe that has got to be looked into. I believe this day-long deliberation will certainly look into that. One more point that I want to be attended by not just research scholars, but also by policy makers of these leading institutions. The end result of any doctoral research, should this end only with assistant professorship? There's a big question mark. Why have institutions not attempted to place them to corporates, to research organizations, to several other bodies? Why is government not taking doctoral research as an essential qualification for many of the jobs where they actually, once a PG person comes in, they sponsor their doctoral researches. And if such measures would not take place, the numbers may not lessen. Here, I do not completely agree with what Professor Dwivedi's outcome was. Numbers are enormously increasing, especially with this college teachers becoming research supervisors. मैंने जहां हमारे पास 150 एडमिशन होते थे वहां 850 पे रोकना पड़ता है in disciplines. But the quality will certainly be compromised. Now we have got to strike a balance between what exactly are we looking at. Are we looking at a doctoral research to be not just a doctoral research, but a research aimed at not just contributing to the body of knowledge? Of course, that is very, very important, but not just contributing to the body of knowledge, but also attending some issue of the system and society and ensure engagement, appropriate engagement of those doctoral research scholars in nation building, not just by appointing them as assistant professors, not just by appointing them as research assistant professors. We have got to carve out variety of avenues in our system to make this very, very important, to provide for appropriate research outcomes and do not essentially link with publications. In many cases, those are also connected with monetary, dimension. So not just linking them with that, but in terms of the contributions that are made for the greater good of the system and society. Until we do it, it is very, very difficult for doctoral researchers to pursue those researches, to actually attend the issues of system and society for the greater good of the system and society. Because what all do we do? Every single penny that we spend comes from, it's a public money, directly or indirectly. It is public money. We have got to be accountable to. And my last thing, to all the research students, if at all they are present, either physically or virtually, let the doctoral research work be the research scholars' work and not the research supervisors' work. This is very, very important, to actually have your own work. And it should not just be extension ki main ladka le lun, main CRM mein kaam kar raha hu, to kal loyalty, satisfaction, brand loyalty, alag aspects mein use mera paper badhta jaye, meri kitabein badhti jaye. Whether you are keen on that or not, whether you requisite adequate background set of knowledge or not. So this, we also have got to carve out a mechanism to attend that issue. My last thing is, as a responsible vice chancellor of the university, I'm not just criticizing, I'm not just questioning, I'm not posing questions onto what is happening. We at University of Lucknow have attempted to address majority of these issues. And I joined in late December 2019. And in 2020, we came up with a revised, updated PhD ordinance 2020. And in 2023, we are again revising our PhD ordinance in 2023 in light of majority of provisions of national education policy with respect to doctoral researchers to attend many of the issues that were strictly based on my daily and almost daily interaction with research students. Like, for example, NIRF says that the duration within which doctoral researches are submitted, that are given weightage in calculating the total value. Now, in my 2 days ago concluded interaction with some research scholars, it was a group of almost 200 plus. I told them, and what we have done at our institution is that we have made their submission post 3 years a little difficult. Now, difficult not in terms of hiking their fees, but difficult in terms of the publication requirements. भाई 3 साल से 4 साल में नहीं किया तो अभी पब्लिकेशन का स्टेटस ये करेंगे, तब आपको करना पड़ेगा. 4 से 5 में किया, so number has got to go up and the quality of publication has got to go up, so that they should be encouraged with this. And I also second what Professor Dwivedi was talking about, that certain support, not just in terms of intellectual infrastructure, but also with respect to physical and financial infrastructure to the research scholars, if we really want to sustain our researches and research scholars. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity and for conducting a program on such an important and thematic issue. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very engaging, thought-provoking, and insightful address, for bringing to focus once again the need for the changing academic scenario for us as educational institutes in providing the cutting-edge educational processes and an environment which aligns with the education worldwide. Thank you, sir. We now welcome our special guests and invite them for their brief address. We have Professor Dr. S.B. Sharma with us, the Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Gurgaon, who is a reputed academician and an expert member of various bodies related to education and the government of India. Sir, may I request you for your brief address?
Knowing very well that I'm encroaching upon the precious time of my Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Sim Chauhanji, who was to speak immediately after our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Alok Rai.
Sharma, you know, I'm so happy you're speaking, because without hearing you, the day would not have been complete, and you're representing me in person at site as you do. So I'm so grateful you could make the trip to Lucknow, because I could not come, but seeing you there, I'm feeling relieved. And a great scholar like you must speak in the opening session. So please go ahead.
Very kind of you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at the outset express my profound happiness in being with you on this momentous occasion when the world is celebrating the Doctorate Day throughout the world. The credit for this day goes to no one other than our Dr. Dwivedi ji, who thought it fit and right that we must focus our attention on both the quality as well as the relevance of the doctorate that we pursue in the university, not only here in India, but around the world. Today, it's not a question of numbers. It's not a question of who is doing what. Today, we are called upon by Mother Earth, by our own Mother India, to take our task utmost seriously and engage ourselves with conviction, with confidence, with courage, to move the mountains that are there in front of us. We have to move fast, we have to move with integrity, we have to move with utmost honesty, and we have to move with highest level of sincerity of purpose in pursuing the layers of research, both at the level of doctorate as well as thereafter up to the last breath of our life. Because doctorate is not just a one-time affair, as has been informed by Dr. Dwivedi ji himself. It's in fact a beginning on the road, on the path to excellence, to which you march throughout your life with utmost conviction, utmost commitment, conviction, and the highest level of personal as well as professional integrity. And therefore, when we celebrate the World Doctorate Day here at Amity University, Lucknow, let me say this with tremendous amount of conviction as well as pride, that being Amity University, not only at Amity University, Haryana, to which I belong to, but also in all Amity universities are pursuing with tremendous amount of passion and with firm commitment and resolve to uphold the highest level of quality of the doctoral research in our university. We take all the pains necessary to ensure that our doctorate scholars understand the meaning and purpose of research and they target their attention to selecting the topics and the fields which are of direct relevance to our own country here and for the humanity at large. Our supervisors keep their eyes focused on ensuring that no amount of untruth, no amount of loss of integrity occurs ever in our pursuit of doctorate in our university. And it is for this reason I feel so happy being Vice Chancellor of a university where I can say with courage and confidence that every single PhD that we award, which I sign under the authority given to me by my Honorable Chancellor in the Act of the University, we purchase with pride the quality and relevance of the doctorate that we pursue. That's the tall order today. You must acknowledge that we need to move fast to move the mountains that are in front of us. We have to solve the monumental problem which we have in front of us. Heat waves is sweeping today all across the globe, including here in India. Nature's fury is alerting us to act fast and act with courage and confidence and with integrity. And we cannot remain on the back seat, merely asking for a level play field or getting few more scholarships from here and there. The sincerity of purpose with which we need to submit to the doctoral research requires even personal sacrifice, but with firm commitment and resolve, as I said. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot more to say, but let me finish by saying that when we celebrate the World Doctorate Day today, it would be absolutely essential for us to realize that doctorate degree is one of the highest degree, and it is not just called Doctorate of Science or Doctorate of Engineering or Doctorate of History or Geography, it is called Doctorate of Philosophy. And that is why it calls upon each one of us to understand the meaning and purpose of doctorate to which we aspire for. I stand before you with that kind of resolve right from the day when I pursued my own doctorate at University of Birmingham, followed it at IIT Delhi during my days of professorship there, and also at Delhi Technological University, which I headed with tremendous amount of pride and with commitment. And now at Amity University for the last 9 years plus, we are firmly committed to strengthen the hands and resolves of Dr. Dwivedi to ensure that doctoral research is taken up not just merely for the purpose of careers, but for making the humanity proud of the efforts that we invest in cultivating research and unveiling the hidden layers of science, technology, humanity, liberal art, and a whole lot of disciplines that are called upon to pursue human excellence here on planet Mother Earth. With these opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I express my profound happiness and congratulate Dr. Dwivedi for taking this onerous task of invoking a much greater sense of commitment for purpose of doctorate research in each one of us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this time. And thank you, Honorable Chancellor, for allowing me to encroach upon your precious time. Thank you so much.
Mr. P.V. Sharma, everyone is enriched by your words, and I am so happy that you have underscored the emphasis on quality of PhD research at Amity universities. Thank you, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, sir. We'll have the pleasure of listening to Professor Sharma in the other sessions. Our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, has sent his blessings. He could not be present online because of his pressing engagements, and sends us his blessing. We are happy to know that he has acknowledged and appreciated the conference and our efforts. Our Lucknow campus is blessed to be flourishing under the vibrant and caring leadership of our chairman, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, who transcends global boundaries in his quest for excellence for universities and organizations that he mentors. May I humbly request Chairman Sir for his address.
Before I do, and I'm so happy to be here with all of you, I would request, before I speak, 1 or 2 lines from Professor Bhatnagar in this session, just 1 or 2 lines if he can share, and 1 or 2 lines from Dr. Selvamurthy, because I will have to, for other engagements, leave the conference after some time. So Professor Bhatnagar, I'm so happy to see you as National Science Chair and one of the people so close to my heart. The fact that you are there is giving me great joy. So can I ask the organizers to request Professor Bhatnagar to say a few lines? He's speaking later on in a session on the quality of PhD work and doctoral programs. But in this session, Professor Bhatnagar, just 1 or 2 lines from you, please.
May we request Professor Bhatnagar for his address, please?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashim Chauhan, for inviting me and giving me a chance to speak out of turn. See, as far as PhD goes, I always believe that PhD should be given to a person who has either contributed to the new knowledge or the person has given a new interpretation to the existing knowledge. If you do not qualify one of these criterion, truly you don't deserve a PhD. Let me tell you a story like Professor Rai said. I went to a university in a zoology department and asked a research scholar, "What are you doing?" A young girl told me that I am doing research on an insect. I said, "All right, little bit more. If you tell me, I will be very happy." So she said that I cut one of the legs and asked the insect, "Jump." An insect jumped. Then she cut the second leg and asked, "Jump." And the insect again jumped. Like that, she cut the third and fourth and fifth. And at last, when she cut the last leg, insect didn't jump. So her conclusion was that it needs at least one leg to jump. That is the finding. So I went to the neighboring lab, and a similar experiment was going on there. And the girl was asking, "Jump," and then cut her leg, second, third, and fourth, and so on. But her conclusion was different. Her conclusion was that when I cut the sixth leg and I said, "Jump," it didn't jump. That means sixth leg is needed to listen to my instructions. So, I mean, the point I am emphasizing that sometimes students are doing run-of-the-mill kind of research and using the same model, asking different questions and coming to different conclusions, which does not make sense. So therefore, I think quality of research is very important. And I have practiced always in my life. And as the chief guest rightly pointed out, the things start with hiring the best faculty, which I suggested him, and he has already hired 200 best faculty members in Lucknow University. And the person not only has to be a good teacher, he has to be a good researcher. And it comes by years of training. It doesn't come in a day. And if you hire the best faculty, the chances are they are going to attract the best students who are interested in doing research. And then you may do little hand-holding, doesn't matter, but ask them to eventually, start thinking on their own, designing experiments on their own, and then eventually publishing high quality research in whatever best journals they can. And the thing which Professor Alok Rai has pointed out about the publications, let me share with you. The problem is with our Indian social science faculty members. If they are sitting here, take it sportingly. Once a vice chancellor of a very important university from economics discipline became vice chancellor. I was a very young faculty member. I wanted to see what it takes to become a vice chancellor. So I wanted to see his research work, his publications, and I was not very impressed. So I was told by my colleague that no, social science people usually write books and they don't publish in very good impact journals and so on and so forth. So I thought, okay, let me check the work of Amartya Sen, Nobel laureate. He had 300 publications in the best possible journal. And remember, he works on poverty, which is, our domain of research. And I was so impressed that it is possible to publish on poverty 300 best publications, and that I'm talking about 20 years back. So therefore, if you really contribute to new knowledge, you can always publish in very best journals. And therefore, I would tell my doctorates friends over here, always find good problem, work sincerely on that, and try to find something new, not the experiment those girls were doing in the zoology department of a university, where they were cutting one leg after another and finding different answers. And therefore, I have taught my students like that, and I think they have become not only leaders in the universities, they have become leaders in industries, they have become CEOs, directors, vice presidents, presidents of the industries, not only in India as well as abroad, because they were asking the right question, which will help the industry to produce new products. They were asking the real questions to invent things which will help the society. So with these words, I am not going to take more time because already we are running late. So thank you very much, Professor Chauhan, once again, for giving me a little time to interact with you. Thank you very much.
Professor Bhatnagar, great and always valuable to hear you. As everyone knows, Professor Bhatnagar was Vice Chancellor of BHU, and then he was Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Rajasthan, where he did incredibly good work, including getting a Purse Award for the university. And when he was awarded the very prestigious National Science Chair, he asked me, I'm in a dilemma, what should I do? And I said, not even a question, it is a national honor, and you are part of the Amity family, and please do this. But one of the reasons also I wanted Professor Bhatnagar to speak is that he was one of the first scientists in the country who was able to translate research into commercial entity, for which he was recognized by the government of India when he translated his research into an anthrax project for a very nationally important product that he developed. So Professor Bhatnagar, you are a role model, and great to see you at our Amity University Lucknow campus today.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. It indeed is our privilege to hear you deliberate on any topic, even in the least amount of time. May I now humbly request Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President.
If I can request, I think Dr. Selvamurthy's camera is off. He is these days so much on television channels speaking about Chandrayaan. And maybe I will go now because, Dr. Selvamurthy, are you there? Because I need to leave in about 10, 15 minutes. Dr. Selvamurthy, one or two lines from you, then I'll share some thoughts and then we'll let the program continue. Great, Dr. Selvamurthy.
I'm there.
Yes.
So first of all, compliments to the Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhanji, the founder president, who have steered this program, because we attach a lot of importance for the doctoral students. And this is the highest degree, university awards. So that is why all our universities have been given instructions to be very meticulously maintain this sanctity of this highest degree. So also, I welcome all the doctoral students. You are going to be the future of India as well as future of world. So prepare yourself, equip yourself with knowledge, skills, soft skills, as well as resilience to face challenges and make a mark in life. So your presence here is recharging us in terms of our confidence level. India will become a developed nation as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Founder President. So this is already happening, but you have a big role to make it happen faster. And so thank you, sir. And you all have celebrated this Chandrayaan mission. I just want to take only one more minute. A lot of researchers like you have contributed. The people, PhD thesis, which has contributed to guidance, laser gyroscope, and also the navigational software development. There's numerous technologies have gone from PhD scholars who worked for the space, and that is why anything you can achieve, what you desire, you can manifest. So my blessings, our blessings to you. And this is the most opportune time. You are doing doctoral program at a time, India is in a vibrant condition. India is in an exuberant situation. India is growing exponentially. So the expectations of the nation from our country has gone, and you are going to set a model. India is going to set a model for the doctoral students. Amity will give the best blueprint, which can also be a part of this Indian model for the whole globe. Thank you, Chancellor Sir, for inviting me to share a few words.
As everyone knows, Dr. Selvamurthy is the president of the Amity Science Technology Innovation Foundation, also Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh in Raipur. And these days, he has been very solicited and coveted by many TV channels, being one of the foremost experts to talk about the Chandrayaan mission to the moon. Dr. Selvamurthy, can you just add one or two more lines about opportunities for doctoral work at Amity in defense technology and space technology, because these two areas are growing more and more in research and PhD programs. And there are many scholars online. Some of them may just want to hear briefly about defense technology and space technology PhD opportunities.
Amity was the first one to start a MTech program in defense technology in collaboration with the DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, where I served for 40 years the country through DRDO. And this program is something unique, unlike the other MTech program. First 1 year is the theoretical coursework in the university, and the next one year, which is the part of the MTech, the third and fourth semester, is going to be in a laboratory of the DRDO or in a defense industry, doing a real-time the development of a product, system, or a subsystem, or a component, or a device. So this is a very unique program where the hands-on experience is more emphasized rather than only a classroom teachings and also doing experiments in the laboratory. This will be a practical experience, and this will prepare a deployability of a scholar, MTech scholar, when he passes out, is ready to be deployed on the job, and he will start developing the defense technology. So Amity has started in 7 verticals: combat vehicles, aerospace, then we have the naval systems, directed energy weapon, high energy materials, and also we have sensors, communications, and AI and cyber security. These are the 7 verticals. So we have created for defense technology. And also we have started first time in the country, BTech, MTech integrated program in defense technology. Then with regard to space science, you will be happy to know Amity University has a separate dedicated Amity Institute of Space Technology, Space Science and Technology. So this institute, when Dr. Ashok Chauhan started university, Amity University in 2005, he thought of space research, importance of space research, and he established this as way ahead as 2005 when we became university. And in this, not only we produce the scholars from BTech, MTech, and also PhDs, but what we do is outstanding research. You'll be happy to know the first biological payload before Gaganyaan goes into, the human goes into space, the first biological payload is going from Amity University, Maharashtra, Mumbai. That is callus of a plant as well as a bacteria. We are putting it as a payload, which is going through a PSLV of the ISRO mission. So you'll be happy to know that. Second thing is we have established a Mars analog station in Ladakh, which will simulate the Mars conditions, because we are aspiring to reach Mars and also do inhabitation. So what are the challenges to simulate these conditions? We have established in Ladakh at 4,000 meters altitude, which is about 13,000 feet altitude, that we have established this facility, which will simulate not only terrain, climatic conditions, and also the isolation, monotony, separation from family, fear of the unknown. All this we have built there. So we are collaborating with NASA. We are collaborating with the Australian Space Mission, European Space Mission. They're all coming and using it. And the last part is that we are also building a CubeSat, which is going this year from AMISat, which is one of the dream of our honorable founder president for a long time. And this is being now built. Satellite is getting ready. And this is one of the 75 satellites in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. That Amity is sending one of those 75 satellites, student satellites, which will go into space. So these are some of the exciting things, and where PhD scholars are contributing immensely in Amity. And thank you so much, Chancellor, for sharing this.
Wonderful, you know, and one of the outcomes of this conference, which is desired, is to inspire young scientists, researchers to do more scholarly work. And I think these ideas and platforms that you have shared may trigger some thought and inspiration to many of the young people. Thank you so much, Dr.
So one more information, with your permission.
Right.
Amity is also hosting the G20 S20 event. I want to tell all the participants here, under G20, there is a vertical which is known as Science 20, S20. So on 4th and 5th September in Amity University, Noida, please join us. Who all want to use, registration is free, and the whole Amity is bearing the cost of the whole the program. And so please join us, where there is going to be four important sessions. The first would be a clean energy for greener future, then universal and holistic health, and third one is going to be science for society and culture. Fourth, we have added role of media in science and science for society and science. So this is another session we have added. So please join us, very distinguished diplomats from G20 countries. And we are also inviting all the top officials of the government of India from SNT areas. And we are also going to have distinguished scientists participating and sharing their views. So it will be a great pleasure to welcome you all at this G20 S20 event during September 4th to 5th in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. Thank you so much.
And we can share, Dr. Selvamurthy, that the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology has agreed to also grace the occasion, Shri Jitendra Singh ji. So that is a great thing. It will be a great event. So thank you so much, Dr. Selvamurthy. And it is indeed my pleasure to be part of this World Doctor Day celebration, bringing together so many brilliant minds and a galaxy of experts from across India and across the world. I'm seeing so many participants online from different countries also. So at the outset, my congratulations to Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, who with great passion and junoon has taken up this mission of highlighting the importance of quality in doctoral research. He likes to say, Happy World Doctorates Day. So on my behalf also, I wish you all Happy World Doctorates Day. And I would also like to congratulate Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar for hosting the event so nicely, and your kind words of welcome to all of the participants. When I first met Dr. Dwivedi many, many years ago, in that first interaction, he spoke half the time about his passion for PhD work and quality in doctoral programs. And I thought to myself, if someone is so passionate about quality research, quality PhD programs, then he has to be a good academician, he has to be a good administrator. And for the past so many years, Dr. Dwivedi, you have been working very closely with me across Amity universities to look at the quality of each of our universities as we look at accreditation and rankings. And I know the hard work you have put in, and you do every year, to make this conference a reality. So Dr. Dwivedi, my great congratulations to you. And along with you, of course, there are so many colleagues who are both there in person and online. When you were discussing with me, Dr. Dwivedi, who should we invite as the chief guest for this session, I had recommended that if you can get Professor Alok Rai the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Lucknow University, then there can be no one better. And after hearing Professor Rai and his incredibly wise and panoramic view of many aspects of doctoral programs, including that research is not only the domain for science areas, but also social sciences and all aspects of knowledge and learning. I was so happy that you were able to impress upon Professor Alok Rai the importance of this event, and you could invite him and he could make time. So Professor Rai, my great welcome to you, my greetings, and you are in every respect a nationally respected administrator and academician, and we are so delighted to have you here with us today. And I'm sure that all of my students and researchers have greatly benefited from hearing you and your sage advice on how to develop better PhD programs. Professor P.B. Sharma, who has been introduced, but I think it was not mentioned, he was also president of the Association of Indian Universities, apart from being the founding vice chancellor of DTU and the Rajiv Gandhi Technical University in Bhopal, is an amazing administrator also. He has been working day and night, particularly on PhD programs. And this point that research should begin at undergraduate level itself is really a point very close to the heart of Professor P.B. Sharma. And he has been really a proponent of this from day one that I've met him. And he has instituted that not only at his own university, but at many other Amity institutions also. So Professor P.B. Sharma, I welcome you to Lucknow, and I'm so happy that you could be there in person. When we spoke, I mentioned to you that although I will not be able to be there in person because of many unavoidable engagements today in Delhi, if you're there, I will feel I'm represented. So Professor P.B. Sharma, my grateful thanks to you. Professor Bhatnagar, I've already spoken about, but really amazing researcher, and I'm so happy that he could make it. We heard from Dr. Balwinder Shukla. Dr. Shukla, you are so busy. I know, how busy you are. Every minute and moment of yours is being stretched in every direction. So much happening at Amity University in Noida and other AUP campuses. But I think at your heart, you're also a researcher and scholar first. And I know the importance that you put into the academic programming of the PhD program at Amity University. So I was so happy to hear you. And when Chancellor and I were speaking, we spoke that your being in this conference would be very important, even if it is in virtual mode, Dr. Shukla. So I'm so happy that you could make the time and you are still online. On stage, we have Professor Kamar Rahman, who I affectionately call Kamar Appa. She spends half the time in the United States and half the time in India and Germany and other countries. And Kamar Appa, you have written a book about your life. I think it is required reading. It is a great book talking about not only your life, but also the importance of science and technology in society. And that is now being published in multiple languages. So Kamar Appa, nice that you are also present. And I was seeing that online there are a number of very senior people, from Amity, but also other institutions. I just want to mention Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, who is the Pro-Chancellor of Amity University, Madhya Pradesh in Gwalior. Recently, he has been promoted to the Pro-Chancellorship, and he will be chairing session number 3 today. We have Dr. Amit Jain, who is Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan. He will be chairing session number 4. We have Dr. Piyush Kant Pandey, Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh in Raipur. We have Dr. K.M. Soni, and also Rajesh Tiwari is on stage, I believe, on the dais, who is the Dean Academics of Amity University, Lucknow campus, and really a tremendous gathering of so many people. When the camera turned towards the audience, I felt very emotional for a moment because I saw so many of the familiar faces and people who are very close to me. And I'll just mention that I could see at that time Dr. Manju Agarwal, who was in the audience. I saw Dr. Kumkum Ray. I saw Colonel Mehrotra, who may have just stepped away now. I saw Rohit Kushwaha. I think he was wearing a mask, but I could tell from his hairstyle It may have been Professor Kushwaha, Dr. J.K. Srivastava. I saw Dr. Ms. Madhu Singh on the other side of the aisle. Mr. Saxena was there, and Pooja Verma I saw briefly also sitting on the far end. And I'm sure Professor Zaidi must be there, who I did not see. Dr. Yadav may be there, Dr. Jagbir Singh, and Brigadier Chopra may also be in the audience, although I could not spot them immediately. But when I see my HOIs of the Lucknow campus, who have really for so many years built up this institution with blood and sweat and with passion and love for students and scholars, I feel so very proud of each one of you who are the backbone of Amity University, Lucknow. And I know each one of you is greatly committed to PhD and doctoral programs. In Dr. Dwivedi's presentation, he said a few lines that I feel are very important. He gave a good overview of the importance of the doctoral programs, but just a few lines that stood out to me. He said, why do we have this day, World Doctorate Day? It is to recommit ourselves to the cause of society. I think it's very important. You know, when we have these days, when we come together to deliberate, we must not forget what is the ultimate purpose. So we are recommitting today, and we are all taking a pledge today to committing ourselves to the cause of society. He, in one of the slides, had mentioned that a good PhD scholar helps explore new and unexplored areas. I think this is very important, and I believe in this, that PhD programs and the research that we do must be to create new bodies of knowledge that have up to now not been explored sufficiently. And I know that so many of our scholars across our universities are working in areas to really dig deeper and to create new knowledge. Dr. Dwivedi again and again said no plagiarism. And I think this is such an important area. It ties into the concept of original thought and new knowledge. And in session 6 today, it will be deliberated on the role of artificial intelligence and products like ChatGPT, and what is the significance of that in today's world of education generally, but PhD programs specifically, where in a few seconds you can get incredibly good content on your fingertips, but not original content. So I think in session number 6, that will be deliberated. And Dr. Dwivedi, I would appreciate if you could share with me the conclusions from that session, because it is a topic that we at a global level are deliberating, that as universities and institutions, not only Amity, but you know, at a global level, what are steps that we as educators must take in this dynamic and new world. And I'm happy that the particular session has been framed as artificial intelligence as a tool for PhD work, and not necessarily what is often spoken that AI as a tool for plagiarism. So I think in a positive light, it can be a very useful tool, and we must see how to harness it and really understand how it can be used for good, and how we can spot if it is not being used in the proper manner, in the proper domain. Just a few quick thoughts, and there are many great speakers there today, and we are a little bit over time, but a lot of change is required as our country is changing. The way we do research, the way that we come together to create new knowledge must also change. And a few recommendations I would have is that continuation of research is very important. I was once speaking to a former DG of CSIR, and we were discussing, why is India not producing more Nobel laureates? Why are we not producing more research that is really celebrated on the global stage? And he had said that one of the reasons is that we in India are still doing research in silos. I think that is changing. I think more and more we are doing research in clusters. We are doing research in teams. We are doing research where senior researchers are collaborating with younger researchers, so that there is a continuation of research across generations. And it is only when there are many years and sometimes many decades of research done on one topic, where knowledge is handed down from one to the next that true revelations can be found. It was mentioned by several people, and Professor Rai also mentioned, and I'm very passionate about this, that we must do research which solves the greatest problems of our time. We must do research in areas that have relevance for industry and society in the world. We must focus on translational research also. And by that, we must all analyze and understand what are the priorities of our nation. And we must align our research programs to those priorities that can help solve the problems. So I'm sure there will be a lot of good learning and thinking, and these will be distilled in the declaration that will be signed by many of the people here later today and tomorrow. So I look forward to seeing that declaration and the pledge that many of you are taking, especially the young scholars, to conduct good research. I'm sure that that will be an important pledge that will remind you of the responsibility and the ethics of why you have become a scholar. So Dr. Dwivedi, my congratulations to you. All the very best to all the participants of the conference. And I have no doubt that the important deliberations will lead to outcomes. Our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhanji, always says, what is the outcome of the conference? So I think the declaration will be the outcome of the conference, and the learnings from what we do will be the outcome. So Dr. Dwivedi, all the very best, and my congratulations to you and the team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us your precious time and for being our inspiration. And how we wish you could have been here at Lucknow. Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day. No work is worthy without the blessing of our elders and that of a guiding light, our source of inspiration, our honorable founder, President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. His words of wisdom and blessings we have captured as our memorabilia for the conference in the souvenir book and abstracts, which we would be releasing soon. I would now request Dr. Payal Sen, Assistant Professor and Academic Coordinator, Jain University, Bangalore, to come here on stage for the adoption of the pledge. So, before we go ahead with the pledge, I'm so sorry. We would humbly request Professor Dr. Kamar Rahman to deliver her address. Ma'am is a distinguished scientist and the Director and Dean of Science and Technology at Amity University. Ma'am.
I don't know, I haven't seen the time, good morning or good afternoon, but everything has said. I congratulate Dr. Dwivedi. I am not going to say with name all the people, but all the distinguished people on the dais, in the hall, and especially Dr. Asim Chauhanji, who always speaks so high and so good. One thing I would like to emphasize, 45 students have done PhD under me. One thing I will say, what experiences I gained, that the guide should take all the importance. Guide has to work hard. One of my students who is at Rostock University, Germany, and he's running the whole bioinformatics department. He wanted to do PhD with me. I said, no, I don't know anything about system biology and bioinformatics. My knowledge is superficial. He said, no, I want to work with you. I have to read. I have to work very hard like a student. So I will advise all the supervisors that it is your duty that you should know the subject, you should provide all the facilities to your students, and you should see before taking any student that the work should be good for the society and for the country and for the beneficial of the environment. Because this time the most important and burning topic is the environment and climate change. So you all should think about that, and I must congratulate Dr. Dwivedi. He is working on such an important topic. And it's something very, very important. What you see slowly, slowly, the standard of PhD is going down, although the numbers are increasing. So it's the duty of the supervisor that they should take importance. I also thanks to Dr. Seem Chauhanji for his words, Dr. Silva Murthy, and especially Dr. Ashok Chauhanji, who works day and night. At times I am in United States and his phone comes. I say, oh my goodness, what are you doing at 3 in the morning? He works so hard. So you should all take advantage of that you are in an institution where people, the founder is working so hard. So we all have to work hard and see. I will not say what is my age, but still I'm working hard and I'm enjoying. And I enjoyed the talk which the Vice Chancellor of Lucknow University gave and the manner he described the stories. At times, some women become very helpless. I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you very, very much. And I wish you all good luck. I will always say share. So I will say one share. As Asim ji said, I go to everywhere in the world. गुजरे हैं कई बार इसी दश्त चमन से हम लोग जमाने की हवा खाए हुए हैं.
That was simply beautiful. Well, when we have a galaxy of so many luminaries with us on this very special day, I am in awe and I must have erred somewhere. So I beg my pardon from anyone who I think I have not devoted the right kind of attention or said the right thing. So please pardon me. We are here today for a purpose on the World Doctorates Day, and that is to work together towards the excellence of creating a research environment where everybody excels. So we now have the adoption of the pledge, for which I invite Dr. Payal Sen.
Indeed, a privilege for me to be part of this great cause. Thank you so much for the opportunity given. May I now request everyone present here to please rise for the pledge. The conference kit contains a copy of the pledge which you all may like to refer to, and would request all of you to please repeat after me. So here it goes. Where you see the dotted line, I would request all of you to please say your names. I, your name please, as a doctorate and being an educated and enlightened person, solemnly and sincerely promise with a firm and steadfast resolution, without any equivocation and mental reservation, to apply my knowledge for upholding high ethical standards in all public activities and deeds and private endeavors, promoting a spirit of understanding and good fellowship among the people of the world, demonstrating compassion and empathy for the disadvantaged and differently abled persons, advancing sustainable development and social progress in the world, transforming social perception towards ever increasing importance of scholarship in pursuit of excellence, encouraging adoption of good academic and research practices and professional conduct. Thank you so much. I think you need to sign in the end, and I think you need to submit a signed copy of the pledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. May I request all of you to duly sign the pledge and submit it at the registration desk once you're moving out for your tea. Thank you. We now move on to another very important part of this conference, and that is the release of the souvenir and the book, for which I would request the dignitaries on stage. May I request the books to be bought? May I also request the conference secretaries, Professor Dr. J.K. Srivastav, on stage, please, and Dr. Seema Paul, and Professor Dr. Mala Tandon to be on the stage for the book release. एक बुक से we proudly present to you the Book of Souvenir and Abstracts with an ISBN number. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Dr. Rajesh K. Tiwari, the convener of this conference and Dean Academics, to deliver his vote of thanks.
So very good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me for vote of thanks. Most Honorable Professor Dr. Alok Rai ji, Vice Chancellor, University of Lucknow. Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. Professor Dr. Kamal Kant Dwivedi, Senior Vice President, RBEF and the Conference Chair. Professor P.V. Sharma sir, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Haryana. Professor Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar sir, National Science Chair. Professor Kamar Rahman, Distinguished Professor and Dean Research. My HOI and HOD colleagues, dear delegates and students. It's an honor and pleasure to welcome you all, and I do so on behalf of whole MIT fraternity and on behalf of the organizing committee and my own personal behalf. First of all, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Chief Guest Professor Dr. Alok Rai, Vice Chancellor, Lucknow University, Lucknow, for taking time out from his busy schedule and gracing the occasion. Thank you very much, sir. You have correctly emphasized that why research matrices should be reviewed when you are assessing the quality of research or assessing the quality of researchers, because in various across the streams, the standards are different. I also extend my profound gratitude to our founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for his unwavering guidance, which has instrumental in shaping our success. Your great wisdom continues to inspire and motivate us, sir, to achieve the excellence in our endeavors. I also wish to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for motivating and encouragement thoughts. Thank you, sir, for being a remarkable leader, for inspire and empower us to achieve our best. I deeply grateful to our exceptional leader, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, sir, the chairman, MIT University Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus, and the chancellor, MIT University Rajasthan, for fostering his faith and giving us this opportunity to conduct this work conference at Lucknow campus. Sir's constant support and the encouragement is pivotal in all the success of the MIT Lucknow team. We cannot be thankful enough for C6 sir's enormous support in making this event a huge success. You are a perennial source of inspiration for all of us, sir. My deepest gratitude is also extended towards Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, the Vice Chancellor, MIT University Uttar Pradesh, for taking time out from his busy schedule and gracing the occasion and motivating all of us with her profound wisdom and the knowledge. I would like to thank to Professor Dr. P.V. Sharma, sir, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Haryana, and Professor Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar, sir, for accepting our request and giving us this opportunity to widen our knowledge horizon with the word of wisdom. I must extend our profound gratitude to our very own Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar, for his immense support and guidance throughout. Sir has been extremely vital in the perfect execution. He has monitored each and every aspect so minutely to not leave any scope of us to fault. Thank you very much, sir, for all support and encouragement. I will also take the opportunity to put on record my deepest appreciation for Professor Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, sir, whose brainchild is the Global Academy of Doctorates. The great wisdom and passion of Professor Dwivedi is at the core of this event, and from inception to the complete execution as well. Thank you very much, sir, for all support and the guidance. I must take this opportunity to extend a profound gratitude to Professor Dr. Qamar Rahman, Dean Research, Science and Technology, for being a guiding force for all of us. I also take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to SERV, Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India, ICSSR, Indian Council of Social Science and Research, DRDO, CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, for extending generous financial grants to us for conduct of this event. We extend a profound appreciation to the Global Academy of Doctorates, the driving force behind the organization of this conference. Big thanks to IDP Education Group, Corporate Security and Services, Batra Group, and BioWord for their financial support. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our dedicated team members from headquarters, Dr. Seema Paul, Neha Ambar, Ms. Nisha Ilyas, and Bhagat Ramji for their tireless efforts and unwavering support. I extend our gratitude to our organizing team member, Dr. J.K. Srivastava, my colleague, Dr. Mala Trivedi, Dr. Mala Tandon, Dr. Charu, Dr. Pragyan Dangwal, the program navigator. I am thankful to Professor K.K. Dwivedi, sir, for giving this new nomenclature to us. Dr. Manish Dwivedi, Dr. K.K. Singh, Dr. Kapil Shankar Tiwari, and all members of the subcommittees for their tireless efforts day and night. I would like to extend my appreciation to Mr. Gaurav Mathur, Director IT Systems, Mr. D.N. Singh, Deputy Director Administration, Mr. Ravi Sharora, AGM Accounts, Mr. Puneet Jain, PNIM, Colonel Anil Mehtra, Director Security, and his diligent team for their impeccable logistic supports throughout the conference preparation. A special thanks is owed to my organizing team and the stage management team and all the members of the operational committees for their relentless and unwavering support throughout the preparation of this event. Lastly, but certainly not the least, I want to convey my deepest gratitude to the students, volunteers, whose enthusiasm and significant contribution plays a pivotal role in ensuring the resounding success of the event and also putting the preparation in place in time. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm and a sincere vote of thanks to all our esteemed guests for gracing this occasion with their presence. It has been an immense pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request the dignitaries on the dais for a group photograph while we present the e-certificates to our guests. And I would also request the audience, the esteemed people in the audience, to all gather outside after this session for a group photograph. Keeping in tradition with no waste and sustainability, Professor Dwivedi is presenting a green certificate to all along with floral representation, but this time this is not in the form of flowers, but seeds, which our guests can go back and plant in their homes or wherever they feel like. Thank you so much. May I request now everybody to proceed for tea. The tea is being served for the delegates at the back of the auditorium. Yes, and before that, we'll have a photograph at the foyer with our chief guest and our renowned scientist here.
I think it is.
Do we have first session by Sarvamurthy? Is there?
Let me ask him.
Student side that the session is starting.
May I request our delegates sitting at the back to please move in front, 2 rows in front. MPhil, move 2 rows in front, please, quickly. Oh. Our chair for the next session is already here along with the rapporteurs. We are waiting for a plenary speaker to come and join us. May I request the venue management committee to usher in the students? May I humbly request Professor Sharma? May I humbly request Professor Sharma to take his seat on the dais, please? A very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back after the tea session. Our revered speakers for today have joined us. Professor Selvamurthy will be joining us online. We have Professor Sharma here with us at the auditorium. We're starting with the plenary session 1, for which we have the chair, Wing Commander, Dr. Anil Kumar Tiwari, our Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, sir. We have the co-chair, Professor Dr. Rajesh K. Tiwari, Dean Academics, Lucknow campus. You have already been introduced to our Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, in the inaugural session. So I'll take just a few seconds to introduce to you the co-chair, Professor Rajesh Kumar Tiwari. He's currently working as Professor and Dean Academics at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. He has over 26 years of teaching and research experience in the field of biosciences and biotechnology. He has acquired a PhD from the Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, Lucknow, and was involved in the research program of Horticulture Corps at the Central Institute of Subtropical Horticulture. He has worked with the Chinese Academy of Science for postdoctoral program on plant transgenic development, especially on the Reclaimed Chinese medicinal plant. Professor Tiwari was also selected by the Volcani Center, Israel, for his Mashav International Young Scientist Program. His research and teaching interests are genetic transformation of medicinal and aromatic plants, as well as horticulture crops. Professor Tiwari has 42 research papers, 13 book chapters, and several popular articles to his credit, and is the reviewer of several national and international scientific journals. He has authored 1 book, developed 6 patents, and completed 3 research projects so far. He has under him 6 students who have completed PhD and is working under his supervision of 7 students. We welcome both the chair, co-chair, and our revered speakers for this session. For this session, our rapporteurs are Professor Dr. Satyarth Prakash Tripathi from Amity School of Languages and Dr. Prachi Srivastava from Amity Institute of Biotechnology. With this, I humbly request the chair to start this session. Thank you, sir.
A very warm welcome to all the candidates, distinguished panelists, and other dignitaries to the first plenary session of this conference. We have the singular honor of having Dr. W. Selvamurthy with us. He's a distinguished scientist and currently is President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation and Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Selvamurthy has had a distinguished career with DRDO, Government of India, rendering 40 years of distinguished service and has been awarded a large number of prestigious awards. He has received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the President of India. He shall be expressing his views on transforming the future of nation and the role of doctoral studies. It's no wonder that our forefathers built the temple of modern India. What I'm talking about is the citadels of knowledge, the IITs, producing the best of the graduates and perhaps very good doctorates. While I was listening to our respected Dwivediji, I also came across a very interesting statistics as to some of the most powerful and the economically very strong nations produce some of the largest number of doctorates. The number is around 18%. The next in line was China, producing good about 16%, and India at 10%. There seems to be a very strong correlation. Not only this, at the peak of supremacy, US had about 35 world-class universities, followed by USSR, which had about 15, producing the intellectual knowledge. India has had its own share of great growth story, which is powered by our own intellectual growth. Now that the nation looks towards 5 trillion economy, now that the nation aspires to go beyond the normals where so many nations have not made a mark. In those territories of discovery and knowledge, what shall be the role of our doctoral students, our doctoral scholars? Sir, we are very keen to listen to you. There could be nobody better than to talk to us on this great flavor of transforming the future of nation, the role of doctoral students. Over to you, sir. A very warm welcome.
Thank you, Wing Commander Anil Kumar and Dr. Rajesh Tiwari, and all the very distinguished guests, dignitaries, above all the doctoral students, scholars who have joined us today on this very important occasion of the World Doctorates Day. So my congratulations to you all for organizing this, particularly Dr. Kamal Trivedi, who has taken this initiative to make a foundation. He founded this society to look into the doctorates. What are the issues, challenges? So my compliments to you. And also the Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for having organized this event in our Lucknow campus. So compliments to every one of you who are connected with that. Now, let me share some thoughts about what could be the role, because India is in a new paradigm, looking for, with great aspirations to become a developed India in Amritkal. So in this, what could be the role of doctorate students, doctorate scholars like you? So that is what I'm going to share with you, the exciting challenges and opportunities available for each and every one of you. Not only the scholars, but even the guides and also the all academicians and researchers, scientists. What could be the role in this Amritkal, what we can do? That is what I'm going to show, those challenges and opportunities available. Can you see the screen, Dr. Anil Kumar?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What a great,
plus 5 seconds.
exciting moment it was.
Lift off normal, P1 tracking.
R2 tracking.
P2 tracking. Stage performance normal. P4 tracking.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि
Let's clap. Once again, let us rejoice. This was a moment which I have not come across in my
भारतीय
lifetime.
मीडिया में तो इससे जुड़ी खबरें छाई ही हुई
Every
हैं।
one of the Indian citizens, not only in India, across the globe, they were all glued up to look at how do we do the soft landing. This we did because of science and technology. Science and technology drive the doctrines of a nation, both in war and peace. What kind of technologies you have will decide what kind of strategies you will adopt in a war. Similarly, your strength will be determined by what kind of technologies the country possesses. That is why you are important. That is why the doctoral students, not only in science and technology or STEM domain, everywhere, because there is no boundaries now. Doctoral students in whether management or fine arts or liberal arts, every student has a role to play to contribute to this science and technology development because there are no more boundaries now. So my appreciation, and this is the 11th International Conference. So this is a very continuous process. Every year, religiously, it's being organized by Amity. And we are so happy that this is continued by Kamalkant Dwivedi ji. Now, we are in a knowledge era. See, we have gone through agricultural era, industrial era, information era. Now we are in knowledge era. That is why the knowledge is going to power. Knowledge is going to be wealth. It's the 21st century is the century of knowledge. So you are going to create new knowledge. Doctoral students, what are you going to do? You are going to generate, understand, discover, invent, and all this will happen through your doctoral research. So in this 21st century, which is the century of knowledge, prepare yourself, equip yourself adequately, appropriately. India, certainly, as you all know, that we had independence as the first vision. But now a second vision has been given by Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, that we should become a developed nation by Amrit Kal, next 25 years or even before. We should become a developed nation, for which you must have an economic power, military power, knowledge power. These three are very, very vital, and which now the country is like what Mashelkar used to do, pole vaulting from one level to the other, be it in science and technology or in economic strength or military or knowledge strength. So this is going to be a game changer. The next 10 years, what we do as a doctoral students, the guides, the faculties, scientists, administrators, people in governance, we are all going to roll up our sleeves and then get ready for everyone to contribute to this, like what we did during the independence, where everyone sacrificed. So stretch yourself to your limits. Human limits is infinite. I'll say infinite, but you cannot realize. So let us all in this Amrit Kal, let us realize, manifest our fullest potential in all this domain where the doctoral students you are going to play a very important role. If you read New Scientist 2005, not just now, 2005, 18th February issue, if you just have a look at that, the cover page is like this, New Scientist. That is the name of the science journal, which you are all aware. It is India, next knowledge superpower. They never said India is the next knowledge power, knowledge superpower. And fortunately, our honorable founder president, he mentioned this in 1996 in one of the addresses which he gave in our schools in Sector 44 in Noida. He mentioned this much before. So this is what is Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder president who has created this Amity universe, that he envisioned India will become the next knowledge superpower. Then this New Scientist actually reported this in 2005 issue. Now, if you look at Indian statistics today, I want to tell all the PhD scholars, with minimal input of 0.7% GDP, where have we reached? What is your power, intellectual power? Is this what I show in this as an Indian statistics? Third in scientific publication in terms of number. Third in terms of number of PhDs which we are grooming in our portals of our laboratories, universities, and academic institutions. Seventh in Nature Index, which indicates the quality of publication. Ninth in patents, which is one of the important index of innovation. 40th in terms of global innovation index, jumping from 81 to pole vaulting from 81 to 40. And startups ecosystem, we are number 3 in the world. So space, now we have moved to number 4, not 5. We have moved a day before yesterday to the top 4th position. And also number 1 in space, we landed, soft landed in the southern part of the moon. That is the power of Indian intellect. Realize this, you have that power in each and every one of you. Let us only have to manifest that. India, when you look at what we have achieved through science, technology, governance, management, all this, your PhD scholars and research scholars have done all this in all domains. You have contributed. Agriculture, green revolution, a number of agricultural scientists doing PhDs on dwarf varieties of rice and wheat, looking into the fertilizers, pesticides. Green revolution came through the science and technology. White revolution, it came through governance, the cooperative management. So management is also important. Those who are doing doctorate in management, look at some disruptive, innovative management solutions. So the white revolution. Healthcare is another domain in which we have now, our lifespan at the time of independence was only 37, 38 years average life expectancy. Now it has jumped into these almost close to 70. See the changes which have happened. Healthcare delivery, with all the challenges, we are able to have improved healthcare delivery. Lifespan has gone up. And also now we are trying to improve the health span by integrative medicine of modern our traditional wisdom of yoga, Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, along with combining with the allopathic. We are trying to provide a better healthcare for all 1.4 billion people. Space, I don't have to say, SLV, ASLV, PSLV, GSLV, lunar mission, Mars orbital mission. All this we have done. That is our power. That is our power. In defense, missiles, Agni, Prithvi, Akash, Nag, Trishul, BrahMos, interceptor missile, Shaurya, Astra, and also many, many more missiles. Aircraft, the light combat aircraft, Tejas, sonars, torpedoes, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear defense, life support. Imagine the kind of spectrum which the country has produced in 77 years, 76 years. Now we are in the at 77, our age. IT revolution. The Silicon Valley was looking at Indians, and they are there now enriching the other country. Education, atomic energy, every sector of science, technology, it all happened because of many doctoral students and researchers, scientists, they have contributed. Doctoral students, you are here, that I would like you to dream that one day I will be among these galaxy of these Nobel laureates. Dream. Don't think that you have to only publish a paper and get you a PhD degree and then get a job. Dream big. Dream that India is hungry for a Nobel laureate now. Can any one of you become a Nobel laureate? You can. They are not coming from an alien, coming from another planet. Dream now. So when you are looking at your PhD work, aim that high so that you will be one among them. Or one among these technologists, Vikram Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, Dr. Abdul Kalam, and many, many more, Swaminathan. So these are the people, you can become one among them. All that what you need is, you have to dream today, decide today, and then work towards it. You can achieve anything. You can manifest what you intently desire and work for it. Now, universities should become cradle of innovation. They should generate new knowledge, disseminate the knowledge through education. You will create new knowledge as PhD scholars. disseminate it through conferences, publications, and also through education, then apply that knowledge to solve the problems and also conserve the knowledge through IPR, intellectual property rights. So this is how the Indian science will grow. You have that big role to create, disseminate, and apply that knowledge to solve the problems and create wealth to the nation. Why universities should become cradle of innovation? PhD scholars, young minds are there. You have the flexible ecosystem. And so an ideal university like Amity University is a good combination of quality teaching and extremely outstanding research. When you combine this, the right quadrangle on the top, ideal university, Amity always strives to be an ideal university, blending a quality education and research. Now coming to statistics, a lot of statistics were shown by Dwivedi and many others who talked about this, and we need to increase the number of PhDs produced, quality of PhD produced should increase. Now in the last 5 years, there is 60% increase in terms of the enrollment for PhD. And every year, almost about 25,000 PhDs are awarded. But all that what we need is maintain the sanctity, quality, because this is the highest degree a university award is a doctoral degree, PhD degree. Now, some of the important thing you should keep in mind. See, you should be a knowledge creator. That is what is meant for the PhD is. Whatever domain you are, you should create something new. You are not just only confirming, reconfirming. There are incremental advancement in knowledge. Look for disruption in the knowledge generation. Then you will be able to enhance your skills. How to carry out a research? How do you design? How do you manage a project? All this, you will learn the skills when you are doing your doctorate. You will pick up all the skills. How do you document? How do you publish? How do you speak in a conference? All these skills you will develop during your PhD. And you must also develop soft skills. How do you work in a team? Because today, science is not single, vertical. You have to work in a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary domain. So try to work across and then build team. You should be able to work in a team, not being a solo player. So all these are soft skills which you are, and also resilience to face failures, criticism, that is also required. So when you are developing these skills, the soft skills are very, very important. Please do develop that. Then once you do your outstanding research, then you will feel a sense of accomplishment. Your self-actualization, which Abraham, the Maslow's theory of concept of needs indicate the highest level of need is self-actualization. That will happen when you carry out outstanding research. Increased recognition personally and professionally. Why, if people are recognized for their outstanding research and you will be one among them, you will make a mark in life, you will be known eternally. Why do we remember Sir C.V. Raman now? That because he has done an outstanding research. So he becomes eternal. He becomes immortal. So that is why you can become immortal by doing an outstanding quality research. Credibility for becoming an expert researcher. Why I am called in a TV or speeches or invitation. Once you perform and do some quality research, people look for you, look after you. And that is why this is also doing a quality research like a doctoral student will learn this, because I did my doctorate from Delhi University and I was able to achieve many things. But science is not done. Research is not done. You have to live that. You have to live research. You have to live science. While sleeping, thinking, eating, every time you should be living that rather than doing science or doing research. You have to live research. So that also make it a, and tune yourself to a higher frequency. When you are a PhD scholar, we used to work 20 hours. I used to sleep in the laboratory, not going to the hostel and then sleeping there. So that is what research is not done. It is lived. Then the next thing is expand. You will be able to expand your professional network because you will be known everywhere. So these are some of the we should create all employment opportunity. We should ensure before a PhD scholar is completing the PhD, all the guides and the heads of the institution, vice chancellors, all of us, we should ensure he has a job, either a postdoctoral or he is placed. That is also the responsibility of a guide of the institutions, vice chancellors. So this is what is the culture Amity has. We enable them. Many of our alumni who passed out, doctoral students, are across the globe. We take care of them and connect with them for lifelong, which is very important for doctoral students to be connected with your alma mater. Research then and now, doctoral students, doctorate, for doing a doctorate was a big challenge during our time. For libraries, we used to go from one library to other. Some journals will be here, some journals will be there. And to get a reprint, it takes almost a month if you have to get it from outside. So many challenges. Today, everything is in your palm top. Just open your mobile and then put the keywords, you get all the information. So you have to do much more than what we achieve. The point is you are in a very technology savvy, comfortable ecosystem that every information is available on your palm top, which we had challenges. Laboratories. Today, most of the laboratories are outstanding, state of the art. It may not be there, but it's available in your neighborhood or in a different part of our country. So facilities are available, infrastructure, which we had problems at that time. And the conducive, congenial innovation ecosystem available today. And collaboration. You can even get some collaboration with US or with other institutions. Today, Amity has signed with ICMR, ICAR, CSIR, DRDO, many organizations we have signed. This brings a value addition collaboration. If it is not available in Amity University, our scholars go there and use the facility in our collaborators institution. So this collaboration is important. We have a guide from Amity, guide from one of the institutions which I mentioned. And so there is a cross-fertilization of ideas taking place. So here is a guide, there's a co-guide. This kind of thing will also improve your citation index. Once you collaborate, and those institutions will also, and we have also an external co-guide. That means outside the country, also we encourage people to have another guide. So this is all Amity's model, which we have created, which really paying dividend. We have published 40,000 research papers. 2,000 patents have been filed by all our scholars, faculties, and also even students. So this is what is Amity's research and innovation. And all the scholars, please collaborate with us. We network with us. We will be able to support you. Then two more additional things which have happened in the country with this government, under Shri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister, that national education policy is a game changer, which is looking at, and also the National Research Foundation. All this is going to value add to your efforts, doctoral students, your efforts. These are all policies which have science, technology, innovation policy, which was just 2 years ago, which was released. So these are all very, very conducive policies, ecosystem. You need to have the best practices in your own laboratories. Now, some messages I want to give to the universities, to the faculties, and also to the vice chancellors and heads of the institution. Let us remove bureaucracy. We should make it like ease of doing business in the country. We should make ease of doing research. Like when you go abroad, chemicals come to your place and very little efforts have to be made. But here the eddy currents, and also you disseminate energy in running around getting your things tied up. So let us create a congenial environment for doctoral students. This is one message across the nation I want to convey. No bureaucracy in science. It should be ease of doing science, ease of doing PhD should be there. So that will attract more students to more scholars, MTech, MSc, BA students coming for doing research. No bureaucracy. Giving freedom, give the autonomy, freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of action. Within the framework of our system, we should be able to give adequate autonomy and freedom to the PhD scholars. Then also raise the prestige of being a research scholar, like Wing Commander Anil Kumar will vouch. We have a prestige of uniform for the service officers, whether it is Army, Navy, Air Force, there's a prestige of uniform. Create that prestige for the PhD scholars. They should be respected. Then job security, we should ensure that all 100% PhD scholars are placed. Their job is secure. And they have either the postdoctoral positions or a job available to them. Then create the right environment, congenial ecosystem, forum to connect with each other. Why don't we connect? Amity can connect a national network of PhD scholars. Dwivedi Saab, Kamal Dwivedi Saab, create a national network of doctoral students, irrespective of the discipline. Then they can have roundtables in their own disciplines, and they can have subgroups, but let Amity take the lead role to create a national network of doctoral students who will exchange. There will be a bulletin board. You have a problem, post that on the bulletin board, so that any problem, there will be a solution coming from different minds. So create that, we will create in Amity. Then total quality management. This is for PhD scholars and all other officials like me, as well as the guides and PhD management system. We have to ensure total quality management, TQM, which is important right from conceiving the idea, formulating a synopsis, and also methodologies, all this. I don't have to define everything, but then create a TQM culture in the PhD. Then we must recognize our good performance. I have seen in Amity University, one of the PhD scholars published more than 10 papers out of the PhD work, 10 papers, quality paper, not that slicing into small slices and publishing, because they have done intense work. 10 papers, quality paper has come. Even Amity University, Haryana, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, everywhere I find our students not just only limit with one publication or two publications. They have many publications, quality publications. Award them, recognize them. It need not be only money, but even a certificate of appreciation. You are touching the intrinsic motivation of a scholar. So please create a mechanism to recognize awards, best performing and also good performing the PhD scholars. This will be a motivation. This is for all institutions. So then the PhD scholars should be made aware of. There are so many fellowship schemes available. These are, I have only picked up a few, starting from PM Fellowship and Fulbright, Jawaharlal Nehru. Please make this aware. When the scholars join your institutions, make aware what are all the fellowship schemes which can support their funding, resources, projects. So what are the project schemes available for scholars? So please open up, make them aware of this, either in their portal or the guide should make them aware of this. Now the challenges, which were also mentioned by the previous speakers, the scholar and guide relationship is very important. So the guide is a guru. So you must not only be a role model for your scholar, but you must be able to guide them, devote time for them, because you are going to create a science and technology future expert for the whole globe. So please realize that this relationship, let it be a guru-shiksha relationship, shishya relationship, and then make them better than you. So this should be the aim. Guide should aim for making this scholar better than his own achievement. Tuning to a higher level of industriousness. This is important. At this age of doctoral students, when you are doing that young age, if you are able to tune for 18 hours a day of work or 20 hours a day, when you come to the age of 60, he may be working for at least 10 hours a day. So tune that working culture of every scholar to that level of industriousness. Time management, teach them. How do you, if you have to complete the thesis in 2 years or 3 years, how do you manage your time? How do you digitize? How do you, this 24 hours a day, how do you preciously spend the time so that you will be able to achieve the minimum time, your PhD, bringing quality as well as quantity publications and the outcomes, patents, IPRs, copyrights, and everything. Create the awareness about IPR and also research ethics, which was emphasized in the morning session. Now, these are some points to ponder for not only scholars, but the guides for the people. See, select a topic which is of socially relevant. Okay, this is important. Blue sky research, yes, of course, you can do if it is something very exciting. But I would say that you must look for a socially relevant problem for which you can give a solution through the PhD, or you are moving towards the direction of giving a solution. The outcome should be either is socially relevant, or it should be wealth generation to the country by a disruptive technology, or it should be futuristic, which nobody has thought of. Disruptive ideas you should generate and then implement and show that, demonstrate, futuristic and something novel, and also something close to your heart. It is a personal interest, so that it should not only owned by your mind, it should be owned by your heart. So this should be, when you are selecting the topic, have this in back of the mind. Then before you do, writing the synopsis and all that, all this thorough literature, ethical, all this, the procedure, I won't go into the details. I will circulate this to all of you, so that I will request Wing Commander Anil Kumar to circulate to everyone. And so these are very important for research ethics. Is very important. You must have the integrity, which is important even in every walk of life. So even in research, that integrity is important. Maintain the logbook. Even if you have a negative finding, please record it. That could be the Nobel Prize winning idea. Don't shun away that. So I think these are all very important things PhD scholars should keep in mind. Now, Amity, just a few minutes about Amity PhD scholar ecosystem. You will be happy to know we have more than 5,000 PhD scholars, 5,000 in all our campuses. And we emphasize on total quality management. We focus our research, either it should culminate in a development of a product, technology, process, or a solution to the problem, or it should be able to lead to a very disruptive knowledge, very innovative knowledge outcome. This is what founder, president, chancellors, all of us here in Amity have set our research, PhD scholar research should culminate in any one of them. We have a comprehensive research policy, right from conceiving an idea till you get into the final technology transfer, commercialization. We have a comprehensive Amity research policy. We have a very well laid system which is totally functional religiously. SRC, Student Research Committee, Departmental Research Committee, Faculty Research Committee, University Research Council, all this function very effectively to manage the quality. And we also run training program. As soon as the PhD scholars join, orientation about all this research ethics and every aspect which I mentioned is oriented. This is important. From the day one, they take off as soon as they join the Amity. Then we also emphasize on we run courses on academic integrity and research ethics. We teach them in the first part itself. Plagiarism, how do you check the plagiarism? Then we always encourage what is Q1, Q2 journals, what is impact factor, what is citation index. All this should be told to them at the initial stage itself. That will cause excitement to them. Exposure through regular webinars, conferences, so development of soft skills, which I mentioned. We always give knowledge, we give skills, experimental skills. Please give them. We in Amity, we give soft skills. Communication, how do you present your paper? And how do you write a quality article to be published in a quality journal? And such soft work, how do you work in a team? And all these are necessary as soft skills for a successful PhD scholar, which Amity gives. Now, finally, this is I want to convey to all the, not only PhD scholars, but also to all the academicians, scientists who are sitting here. First time in the world, our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, pronounced scientific social responsibility. In the morning at the inaugural session, we talked about corporate social responsibility. But now our Prime Minister, first time in the Indian Science Congress, 107th Indian Science Congress, he mentioned all of us have a scientific social responsibility. It doesn't mean only that I am doing something relevant to society, so it is scientific social responsibility. No, if I am going as a chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh, going to a remote school in Raipur or a tribal area, and I talked to the students about space. How did Chandrayaan-3 happen? This is going beyond the call of my duty. That is scientific social responsibility. So if I write a vernacular article about the success of the Chandrayaan mission in Tamil, then it is a scientific social responsibility. It's not, I'm not mandated to do that. This is scientific social responsibility. So look at the policy. As soon as he announced this, then I was made the chairman to formulate the national policy by Government of India. And I made the, I along with my team members were able to give a national policy on scientific social responsibility, which is there in the website of DST, and which was released by the minister on the occasion of Technology Day, 11th May 2022, and you will be able to see it. Let us all implement them. If you implement, imagine the number of PhD scholars, number of guides, number of faculties, number of academicians. If we devote 10 man days or 10 human days, 10% days, 1 year, imagine what kind of impact we'll be able to do. Everybody talks about lab to land, but now this policy mentions land to lab and then land and back to land. So this is what is the policy, so that we will be doing something socially relevant. We will make the impact of our doctoral research felt on the society. Now, some of the message, I have 3 more slides. Focus on translational research, because as was mentioned, with the minimal input of financial resource, we always do basic research, applied sciences, applied research. Now we need more translational research. Don't stop with what you get the outcome of your PhD work. You become an entrepreneur. Take the technology or a process and what is the outcome of your PhD work. Become an entrepreneur. Have a startup. So translational research is very important, so that you translate that knowledge outcome of your PhD work into an application. So translational research, look for product, technology, process, or a solution to the problem. So Amity has started a separate Amity Institute of Translational Research. And also we have told all our university campuses that we should do basic the apply, but also focus on translational research, which will lead to $5 trillion economy. And every year, $1 trillion economy being added will come through the translation. Disruptive potentials are very important. Realize the disruptive potentials. And also ideation to commercialization. You should have the blueprint in your mind already. Technology advancement and job creation. You should create job and incubating. We have an incubator, Amity Incubator, looked after by our Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhan. And we have incubated more than 5,000 companies there. And many startups are doing very well. So we are looking for unicorn to come from our own startups, Amity startups. We have Amity Venture Capital. So you doctoral students, if you have a brilliant idea, brilliant outcome from your doctoral work, come to Amity. If it is, we will evaluate how we can handhold you to translate that, and then industry connect, financial support for your research, for translation and realization as a startup. We'll be able to look at that. Then finally, think, create, and innovate. That's the message I want to give. And this is the message which Honorable Prime Minister gave. Science must meet the rising aspirations of the people. The people today, after seeing Chandrayaan-3, everyone wants to be the global superpower, which you can do that. You can contribute to that transformation of India as not only knowledge superpower, but as a global superpower. By 2030, we will be among the top 3 countries in science and technology, which you can do and we will do. Now, the last slide from our own leader, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder president, who lives innovation, who eats innovation, who sleeps innovation. For him, innovation is the junoon, the passion. And he spends more time with scientists, technologists, academicians talking about research. And even today, the S20, G20 event, which Amity is hosting in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, he is spending a lot of time going into nitty-gritties. Who should be invited? What should be the structure of the program? How it should be implemented? How do we make it as a mega event, S20 mega event? So he always keeps thinking about this. And he says, And I can say with pride that my scientists, my researchers move with this confidence that they will do wonders, will add to the growth of the nation, and this will help making India not only a knowledge superpower, but also a general superpower. Unquote, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder president of the whole Amity universe, which is 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, 200,000 students currently in all our campuses, 700,000 alumni across the globe, and we are creating the future global citizens who are endowed with knowledge, including spiritual knowledge, skills including soft skills, behavior, sanskars, values, and also resilience to face challenges in one's life. So these future global citizens will create a new India and also a new world, healthy, happy world. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I took a little longer time, but I thought I should convey the message. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I wish I was personally there to meet all my brilliant doctoral students who have come from different institutions. But unfortunately, because I'm busy with the G20, S20, where I'm the chair under the leadership of Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the president, I am unable to be there personally, but certainly it is a great opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You are as inspiring as ever, sir, for such a comprehensive coverage of transforming the future of nations, the role of doctoral studies. Great ideas come from great people. And next in series we have is an eminent speaker, Professor P.B. Sharma, who's the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Haryana. He has been a chairman of Central Counseling Board of MHRD, an expert member of the Central Division Board of Education. He has served as founder Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Bhopal. Professor Sharma has been conferred with numerous awards, honorary degree of Doctorate of Engineering from his alma mater, University of Birmingham in 2013. He has been the former president of Association of Indian University. We are indeed delighted and honored to have you over here, sir. You shall be giving us an insight into doctoral research in the new age.
Chairman, sir, you can skip my introduction. I see the hungry faces in front of me.
So please give us bliss of learning.
We are running short of time, ladies and gentlemen, and yet the context in which we have assembled here in this august auditorium compels us to spend a few more minutes before we rush for lunch today. Let me begin by saying that people like me would have not done doctorate had I was not told by the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, of which I was a member during my master's degree, that even 100 master's degrees are not equivalent to one PhD. जब मेरे से ये कहा गया तो मैंने कहा फिर तो PhD करना पड़ेगी, otherwise people will not take me seriously. I would have also not done my doctorate because I knew that Sir C.V. Raman, about whom we have tremendous amount of respect and pride, the most illustrious son of Mother India who received the Nobel Prize for the work which he had done, he did not earn any PhD either. So don't be too much under the illusion that only the doctorate would make you to innovate and excel and earn the pride and prestige for you. You could do without it. But what is most important is that those who submit to research and innovations and to the service to the motherland must have that sense of commitment and pride and sense of responsibility to ensure that whatever they do with utmost sincerity, commitment, and conviction. And that is why in my short presentation of about 8 to 10 minutes, I will quickly rush through my slides, which I have prepared with tremendous amount of passion and with great sincerity. Moving to the next one here, I've purposefully chosen the topic, the doctoral research in the new age. And in this new age, we need to create the bright and blissful future, not only for us here in India, for 140 crore plus people, which we are, 17% population of the world as of today, but also for the entire humanity, because the whole world is looking towards India to have the meaning and purpose of research much more different than what the purpose discovered so far, under the guidance of our Western friends. We have certainly done very well in our, you could be moving, go to the next one if you can. Because these are Bluetooth devices. I have to focus here, I think, in order to go to the next one. Unless the battery has gone short. You can move from there. I think I'll give you an indication quickly. Go to the next one. Moving quickly to understand the value and worth of doctorate, I need not say any more than what I have already said, that you are earning a degree that is called the Doctor of Philosophy. In our own nation, though we did not focus much on, go to the page just for a minute on Taitri Upanishad. Though we did not focus on doctorate, we focused a lot about Jnana, Vijnana, as well as what you call Pragyana. And I was so happy that the Pragyana is the name of the small vehicle which is now moving on to lunar surface to dig out for the India and to the world what really holds such a great promise for the humanity. Our forefathers said, Vijnanam Deva Sarve, Vijnanam Deva Sarve, Brahma Jeshtu Pasate. They also said Vijnanam Brahm. And they also invited us to go from Jnana to Vijnana, and by constant application and exploration of Vijnana, move to the layers of what you would otherwise call miraculous science or super science called Pragyana. And it is then and then you would understand how to create a bright and blissful future. Go to the next slide and see how it is to be done. People like Einstein himself, of course, created a history by putting 5 papers, and as early as 1905, calling it the year of miraculous publications without a doctorate degree. Of course, he was later conferred with a doctorate degree. Importance of doctorate degree cannot be overemphasized at a time when we are trying to move the mountains on the strength of research and innovation and the power of innovation and research that we now understand so well. Go to the next one for a minute. The importance of doctorate degree cannot even be further emphasized. The great multinational in fact, around the world understood the value and worth of doctorate. They translated doctorate into the IPR, and they translated IPR into the great economic strength of the nation. In India, we are coming to grip about it. Our forefathers made no IPR of what they did. The great discoveries of science included, but they built a great nation. They built a nation where the GDP was the highest in the world. There was no unemployment. And take me seriously, people were healthy and happy. My own mother lived for 101 years without ever going to hospitals. And I stand before you also at this age without spending much money on my health, in fact. I should not say this repeatedly, but the kind of focus on science which our forefathers have laid at that time was to understand how could science be supportive of living a life full of cheers, of good health, of happiness, taking great care of the environment and the nature around. And that is why the rivers of nectar were rivers of nectar for millions of the years. That's why the quality of air was so good that we could call it pran-vayu in our country. But today we are struggling. In fact, despite all advancement of science that we made, great industrial and corporate that we built up, how to solve the monumental problem that we have created on the strength of research and development pursued from the campuses of the university. And therefore, the context in which now you have to see the importance of doctoral research is to go a little beyond. If you ask me why we have gone to moon, it's not just to make a headline that we are #1, but because we want to understand how moon, being so far away from the Mother Earth, is still such a great attraction to all of us. Had it not been there, we would have had miserable evenings, I can assure you this much. We want to understand how water can be compressed, and then the molecules of water, what you have there, reminds us of the great Augusta Rishi who said that I can keep all the 7 seas on the palm like this, which means the compression of otherwise incompressible fluid is possible, and our Chandrayaan is looking for that kind of breakthrough, the path-breaking science by which we would be able to understand how to save enormous amount of water which otherwise is going to waste tomorrow. And those kind of path-breaking exercises and research indeed India was known for. Go further, we are so proud that we have landed on the moon, and that too on the South Pole, first time. Before any other nation could dare, somebody tried to challenge us also that they will reach earlier than India. And you see, God Almighty is with India at this moment, because this is the century of India. This is the time where India has to take tremendous amount of pride in its own science and technology capabilities and lead the world to new frontiers and new horizons by which we could assure for ourselves and to the humanity the bright and blissful future. You can skip this to demonstrate how the IPR built the great economies of the world, which India is also trying to do. Go further. Go to the next slide. And don't, yeah. You see the context in which now, just click at that colored photograph of the world which you have just before that. The heat wave that is currently sweeping all across the globe, in fact, must remind you of the great responsibility that we have on our shoulders. And if we go with the business as usual as of today, applying science merely for economic gains, my friend, the future would not be perhaps such that we would be able to keep our head high as human beings. And therefore, the responsibility is far more serious. In fact, the whole of the world today is asking itself how to avert this existential crisis. Our forefathers, of course, were much wiser than us, and for them, the science was not just an ordinary pursuit, it was the science of life. And therefore, science of healthy life, science of blissful life, science by which you are able to preserve and protect the mother nature, and yet keep smiling and thanking God all the way up to your last breath was in fact the context in which our forefathers have worked. Go to the next one and see, but they were also very careful about the use of science. Vishwamitra, the guru of Lord Rama, transferred all the secret codes of the lethal weapons through mind-to-mind connectivity by asking Lord Rama in front of him at 18 inches away. Lakshman ji was saying, sir, jara जोर से बोल दीजिए, हम भी सुन लेंगे. विश्वामित्र जी ने कहा, ये तुम्हारे काम की चीज नहीं है. I have to transfer the secret code by mind-to-mind connectivity only to Lord Rama, who will use them judiciously only when they are required. And look at the time when the Ram Ravan Bar was going on. Lord Rama was having only a Dhanush Ban, but he was firing, in fact, missiles from the remote locations in the Tapovan somewhere where Vedic rishis, who were great scientists of that time, have prepared all of them. So you have mind-to-mind connectivity for transfer of the secret code and mind-to-machine connectivity to fire the lethal weapons from a great distance, from a remote location. Those kind of capabilities were there at the ancient India. We have a long way to go as Indians of modern time to reach to that level, but mind-to-mind connectivity today is becoming a reality, and mind-to-machine connectivity would also be achievable in the meantime. Look at the second example which I have put in there. Goddess Sita, when she went to Chitrakoot along with Lord Rama, Sati Ansuya was very much worried how this little girl, princess, will remain in the forest for 14 years. Who will take care of her? There are so many insects who could bite and all kind of problems could be there. Sati Ansuya immediately realized that she has a pair of dress which is antimicrobial, antifungal, having self-cleaning property, and this dress was presented to Sita ji by no one other than Ansuya ji, who was the wife of a great ancient Vedic rishi, Maharishi Atri ji. And because of this dress, Sita ji had no sneezing whatsoever, let alone fever or any kind of trouble ever inviting any physicians to serve her during the last 14 years during exile. Our own scientists at Amity University, Haryana, to whom I told this story, they worked on it by pulling together the might of physics, chemistry, nanoscience and technology, and microbial technology, and ultimately designed and developed the textile, which is antimicrobial, antifungal, having self-cleaning property. It is also anti-dust. So tomorrow you will have the dresses which will not attract any virus whatsoever upon you. It is that kind of capability they are asked for from the doctoral research scholars. It's not just a career pursuit for which you would be doing your PhD merely to become a professor or a vice chancellor thereafter. The capabilities of this kind are in fact achievable. Go to the next one. But then the point which I want to present before you, that even modern science, up to which we all belong to today, began with the science of life. This particular book, The Science of Life by Huxley, was published as early as 1928. And in fact, the entire focus of attention of modern science also was on science of life, on science of nature, on science by which you could create a happy and healthy habitat and happy and healthy future for you. But unfortunately, after the Second World War, we got drifted away from this purpose of science to serve to make science as a major force to create great industries, great corporates, and great economy. And we are paying, of course, a heavy price for it, unless there is a major shift in our focus. To understand the meaning and purpose of science cannot be anything other than the meaning and purpose of life, the task would not be done. Go further very quickly. I want to conclude in just next 2 minutes only. Keep clipping. Of course, we have risen to the highest level possible in terms of innovations, but do not forget that with 17% of population, we have only 3.5% GDP of the world, while our counterpart China with 17% population is having a GDP, which is 18% of the whole world. And therefore the task ahead of us is monumental and we have to cruise in that direction. Go to the next one. The next slide also gives you some statistics about how the economies of the world work. In fact, you can see where India is, but we are making a promise for ourselves to be a 50 trillion economy by the time we celebrate the centenary of our independence. It's a tall order, but it is achievable, and it would require tremendous amount of courage, competence, as well as the policies of the nation to move in that direction. Go to the next one. You can skip this. You can skip this also because India is now rising to the numbers as far as the doctorates are concerned. In terms of course, patenting as well as innovations, India is today at number 12, and we are rising very fast because each year our publications as well as patents are registering a great growth. Go to the next one. The doctorate in the new age, in my opinion, the new age has ushered a new era of digital revolution, which we all have unparalleled access to information and knowledge, and we have to judiciously utilize this. The doctoral research need to serve the cause of sustainability and well-being, in my opinion, more than anything else now, in order to create the kind of faith and respect of Mother India and its scientists. Go to the next one. You have tremendous amount of opportunities for utilizing the modern science for agriculture, for the green energy technologies, arresting climate change, but you have to move much faster. But do not forget that the solar cells of the kind that you have today are having an efficiency of no more than 22%, while you could design and develop solar cells of 98% efficiency. That's where the challenge lies. If we keep on simply remaining satisfied by deploying solar cells of 22% efficiency, Mother India would not be very happy with us, because the capabilities of science enable us to understand how heat can be transferred directly also into electricity, and how the entire spectrum of light could be converted into electricity. Currently, we are only converting the visible spectrum into the light on the solar cell which we have. So the same amount of, in fact, promise is there in the health sector. We have to serve the cause of circular economy, for which the government of India has already enacted a mission. And unless we align our doctoral research along the directions of the missions of our own government, how would we be able to really achieve the target of making India as the world leader in terms of science and technology? Unfortunately, the cause of circular economy is to be taken far more seriously than perhaps we are doing it as today. Our forefathers knew that there is nothing in this world called waste. For them, the waste was in fact truly a wealth. When I was born, there was nothing wasted in my village. Everything was recycled and reused, and my people at that time used to say, there is no waste. Everything has come from God Almighty. We ourselves will go back to God Almighty. Why do you call anything as a waste? Why not utilize it? It is that kind of future you have to create on the strength of new science and new technology. And it is achievable today, in fact, on the strength of the circular economy, but we have to learn how to make it work and how to translate as well as align our own doctoral research in that direction to perform and develop the capabilities of the kind that are required. Go to the next one quickly. Increasingly, we need to align our doctoral research program to strengthen the circular economy that minimizes the consumption of natural resources, maximizes recycle, reuse, and remanufacturing of goods and merchandise by utilizing the waste that we create. Go to the next one. I present before you that as a doctoral scholar, each one of you must practice the holy trinity of simplicity. Ultimately, your doctoral research must be so simple that even a common man can understand its value and worth and start utilizing it. You have to have the highest level of integrity of your research so that you possess with pride what you have researched, what you have drawn as conclusions, what you have developed as a database, and what you have really presented to the world community in terms of your publications, etc. And last but not the least, the reliability of the outcome is also as important as its quality, because if your research is not reliable, nobody will take us seriously. So the holy trinity of simplicity, integrity, and reliability must be the mantra for the doctoral scholars in the new age to which we belong to. Next one. Well, we have very many best practices in our own universities. I need not go into great detail, but we have created interdisciplinary research clusters. We are focusing deeply on science and technology relevant to our own nation. No wonder we have such an impressive track record of sponsored research. 99 higher-end research projects of total value of 47.66 crore are already with my people at Amity University, Haryana. Several patents have been filed and our focus is on quality publication. But at the same time, as a vice chancellor and as supervisors of doctoral, we are guiding and aligning our research towards the national goals and national objectives. Unless we do that, my friend, you will create advantage America, you will not create advantage India. All our effort, in my opinion, must be targeted towards creating advantage India, and advantage India will intrinsically inbuilt in it the advantage humanity, because what we are doing here for our people here is directly beneficial for the humanity at large. And therefore, this kind of translation is required. Go to the last concluding remark. Go to the last, next one. Keep clicking. You can skip this, you can conclude. Well, I leave you with few thoughts. Do deep thinking. अच्छा चलो आपने अगर वो छोड़ दिया तो it is said that good research lead to path break. थोड़ा तो पढ़ने दो यार ऐसा ना. It is said that good research lead to path breaking solutions of mega challenges, but don't forget that bad research create tears and miseries for the whole humanity, and therefore be on the side of good research. Quality and relevance of doctoral research shall ensure the fast track advancement of our nation on pathways of a bright and blissful future. Let the World Doctorate Day 2023 commit us to dream big, create a bright and blissful future. I submit to you. Next one. I leave you with the message by Bharat Ratna Sri Abdul Kalam ji, who said that my message, especially to young people, is to have courage to think differently, courage to invent, courage to travel the unexpected path, and courage to discover the impossible and conquer the problems and succeed. Make impossible possible is the message that Dr. Kalam has left with us. And you, as the young researchers of the new age, in my position, in my opinion, have all the opportunity to follow the path as laid down by Dr. Kalam himself. Go to the next one. Well, some of my own books actually are there. If any one of you interested, many of my thoughts are here. Go to the last slide. Well, I must thank you very much indeed for your patience hearing. I know the time is very precious. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this outstanding oration and deliberation. Your messages were loud and clear. That is science as a responsible use relating to ancient India, science of life, promise of great GDP growth, promise of technological transformative impact for well-being and bliss, circular economy at the end and how to make it work. You also talked about trinity of research. That, of course, is the holy grail. And I think I'm yet to hear somebody so marvelous. I think that deserves a greater round of applause for our two outstanding speakers. Thank you very much, sir. I would ask my co-chair if he has some comments to make or the closing remarks.
So thank you very much, sir. It's been real honor and pleasure to listen to the learned speaker like Dr. Selva Murthy and Professor P.B. Sharma Sahab. If I sum up in few lines, though it is very, very difficult to sum up these two great talk in 2 lines, but if I sum up, I would say that both of the speakers has highlighted that doctoral degree is not a platform to just create a knowledge, but if it is used wisely, it can also be used as a tool for entrepreneurial activities. Thereby, you can make the wealth as well. Of course, here the role of IPR is very, very important, because if your intellectual property is not protected, you would not get the benefit of your intellectual endeavor. So these things has to be kept in mind, and these 2 lectures are very, very important and very fruitful to the students, those who are sitting in the auditorium, because exposure to such a stalwart and exposure to such talk at this early stage would definitely widen your horizon, not vertically, but horizontally both. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be joining for the second plenary session after the lunch.
We will break for lunch now and reconvene here at 3 p.m. May I request everybody to please maintain the timing. We are running a little bit short. I would also request our second plenary session chair, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, that we would be breaking in for lunch now and rejoining at 3, sir. Thank you, everybody. Another important announcement. All those who have to claim their TADA are requested to approach the registration desk and do the needful. The poster presentation is happening during the lunchtime. The evaluation will take place during the lunchtime. So all those who have got their posters up may like to be there for their evaluation session. Thank you, everybody. Once again, a reminder to reconvene at the auditorium at 3 p.m. Thank you. Selva Mudri will
confidence to be done. People like
Selva Mudri.
Go to the next one, interdisciplinary research cluster.
Forming the future.
Deen, dana, deen, Did
Welcome back, everybody. There has been a slight change in the schedule because we were falling behind our timeline. We have now sessions 3 and 5, which will be conducted here at the auditorium, and session 4 and 6, which will be conducted on the floor just below this at the multi-purpose hall. So I would request the speakers, the co-chairs, and the chair to go to their respective venues. I will just read out the names of the chair and the co-chair and request them to proceed at the respective venues. For session 3, we have Chair Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, who will be joining us online, co-chair Professor S.Z.S. Zaidi, the repetitors Professor Dr. Syed Wazahat Abbas Rizvi and Dr. Mitma Sajdev. We have the plenary talk by Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar and the plenary talk 4 by Professor Dr. Krishna Kant Pandey. This will happen here at the auditorium. The session 4, which will start immediately at the multi-purpose hall, for which I request the chair, Professor Dr. Amit Jain, who's joining us online, co-chair Dr. Rohit Kushwaha, to be present in the multi-purpose hall, along with our revered speakers, plenary talk speaker, Dr. S.K. Varshne, who's joining online, and Dr. Rishi M. Bhatnagar, to be present at the multi-purpose hall right now. I would also request our delegates who are seated here on the left-hand side of the podium to please proceed down to the multi-purpose hall. Thank you. Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma has joined online. May I request Dr. Sangeeta Bajpai to conduct this session?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to Plenary 2, Session 3, which will be chaired by Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, Sir, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, and co-chaired by Professor S.Z.H. Zaidi, Director, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Lucknow campus. General V.K. Sharma, AVSM, is an alumnus of the erstwhile King George School, now called as Military School, located at Shimla. He had joined the prestigious National Defense Academy and was granted the President's Commission in the Corps of the Signal of the Indian Army, which he served with the distinction for almost 40 years. During his service, he held several command and staff appointments and participated in Operation Rakshak and Operation Vijay. For his meritorious service to the nation, he was awarded the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal by the Honorable President of India in 2011. Under his leadership, Amity University has been exponential growth and has been adjudged the best private university in Madhya Pradesh by CMI and Dialogue India. The rapporteurs of the session are Professor Dr. Syed Wazahat Abbas Rizvi of Amity School of Engineering and Technology and Dr. Mitma Sachdeva of Amity Institute of Education, Lucknow. May I request Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, sir, to kindly deliver his opening remarks and introduce the co-chair and the plenary speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I extend a hearty welcome to all the audience who are sitting here, and with the blessings of Honorable Founder President Sir and our Honorable Chancellor and Chairman Dr. Aseem Chauhanji, and under the dynamic leadership of Professor Dr. K.K. Dwivedi, and under the arrangements of Wing Commander Dr. Anil Kumar, who's made all this arrangement and have it functional at MIT University Lucknow campus. Professor Dr. P.V. Sharma, Dr. Silva Murthy, Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar, Dr. K.K. Pandey, and all the dignitaries who are online and offline sitting. The topic is of great relevance, that is to bring quality into the PhD, which we have all been listening to from morning. The most important topic is the selection of the topic for PhD itself, because from there the process starts. Unless we are able to select the correct topic, which happens right in the beginning and which gets approved during the university research committee meetings, unless we concentrate and ensure that the topic is of relevance, the research has got no meaning. This was emphasized adequately by the speakers in the morning, and these are the topics regarding quality which will be discussed today and talked about by the learned speakers. I would like to introduce the co-chair, Professor Dr. Asjadat Zaidi. Professor Zaidi is a licensed clinical psychologist with more than 42 years of experience in teaching and clinical practices. He is an alumni of Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, and trained in NIMHANS, Bangalore, and mental health development of Starksidle, Scotland, Glasgow, UK. And prior to joining MIT University, he has worked as a faculty in CIP Ranchi, Deputy Director Rehabilitation and HOI at Government of India, Executive Director NAB Mumbai, and Consultant Clinical Psychology in the Indian Air Force Station Memora, Lucknow. He has several publications to his credit and is on the National Board of Advisors of Annals of Neuroscience and Scopus Index Journal. He is also the recipient of National Award on Outstanding Work in Empowerment of Persons with Disability given by late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the ex-president of India, on 3rd December 2006. And he is also the recipient of C.S. Khan Oration Award 2019. So welcome to the co-chair, Professor Asjadat Zaidi. Now I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar. Of course, Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar is a known personality in the circles of academic and scientific community and generally needs no introduction. But as my duty as a chair, I would like to mention, as you are all aware, that he is heading the National Science Chair at Jawaharlal Nehru University, which has been bestowed to him by the Government of India, Department of Science Technology. Also, he is incubating a startup biotech company, Dievac Research Laboratories Private Limited at Jawaharlal Nehru University. And he is also known for developing or having developed the recombinant vaccine against anthrax. And he's been also the formal vice chancellor of a number of universities, amongst them Banaras Hindu University, Kumaon University, Nainital University, and last but not the least, the MIT University, Rajasthan at Jaipur. And all these universities have prospered under his able guidance and leadership. He is also a recipient of a number of awards, and he has also been a nominated member of all the three major science academies of India, that is Indian National Science Academy, Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore, National Academy of Sciences, Allahabad, and of course, he has been ranked 7th in the world in research on anthrax globally. Recognizing the extraordinary contribution in the field of research and innovation, he's been awarded with many prestigious awards and recognitions, and few of them are President's Award for Best Innovation by President of India, ICMR Award for Outstanding Research Work in the field of Immunology by ICMR Government of India, and several other awards. If I start reading his total achievements, then I think it will cover more than half an hour. So with that, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, sir, I request you to kindly speak on the topic, maintaining the standards of PhD degree in Indian universities. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. I decided not to use any slide, and I'll try to speak extempore without help of anything. No paper, no slides. The idea is to discuss quality of PhD in our country, which is a matter of concern for all of us who have gathered to celebrate this great day. I still remember when I started my PhD, I did not know anything about PhD. I thought maybe PhD means you have to invent something great and get a PhD. But gradually I learned what is happening in the country, which is, you know, very pathetic, and we have to share it. Most of the people do their PhD for getting a job. Am I right? You agree with me? And most of the people, once they get job, they are doing research or guiding PhD to get the promotions. But there is no real pursuit of science where you are trying to find solution of a problem which society is facing, and then you become a scientist. So I still remember when I was working for my PhD, I decided to do something to solve the problem. So how did I start? I'm just giving practical examples. During our time, there was no coursework. Straight away, you go to the laboratory and start working. So I decided that, okay, I am working in National Sugar Institute. I have to solve some problem of the sugar industry. Then only I qualify to get PhD, otherwise not. So in the sugar mills, what happens that there is a bacterium called Leuconostoc mesenteroides that infects a sugarcane juice, and it retards the filtration of the juice and eventually crystallization of the sugar. And you have to shut down the factory, steam it, and then restart, and there are plenty of losses of the sugar industry. I read about it. I thought this is a very nice problem to work on. And we worked on that and gave a solution to the sugar industry. That gave me a chance, okay, if I can make new products, I can make new solutions of the problem. I was not very sure whether I will be able to get a job after PhD or not, what will happen. I was thinking about uncertain future. So I said, okay, let me create some product which nobody has made in the country. I mean, what Modi ji is calling today, make in India or import substitute or whatever. So I said, okay, in the evening, we two friends used to make a lot of products. And eventually, at the age of 24, I incorporated a company. So what Modi ji is saying today, Startup India, I did startup at the age of 24. So what I am trying to say is that PhD is just not merely, as somebody was saying this morning, that you write any 150 pages and you send it to two of your friends and they say it's very good. That is not PhD. Quite often when I chaired the committee to select faculty members in Banaras Hindu University, I still remember geography department. I got the worst candidates. So geography people, I used to ask them that what have you done in your PhD? They will tell me all kinds of bullshit that they did this, they went to this slum, they collected this data, that data, and they found something. I said, whatever you are telling me, without doing it, I can predict that. So that's not research. That's obvious. So you should not be doing this kind of research. and your professor sends it to somebody who is his friend. He says, very good. He comes from the YOC. We have a nice lunch and dinner and everything, and you get a PhD. I said, no. When I came back to India, and this was to start a biotechnology teaching program in Jawaharlal Nehru University, I said, if we are doing biotechnology, we have to develop products using the technology, which is called biotechnology. And the very first thing we did, that, okay, there was an epidemic in West Bengal for this disease called anthrax. And we decided that let's make a genetically engineered vaccine against anthrax. I remember I went to apply for a grant, and the very first question I was asked, nobody has made a recombinant product in India. How do you think you will make it? So I said, there has to be someone who does the thing first time, and let me do first time. And I got the grant, and we did it. Technology was transferred to the industry with the unprecedented technology transfer fee. And I shared that money not only with my institution, with my students also, because they worked day and night to make it successful. When it was announced by Ministry of Science and Technology, you know, the news went like a wildfire, even up to Washington, DC. So Washington invited me to give a press conference in Washington. And I took 3 of my students with me. I said, okay, let's travel together and give this press conference. What is happening today, that in the name of PhD program, okay, let's have standards of PhD, some UGC write some rules and everybody has to follow. So what they do is that, okay, you have to do a coursework. Let me ask you, I believe in most of the universities, this coursework is just an eyewash. You don't learn much. If you really want to give a coursework, have coursework like IIT Kanpur, which KK Dwivedi and Professor Srivastav, they both attended. They used to get up-to-date knowledge in the subject, and that used to be the coursework. I remember my daughter did electronics and communication engineering and went to United States to do her PhD in computer sciences. After 1.5 years, she had a comprehensive exam before starting her research work. She was very nervous. I said, you are a great student. Her GRE score was 2380 out of 2400. Why are you scared of? Daddy, do you know what is the course for my comprehensive exam? I said, no. Anything which is known in the computer sciences, that is our coursework. No defined coursework. You have to know everything about computer sciences so that when you get a degree of PhD in computer sciences, you are authority on the subject, which doesn't happen in our country. What we do is, there is a research methodology course, there is a journal club, there is a, let's say, good research practice course, etc., which is just an eyewash. You don't learn much. So I would like to say that this coursework has to be treated very, very seriously, because people may be coming, students may be coming from diverse university. They may not have had the best coursework in their master's degree. If you want to bring them at par to give a degree of your great university, you have to first give them very good coursework so that you can say they are most knowledgeable people in that area, but which doesn't happen in India. This morning, I was listening to Professor P.B. Sharma and before that, Professor Silvamurthy. Both the lectures were very inspiring, and all the prescription they have given is wonderful. But I can tell you, I shared with him that even if we implement 10% of it, I will be a very happy man. Otherwise, I'll go to Himalayas, okay? I will leave science if they are able to implement even 10% of that. So India is very good in theory. We are able to say, make very good laws, but implementation is very poor. Same way, we make very good in theory that whatever I learned from Professor P.B. Sharma and Silvamurthy sir, but implementation part is very difficult. So when I came back to Jawaharlal Nehru University, I saw a wonderful ecosystem for research and minimum bureaucracy. I think I would like to re-emphasize the point, I think, which my predecessor has done. It is the biggest stumbling block in the progress of research. That is bureaucracy. Fortunately, I was lucky to go to JNU where there is a minimal bureaucracy. Still there is some. And government keeps on putting new and new bureaucratic hurdles. I think recently you would have heard that there is something called GEM, that you have to buy everything from government electronic market. And I can tell you, it's a den of corruption. I can share something with you that one of the librarian in Banaras Hindu University, he came to me that he has bought a switch. He has bought a switch for Wi-Fi on GEM. And he paid 15,50,000 rupees plus taxes. And the finance is not passing his bill, it looks very expensive. So the reasonability of the cost may be ensured. So the professor, the librarian came running to me that they are not clearing my bill. I said, okay, I can tell you what is the reasonable cost. I just SMS my vendor in JNU. I got the SMS, still I am preserving, 48,350 rupees plus taxes. And that fellow wanted to pay 15,50,000 rupees plus taxes. Is it not the den of corruption? I said, this bill will never be paid. So I would say that government is putting unnecessary bureaucracy. If you are a true researcher, you should be left free to pursue your research goals, irrespective of any procedure. I remember when I came to JNU, I started a new center, bioinformatics. That time the science was very new. So my people asked me, what should be the procedure to use this facility? I said, there should not be any rule to use this facility. If people come to you, just ask them, how can I help you? And the way they ask you to help, just help, that is the rule. So therefore, when I came to JNU, I thought, let me start a PhD program where we will be developing the products which are needed for humanity. And the very first product was a genetic engineered vaccine against anthrax. The second product is very interesting, which with the help of my PhD students, I developed. They got PhD, but they served the society. Dr. Lal, I'm sure Dr. Lal Path Laboratory, everybody knows here? Everybody knows here, yes or no? Okay. So he came to me that there is a company in the United States, they made a machine and it can test whether the person's TB is drug resistant or not. And the machine costs $34,000 and they sell a cartridge along with it, which costs 2,700 rupees. So every time you test, you need a cartridge of 2,700 rupees. And TB is a disease of poor people. So if I spend 2,700 rupees on the cartridge, I'm sure with all other costs, including manpower, water, electricity, everything, I'm going to charge at least 4,000, 5,000 rupees. And poor people cannot afford. So can you bring the cost to 500 rupees, So we took the challenge. And I tell you, we worked hard for 3 years and brought the cost to 206 rupees. In my opinion, that was the biggest contribution I did for the poor people who could afford this test. So now if 206 rupees is the cost, at the most, Lal Path may charge 400 rupees, 500 rupees. We tested it on 7,000 patients and it was better than the one which was imported from United States. That is what is called research. That is what, if we train our students, they will be problem solver of the society and they will get name and fame. Another thing we specialize in, and my students, get their PhD on that, is creating therapeutic antibodies. So what you do is, suppose you have a disease, for example, anthrax. You take the antibiotics, you can kill the bug, but the toxin which is produced is going to kill you anyway. So this antibiotic doesn't help. So what to do? So create a therapeutic antibody which can neutralize the toxin. So we did that. And we are able to treat the disease in animal model at the moment, but we are trying to create a humanized antibody which can be used for human beings. And all this work is done by my PhD students. So what I feel is, okay, this is the way, I think it may be applicable in your individual field, whatever you are working, but we should think about not surveying the population and getting some data and just publishing some lousy journal. We should solve the problem. Another thing, funding. I know that in biotechnology, funding is very important. In fact, when I came to Jawaharlal Nehru University, I think everybody knows that Jawaharlal Nehru University is a leftist campus. Most of the people are communists. So they asked me, what is your ideology? I said, I am a capitalist. They said, you are a capitalist? I said, yes. Telling me, why? I mean, because biotechnology doesn't happen without capital. So I have to be capitalist. Then only I can solve the problems through the technology which is available through biotechnology. And that's what we did. And we are always giving problem to our students with a problem of the society. We are using the tools of biotechnology, but eventually giving the solution to the industry. And we could get tons of money from the industry. Even today, I am a 72 years old person, normally retire at that time. But I decided not to feel tired and not to retire, okay? And we are still working, and Government of India was very nice to give me this National Science Chair. So I resigned Vice Chancellorship of Amity University, Rajasthan, Jaipur, and went back to JNU to do this work. Now let me share with you, in the last 8 months, I have attracted 5 PhD students. What are they doing? The most important thing they are doing is, we are trying to create an antibiotics which will be inhalable. See, most of the time you take antibiotics, you pop a pill or you take injectable antibiotics. But suppose you have an infection in the lungs. So why to send the antibiotics to all over your body in all the organs and have toxicity? So the person may not die of the disease, the person may die of toxicity. For example, in tuberculosis, you use 4 antibiotics, minimum 6 months to 2 years. So let's find a solution. So that's why we did, okay, neutralize the disease by therapeutic antibodies and humanize it so that it can be used for human beings. Since the time is very short, I am given 20 minutes, I suppose, and this is my habit not to cross the limit. 18 minutes are already over. So I would suggest that all of you, if you are faculty member, try to see what are the problems of the society. choose one which interests you the most. And as Professor Sharma was saying, that you have to live with the research. Whether you are sleeping, you are eating, you are walking, you think about how to solve this problem. In whichever university you are, in whichever capacity you are working, you may be vice chancellor, you may be head of the department. My prescription to you is hire the best faculty. Unless you hire the best faculty, you won't be able to attract the best PhD students. I did that in Jawaharlal Nehru University. I did that in Nainital. I did that in Jaipur, everywhere. I got the best people from all over the world and gave them and nurture them so that they establish themselves and they attract the best people to do work with them, and eventually they bring name and fame for themselves as well as for their institutions. So with these words, my 19 minutes and 30 seconds are over. So thank you very much for your patience, and I hope that we all will work hard to make the PhD programs really, really relevant to solve the society's problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhatnagar sir, for such a interesting talk. And especially with regard, I would like to congratulate you for having finished the talk bang on time, which is something very rare in today's world. And time is a resource. And you have been a role model for all of us to keep working with total sincerity, dedication, and commitment, which I think inspires all of us, including myself. Sir, some of the important points that you brought out regarding the importance of commercialization of technology and the importance of the coursework in which the zenith of knowledge must be made known to the students who are undertaking research, so that they know that these are the barriers and they have to go beyond that. Unless that is told to the students at a very early stage, they will find it difficult to do some meaningful research. So thank you very much, sir, for a very interesting talk. And I would request the co-chair, Dr. Zaidi, would you like to say anything on this? Dr. Zaidi?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Chairperson, sir, and Speaker, Professor Bhatnagar, for extremely good, informative, and very practical approach of the research. Chairperson has already concluded on this issue, but only few things I would like to remind my students or here, our students rather there, that sir has very categorically mentioned that your PhD effort should not be for your job or your promotion. It should be for solution of society. Your findings should reach to the masses, should resolve their issues, and should ease their problem in all respect. And it should be continuous efforts for betterment and betterment and betterment. With this, I think his paper was presentation was extremely good, and it was very informative. And thank you very much, sir, for your very informative things. Over to Chairperson, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zaidi. And now I would like to invite Dr. Professor Krishna K. Pandey. Before inviting him, I would like to introduce him to the audience. Professor Dr. Krishna K. Pandey is currently working as a professor in the area of decision sciences at Jindal Global Business School and as Dean, Office of Doctoral Studies at O.P. Jindal Global University, Sonipat, Haryana. Dr. Pandey holds bachelor's and master's degree in statistics from JNB University, Jodhpur. He also holds a Master of Business Administration Studies from Allahabad and an executive program degree in data science from Xavier School of Management, Jamshedpur. He has several years of academic experience, both in domains of teaching as well as research, and his research includes data mining, predictive analytics, small area estimation, statistical modeling, and he has been and there are several papers which he has published in applied energy, renewable and sustainable energy reviews, energy policy, energy economics, and Journal of Risk Finance, Emerald Statistics in Transition, amongst others. And along with several research papers, Dr. Pandey has authored 2 books and a book chapter on small area estimation technique and handoff management. He has guided 12 PhD scholars from across the industry and academia in different areas of his specialization. So Dr. K.K. Pandey will be speaking on the topic, the 3 pillars of doctoral research: what, why, and how. So over to Professor Dr. K.K. Pandey.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. I intentionally choose because I would like to walk and talk. It is very difficult for me to standing here. No, like a teacher, I never used to sit and teach. It is very difficult for me. So, and it is very difficult to take a session after Professor Bhatnagar spoke. So in order to grab the attention, I have to do something different. I can see many young minds, and somebody was telling me, this was a statement given by somebody else, that it is very difficult to, there are some statement which I would like to speak it out here. Never try to climb a wall which is inclined towards you. I hope you understand, huh? Young guys, young minds, backside. Never try to climb a wall which is inclined towards you. Never try to kiss a girl which is going away from you. And never try to take a session post-lunch. Because many of them, they will be trying to open their eyes with the help of matchstick box like Mr. Beans is doing. But their body, they're physically present here, but mentally they are somewhere in the near to God. So I would like to break that moment here. I thought when Professor Devedi asked and Professor Rajkumar asked me that why don't you go and present there, the university, the OP Jindal Global University, the philanthropic approach we have given, that why don't you talk about that how you are practicing research here. So I thought that in spite of telling that what it is, because a lot of things has been spoken, I don't want to repeat those things again. I thought that let me understand, let me ask this question, that what is research? And when we talk about this word research, people get research or PhD, or these two things are same or different. Whether every research, as a statistician, whether every research is directing or aligning towards the PhD, or every PhD is directioning or aligning to the research. If every research, every survey, everything, whatever is done by the data analysis is a research, then we should award PhD to all KPMG guys, all McKinsey guys, all Deloitte guys, all Big Four guys, those who are writing report. But they're not getting PhD. They are getting highly paid, but we are not providing them, we are not giving them PhD degree. It means PhD is different. So question arises here, what is PhD? What is PhD? Anyone? Young minds, backside. Now, first point is that you should be curious and you should be outspoken. Anyone would like to contribute, please? What is PhD? Okay. Answer has already been disclosed. Eminent professor, they have already told, and you are right. But I thought that PhD is same. I think somebody in the morning session say PhD full form, whether you do in law or in management or in philosophy or in psychology or in sociology, any domain, it is PhD, Doctor of Philosophy. It means what? It means you are thinker. Please, thank you. It means you are thinker of the subject. So when this question came in my mind, I thought, let me do something as a statistician. So as a mathematician, statistician, what they do? First step, let's assume something. I'm sure that you have been tortured by this process in the class 6, 7th, 8th, or 9, 10th. Let X value is this. Remember or not? So I would like to assume here. Now I would like to request to show the presentation. First slide. So I thought that there might be 3 pillars of research. First is what, then why, and then how. Now let's understand first of all what research or what PhD is all about. Please. So let's assume that the human knowledge periphery. Continue. Next, let's assume that a human knowledge periphery is surrounded by this 2 pi r. Okay. If I have a marker and pen, I can tell you, look, whatever it is inside the circle, let's assume that it is known to the human knowledge periphery. That is known across, beyond the subject, it may be anything. And whatever is out of this circle, that is unknown to the human knowledge, but it exists there. We don't know, it doesn't mean it's not there. It is there. But whatever it is within in the circle, this 2 pi r, it is known to us. Then what we do? Till the time we go for schooling, till the time basic schooling, elementary schooling, what we do? We learn a little bit from that known knowledge periphery. Then after basic schooling, what we do? We go for high school. Then after that, what we do? Bachelors. Now, you don't do bachelors in physics, in medicine, in history, in sociology, in psychology, in engineering. You choose one. That's why there's a 1 point you can see. So you're trying to go learn in one specific dimension. I don't know that many of them, they have many bachelors in many dimensions. But actually, still, if you look, the known knowledge periphery and your knowledge which has been imparted till bachelor, that's a gap. Next, please. Then you do further masters. And then still you are away. Still you are away from the known knowledge human periphery. That's 2 pi r. After completing masters, you have this much information. And what is the known knowledge periphery? That is far away there. Then how to bridge this gap? How to bridge this gap? Whatever it is written in master's books and whatever the research is being done, there is a gap. The book has written been, I think, 10 years or 5 years down the line, and the research, the contextual research which is going right now, it's different. How to bridge this gap? Anyone? Have you heard about literature review? Have you heard about literature review? This is literature review. Now you may press enter here. This part was the literature review. Now you can explain literature review, do whatever, but this is what literature review. The ultimate objective of literature review to inform you that what is the contextual right now happening in the area. So if you're doing PhD, if you're planning to do PhD, what you should do? I used to tell my students that you have to take, first of all, tell me 5 or 10 best journal in the area. Choose 5 or 10 best paper, which is right now, where they are working, what they are working. And again, I'm a master of table. Excel table wala professor, they used to call me. And I give him my template of Excel. I will also share it. And that has hardly 10 columns. If you blame that I have done literature review of 20 paper, I don't need. I need only 1 row filled up. 1 row. The column is the author, year, DOI, keywords, where it was published, which year, which volume, which issue. Then every journal have starting with abstract. What does abstract contain for? PPO, purpose, process, outcome. Doesn't matter which area you're coming from, 2 or 3 line, which is purpose. What is the purpose of this paper, research paper? Why? That is the purpose process. Second 2 or 3 line is the process, means methodology. What methodology is being used? And next few line is the outcome. What is the finding of this? And then 1 line right now people are writing that who was the beneficiary for this research. If somebody asks me that why don't you attend a conference and send abstract first, you may send your complete paper later on. I surprised how it is possible to write an abstract without completing a paper. But you can see many of the conferences across the globe, they're asking it for. That's why we don't allow to attend every conference to anyone. We say, go, we will sponsor. We provide SDF, staff development allowance. Apart from salary, every professor 2-3 lakhs, go attend international conference, but outcome should be in Scopus Journal. Although it is not right, we're insisting, but what we should do. This is what we are doing it out. So I'll not waste time, I have less time. So now when you reach at this juncture, this 2 pi r, this circle, then what we do? We try to push the boundary. UGC allow us to push this boundary for how many years? Maximum. Regulation says maximum 6 years, minimum 3 years. Now, one of my professor, I'll not take the name, he is a professor in Boston University. He was here in India for 3 years. And he says that, Dr. Pandey, I think we should tell Al-Qaeda office, Al-Qaeda, that where UGC office is. This is what his statement. He says, I think we should give the right address to Al-Qaeda person that UGC office is. I was not able to understand, but later on I realized that why he said, and he said it in 2015. He left in 2015. Now, so what we are doing, we are pushing this boundary. So somebody pushed 3 years. In the morning, we discussed the minimum time, permissible time for pushing this boundary is 3 years. If you are extra smart, 2.5 years with a special approval of Vice Chancellor can get it out. And maximum time it is allowed to push this boundary for 6 years. If beyond the 6 years, you're not able to push, you're not able to make a dent in this knowledge periphery, go, thank you. So what happened? You push, you focus, and you try to push this wall few years. And then what happened? One fine day, you are able to make a small dent in this knowledge periphery. Small dent, not inner side. Huh? It's a outer side. So small dent. And then what happened? The complete picture is this. This is PhD. Whatever Professor Bhatnagar was telling, this is the expansion of the existing knowledge. It's the extension of the existing knowledge into the domain. It's a contribution to the literature or contribution to the theory. If you're not able to contribute at the end of the day through the PhD, if you're not able to contribute or extend existing theory, or you're not able to solve a social problem, then this PhD is not a PhD. It may be a good, wonderful report. You may get lakhs of rupees, but it is not worthy to award a doctorate degree. I'll request if you can press one more button. Now see, this is PhD, simple. Can you see PhD, where it is? You have to do nothing. You have to make a small dent into the knowledge periphery, human knowledge periphery. That contribution is your contribution. That is your contribution. That is your drop into the knowledge of ocean. Examiner should ask, Bacha, which is your drop into this knowledge of ocean? Can you identify? It means what is the contribution to the literature? What new thing you have done? What newness you have added? If you had done merely data analysis, which I can do best, it is not PhD. This is the broader picture of PhD. And everybody is pushing this limit from their subject area. Somebody is doing this, pushing from the medicine, engineering, law, philosophy, psychology, space sciences. And you can see many dents are there. And somebody comes who says, I'm going to combine 3 dents all together. Multidisciplinary approach. And then that person get Nobel Prize. In the morning, The example was quoted for Amrita Sen, Professor Dr. Amrita Sen. I was lucky to spend time along with him when he was in India. We invited him. And he told me, he got a fellowship. The name of the fellowship was Do Whatever You Want. So he's a professor of economics. And when he got this fellowship, Do Whatever You Want, he did masters again in the other area and then combined, and then look what happened. I have a limited time. So did you understand now what is PhD? My 3 points. I'll hardly discuss 3 points. What, why, and how. So what is covered? This is what. So my point that what you think that PhD is nothing, you have to expand the existing knowledge periphery of human knowledge, known knowledge human periphery. You have to extend it a build. You have to contribute by pushing. And this is what George Bernard Shaw says in 1905 in his book. I'm not going to read it out. So we are supposed to make it. So what is covered? Now question is why? Why PhD? Why PhD? People says we want to get promotion, we want to get money, we want to get recognition, we want to change our name. My father have given name KK Pandey. I would like to become Dr. KK Pandey. Leave it. It's your interest. It's the personal interest. And nobody is interested in either you are Mr. KK Pandey or Dr. KK Pandey. It's your personal one. How this journey of Mr. to Doctor is going to add value into the knowledge. So you may have either personal growth or career opportunities or academic excellence, but the highest focus should be on impact on society. How your research, how through your research you have impacted to the society. That was a live example given by Professor Bhatnagar. If you are not able to touch through your research to the young minds, if you're not able to contribute something into the new knowledge periphery, please don't consider it as a research. That's a good work you have done. It is not a worthy award to PhD. Please continue. So I'm not going to waste time. So what, why cover? Why I can expand, we can talk a lot of examples are there on why. Third part is how. How is what? How is methodology? How is nothing? How is methodology? What design, research design? Oh, 90% time we are trying to focus more. If you ask someone, which PhD, what I'm doing SCM, structural equation modeling, this modeling, that modeling. Thank you. I don't require this. In PhD, the easiest part is methodology. This is what I think. Easiest part. If you don't know methodology, you can go to Gurudev, say, Gurudev, I don't know, please tell me. But you can't do for first two questions. What and why you can't outsource. Bacha, this is what? If you really would like to see the heaven, please die. You can't expect that somebody else will die and then I will see the heaven. It means what? What and why need to derived. And problem identification is a journey. If a student comes to you and says, sir, please give me a topic, he's not the right student for the PhD. You can say, very good, you are a very good person, go do excel in your life. It means what? When somebody wants to do PhD, they should be able to understand what and why. And how to do it, that's a process. I think there's a parallel session going on AI. Otherwise, next time I'll talk on AI, how you can enable AI to identify this problem statement very easily. So in how, I'd like to finish within 5 minutes that why, how is important. I'll not read anything, go. So please continue. So if I ask you a question, again, young minds, if I tell you the shape or size of Earth is flat, what you might be thinking? Kuch to bolo yaar. If I tell you that shape or size of Earth is flat, what you might be thinking? You don't think. You might be thinking, how come he became Dean of Office of Doctoral Studies? How come he can be a doctor? He don't know that the shape or size of Earth is not flat. Who made him doctor? Who awarded him doctor? Bluntly, you should. You're right. Then how come somebody in the initial thought that shape and size of Earth is flat? Why they thought it? Kuch to bolo. So initially, they thought. Now they realize through exploration, it is not. So earlier they was not aware. Now they are aware. Tell me whether there is any change in the real shape or size of the earth. Whether there is any change in the real shape or size of the earth. No, it is. Then what does change? The thought process, the belief. Research should do this. And how come? Why methodology important? There are different ways. If I ask you a question, how do you know that? How do you know that what you know? Tongue twisting, but if I ask that, how do you know that what you know? Then there are several ways of doing. So there are several ways are informal observation, then selective observation, then authoritative learning, then overgeneralization, then research method. I have one example only. I'll tell you with the example. So when I was in Dehradun, and I was a professor and head of research, I used to spend time in the evening with my kid, Yatharth. He was 3-year-old, and I used to motivate him that don't waste food every time. He says, one chapati, very challenging, Yatharth. You're young, finish it. And I use a Hindi slang, Jawano, khij jao, finish kar do. One day in the evening when I came back, my wife was annoyed. I thought, what happened? I checked my calendar. I have not forgot my marriage anniversary, neither her date of birth, not anything. Then I had encouraged and asked, what happened? Why? He says, now you should control on your tongue. What you're talking about in front of the kid? I asked, what happened? Tell me, please. He says, today Sanika's mother, Sanika was one daughter's, neighbor's daughter. Today Sanika's mother came to our house. I offer her tea and cookies. And your son, he says, when she denied, your son, he says, Auntie Javano, khijo, khajo. I could laugh. But this is informal observation. This is what informal observation. There's a biasness in this. There is a biasness in this. For example, let's suppose that, what is a good name? The person who is holding camera. Yeah. Huh? Abhishek, I know that you have n degree of freedom. So you have not lost your degrees of freedom right now. That is, in statistics, we say as number of linearly dependent variable increase, we lose that many degrees of freedom. So I lost my first degree of freedom when I got married in 2007. Understand now? So you have n degree of freedom, not n-1, not n-2, and don't go then n-3. That is not allowed. Okay. So let's suppose he would like to lose his first degree of freedom. And for losing first degree of freedom, you started dating someone. You spend your entire time with that person. And one of your friend, Abhishek's friend is, what is your name? Huh? Farhan. Farhan says, every Saturday, Sunday, you are investing there. Why don't you spend some time along with us? So one Saturday and Sunday, Abhishek did courage, sir. And he says, this Saturday, Sunday, I have very urgent meeting with my friends. And he was boozing in the party. And the lady with whom he was supposed to marry, she came. He says, Abhishek, you are here? Now she recall everything. Whatever mistake Abhishek has done in his entire life, within few seconds, everything. She forgot everything positive. Third point, selective observation. Again, bias. So if you made your mind, if you wear a conceptual lens through which you want to see what you want to see, that's wrong. So then what happened, Abhishek? You can tell later on. And then she was crying by taking shoulder of that lady who's sitting, look, beside it. She was crying. And then what statement she has given, you know? Overgeneralization. With one sample, small array estimation, with one sample, you have generalized for entire population. Good. These all method, authoritative learning is also similar method. These all method are a biased one. They have some sort of inherent bias. And that's why we require a systematic way, a systematic inquiry, a process. And that's why we require research methods. I'm not going to talk on research method. That is equally important, but what and why of research is more important. Please. So leave it now. People have different perception of research in mind. You may start from, look, that when you start your project, first rejection, second rejection, and look that viva stage, if a reviewer give a comment. So you have either this perception of research in your mind, or you have this perception. These are the reality. But what I think from my point of view, I would like to show you the last slide. I think this is what I think. I think this is what the role of guide. This is a researcher. That's the role of university, provide platform, and you have to go through and this journey every time, define, do it. And then you will be a scientist, a researcher who can contribute. So be ready, because if you really want to create a difference, first of all, spread the knowledge. I was discussing with Professor Bhatnagar that what actually this Vidya is all about. Na chaurre haryam, na cha bhrat bhajam, na cha bharakari, ve krite vardhate eva nityam vidya dhanam sarvadhanam pradhanam. As much as you spend, you will learn. It also says what? Vidya vivakaya dhanam madaya shaktim paresham parapidanaaya khalasya sadho viparitame tad jnanaya danaya cha rakshanaya. You have.
Professor KK Pandey, please try and wind up within the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes, done. So if you have knowledge, don't use for vivad, vidya vivadaya, dhanam madaya, shaktim paresham parapidanaaya, khalasya sadhu viparitame tat jnanaya danaya cha rakshanaya. The ultimate objective of research is to spread the knowledge, help others, and try to contribute to the society. Thank you very much. I have done from my side. This is you defending your thesis.
Thank you very much. Professor KK Pandey, you rightly brought out the importance of domain knowledge, knowing the edge of the human knowledge, and trying to break the barrier and creating new knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you.
PhD is all about.
Thank
and you rightly brought about the various aspects leading to ethics.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have time for, we can devote, I think, about 10 minutes or so for questions and answers. The first question I would like to ask, which I got on my WhatsApp number from one of the audience, is for Professor Dr. Bhatnagar. And the question is that today, most of the universities have about 300 or more students doing PhD, and about the number of supervisors who are guiding them. And sometimes there's always a conflict between the supervisors and the students, that the students feel that it is difficult to get new knowledge created or to do something entirely new which the world does not know for 300 students or maybe more in some of the bigger universities. And for the teachers, taking into account the practicality of the situation, is it really possible that every PhD results in a new knowledge? That's the question to Dr. Bhatnagar, sir.
I think, as my friend has, Dr. Pandey has told, it's not creation of entirely a new knowledge. Even if there is an incremental increase in knowledge, that's good enough, because knowledge is a big ocean. You cannot create in a day. So everybody has to contribute at least a drop in the ocean, and then it becomes a vast knowledge for everyone. And I can understand that sometimes, there is conflict between supervisor and student. Sometimes they are not able to get what they are expected to get. But I think as long as their effort is in the right direction, I will give full marks for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very correct answer. Is there any other audience who would like to ask a question from the speakers?
Anybody would like to ask any question? Sir, no response. From
Right. Then I would like to say a few words about the ethics in research, which is most important. Today, there are so many journals which are fake journals, which are clone journals, which are taking money for publishing papers. And I am of the knowledge that there are even some Scopus index journals which take a high amount and then publish the material in very short time, say about 10-15 days, and they call themselves peer-reviewed, and Elsevier or Scopus Index or Web of Science Index, by taking money they publish. And in spite of the fact that the student knows that he is publishing in the fake journal, but still they go ahead with it. And once that journal gets disbanded, then after 1 or 2 years, by the time his job is done. Similarly, there are professors and supervisors who like to take on the candidate, a PhD candidate, once his job is just about to finish, he's about to submit. And especially in private universities and government universities when teachers leave, and as per the UGC norms, the supervisor has to be from the university from which the candidate is doing the PhD. So therefore, they find it an opportunity for somebody else to be given the responsibility of guiding the student who has been guiding somebody by earlier and just left about 4 or 5 months. And then he gets the advantage of having 1 more PhD or 2 more PhDs under him. So these are the things which need to be looked into. And the selection of PhD topic itself at the URC stage, and I am of the strong opinion all URCs must be physically chaired by the vice chancellors at the highest level, and the decision of topic selection should be the vital decision in any PhD work which is ongoing. So with this, I would like now to hand over to the co-chair in case Dr. Zaidi would like to say something.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, Dr. Pandey. Just 1 or 2 points which I would like to share with rather ask our audience, particularly the supervisor sitting over here. And Dr. Pandey has mentioned about how, but I think he has limited his how answer towards limited up to the research methodology. But I, being a student of psychology, would extend this question that how you would with research into stress, where the person is working day and night with pleasure. When the person is working every day with the hope of some result, but at the end of the evening, he is finding no change. When he is working in the practically VUCA world in research scenario, where there is an absolutely volatility, everything, every day, there could be some sudden unexpected change in the social dynamics, in the policy, in the government things. I have recently come across a case, a student research scholar who had completed his entire thesis research study on the priority of well-being, what are the determinants of well-being in the Assam region. And he found that perhaps ownership of a land or the shop or anything is considered to be the most satisfying thing. But then COVID came and the entire the scenario of determination of happiness has changed. Here now the money and the assets has no meaning. It is the health which counts. It is the resilience, it is the immunity which counted. So on that ground, his entire finding, his entire research approach, his implication of in the daily everyday study life system has changed. How he will bear with it, what resilience he has to develop. The second thing is the uncertainty. In our system of social sciences, The follow-up longitudinal study is a very important, particularly in the clinical psychology and health sciences. It's absolutely uncertain that to patient to whom you have helped intervene would come back for your follow-up, and unless you see them 5 times, 10 times, 100 times, you cannot reach to the conclusion. So what are the planning, how our guides, how our supervisor are helping our students to minimize this uncertainty and thereafter the complexity? We give a topic, we think that the more if the topic and the area is a 1 paragraph or half paragraph, it is a more complicated and it is a more impressive research thesis, and which may not be very convenient. And at the last of it, ambiguity. The instructions, the guidance, the solutions which we are proposing to our student may not be very clear, and we ourselves may not be very clear. So that what Dr. Pandey has said about the how it is not only limited to the research methodology, that what should be and how we should collect the things and all these things. I think it's our responsibility to find out the answer of these how also, that how we can transform the stress of research into eustress, where the person is feeling पीड़ा में भी आनंद जिसको आए, रिसर्च की जो पीड़ा है वो उसको एंजॉय करे, उसमें आनंद आए. What is our planning to that? And with this, I thank you very much. Thanks to chairperson, thanks to speaker, that they have given us very good, very informative things. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar and to Professor K.K. Pandey, who given us very interesting talks, and also to the co-chair, Dr. Zaidi, and also to the repertoires who have been noting the points, and also to the wonderful listeners and the audience who has been so patiently listening and imbibing all that what has been said. So thank you very much. Wish you all the very best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you from the Lucknow campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to present the e-green certificate to our revered chairperson, sir. He's online. The e-presentation. And we present the e-green certificate to our chairperson. And now the e-green certificate to our Honorable Chair, Lieutenant General V.K. Sharma, sir. Sir, you will be able to see it on your screen. A big round of applause. Thank you so much. We come to the end of this plenary session. Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the next session, there are two important announcements. We have the poster evaluation taking place at the moment. So I would request all the delegates who have got their posters at the back of the auditorium to please go and be there so that the judges can listen to your presentation. And one more important announcement. We have a tour arranged for Ayodhya tomorrow for our delegates and a tour of Lucknow. All those who are interested in the tour for Ayodhya and Lucknow are requested to just go to the reception. We have the travel desk out there and just register your tour. Thank you so much. I hand over the mic to Professor Dwivedi. Session. Since our lunch was a bit late, we will have our tea a bit late also, so that you have developed a good appetite for the tea break. We now move on to the next session, keeping with the spirit of this conference, keeping in mind the vision which C6 sir had and Professor Kamalkant Dwivedi sir has, that the students, the researchers should benefit the most from this conference. We now have the interactive session with the research scholars and supervisors. May I invite the chair, Professor P.K. Pandey, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, Raipur. He has joined online. So if you could acknowledge your presence. We invite our co-chair, Professor Jagbir Singh, on the dais. The repetitors, Professor Dr. Suparna Sarkar and Dr. Asif Ahmed. And may I request our revered panelist, Professor S.K. Srivastav, Professor Dr. Prabodh Shukla, Professor Manju Agarwal, Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey, and Professor Dr. J.K. Srivastav to please come on the dais and take their seats. Yes, sir. We have the chairperson for the session who had joined online. And by the time he comes on the camera, let me introduce him to you. Professor Piyush Kant Pandey is the Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, Raipur. He earned his doctorate in the Environmental Dispositions Chemistry in 1998, supported by the Research Fellowship in Environmental Protection and Formation from the Ministry of Human Resource Development of India and the Czech Republic. He has a PhD from IIM Indore. Professor P.K. Pandey was the first to detect the toxicity of arsenic and fluoride in central Indian soil. He has supervised 26 PhDs with about 100 plus credible publications. He has 12 national and international research projects which he has completed. He has worked on major scientific research projects funded by the Technology Systems Group of the Department of Science and Technology in New Delhi, the All India Council of Technical Education, the CG Council of Science and Technologies Research Promotion Scheme, the Bhilai Steel Plant, and the Board of Research on Nuclear Sciences. He founded the Bhilai Institute of Technology, Raipur, as the principal, and the Bhilai Institute of Technology, Drug, as a faculty. I also have the pleasure to introduce to you all the co-chair, Professor Jagbir Singh, Director, Amity School of Architecture and Planning. He has over 40 years of experience in academics and practice. He has been the former principal and dean, Faculty of Architecture, Dr. APJ AKTU Lucknow. An alumni of the IIT Roorkee, he has numerous prestigious projects and consultancies to his credit. His areas of interest lie in sustainable architecture, energy-conscious architecture, low-cost housing architecture, and rural architecture. He also believes in architecture sensitive to India. He has been on the board of more than 15 prestigious committees and has a long list of publications to his credit. He has supervised 95 B.Arch, 5 M.Arch, and 7 PhD theses. He is a visiting professor at the Aligarh Muslim University. May I request Professor Jagbir Singh to introduce the panelists, please? Till the time we have Professor Pandey, who would be joining us online.
Hello. Good afternoon to all of you. And I take this opportunity to welcome all of you in this fifth session, which is very important and is on the topic interactive session with the research scholars and supervisors. In this particular session, we have 5 eminent professors, speakers. The first speaker is Professor Dr. S.K. Srivastava. Professor Dr. S.K. Srivastava is a widely known professor of chemistry who worked at Manipur University, Imphal. He got his doctorate from IIT Kanpur and went on to assume the position of Vice Chancellor of Northeastern Hill University, Ceylon. He had chaired several committees of MHRD and UGC. Professor Srivastava was also the member of UGC CARE and Board of Commons of IIT Gwalior, Board of Governors of IIT Gwalior. Dr. S.K. Srivastava, sir.
आप सभी को नमस्कार. Very good afternoon to you all. Our respected chair and co-chair and all my esteemed panelists, distinguished speakers in the audience, the very distinguished faculty members of and the research scholars of Amity University Lucknow campus. My greetings to you all. आप सभी को मेरी शुभकामना. First of all, let me do the pleasantries first. I'm really indeed very grateful and thankful to the organizers and especially Professor K.K. Dwivedi ji for making it possible, to be part of this great, event that is your ICICI DR 2023. Well, let me straight away come to the point. In the early part of the session, till now, till the last session, the various speakers, panelists, they have spoken a great deal. तो मैं उसको फिर दोहराना नहीं चाहूँगा. और सभी speakers ने right from the inaugural session से अब तक सभी ने काफी बातें बताई हैं regarding PhD, doctoral studies, and so on. Now, let me make the whole serious event on a lighter note, or मैं with the due apology from the chair and co-chair. Let me address mainly the students. So keeping my dear students, because the teacher in me has come alive now, I would address to them particularly, but nevertheless other members of the audience also may derive some benefit or not, I don't know. Well, आप सभी से मैं एक चीज पूछना चाहता हूं, मैं दिल से कह रहा हूं आपसे. There is a famous dialogue in one of the Bollywood hit films. With great power comes great responsibility. Can anyone of you name the film? Spider-Man. Very good. You have hit the bullseye, Now, अब इसको मैं थोड़ा अगर modify कर दूं, अब with great power. Now, PhD is the, as we normally perceive, or as is the notion in the society, and rightly so, it is the highest degree. And आप सभी लोग जानते हैं कि there is a phrase called knowledge is power, right from this industrialization to information age, and now we are in knowledge is power, something like that we talk about. So इसी को अगर मैं दूसरे context में करूं, तो with that great knowledge or with the PhD degree, there is enormous responsibility on you all, especially the, young budding, my youths, right? अब ये responsibility क्या है? So of course, for doing a PhD, there is a purpose and there is a process, and finally the outcomes are there. And ultimately, as if I can take the gist of most of our respected speakers, they have highlighted about that something to do for the society. Ultimately, there should be ultimate beneficiary of your new knowledge or extension of knowledge or whatever, in whatever field you do. Society का benefit होना चाहिए, nation का benefit होना चाहिए. And most of the problems which, our society or our nation or the whole humanity is facing, I think that we have to attend to. In a simpler words, if I may say, and connect with the SDGs. Please note that I'm just speaking extempore here. I was just told that I have to be part of the session. So मैंने कहा क्या आपसे share करूं? So all of you must have heard of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And I think I should not be asking them this question, but do you know the number of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs? Okay. Right, 17, you are right. And every goal touches upon every aspect of human life, right? Okay. So आप ये जान लीजिए कि in whatever field you do your research, I think one of the SDGs goal, I think you have to keep in your mind that ultimately कुछ तो field में कुछ जाना चाहिए, कुछ होना चाहिए. In other words, that the researches, the topics and the further, developments and studies directly or indirectly should connect with your SDGs, or in other words, with the, they should align with the flagship programs of our government of India, or government of state, for that matter, wherever you are working in, you're coming from. And ultimately, जो उसी को मैं अगर संस्कृत में, if I can recall the श्लोक, with great power comes great responsibility, and what responsibility आपकी is to serve the humanity, the society, and ultimately the researchers should ultimately try to justify the message in the shlok which I am going to now recite. आप सभी लोग जानते होंगे वो श्लोक कुछ इस तरह से है, just a minute, अभी मुझे याद आएगा, but please give me a little time, just trying to recall. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्व भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, माँ कश्चित् दुःख भाग भवेत्. ठीक है, इसमें सब कुछ आ गया है, जिसको सरल शब्दों में अगर मैं कह सकूं, it cannot be, I'm not best at translating 100% correctly, but सभी लोग सुखी हों, सभी लोग बिना रोग के हों, किसी को रोग ना हो, और इस तरह से, तो fine. So okay, see, so okay, thank you very much, sir. So इसी संबंध में आपसे मैं जो कहना चाहता हूं, आप मुझे कोई अगर issues हो related with research, so आप हम उसके साथ share कर सकते हैं. I have already put my thought process. And lastly, sir, with the permission of Dr. Trivedi ji, I think there is a word challenges, issues and challenges, and I would like to quote one famous line ग्रेटर द चैलेंज ग्रेटर द ट्रायम्फ। तो जितने ही आपकी चैलेंज ज्यादा होगी, चुनौती उतनी ही आपकी बड़ी शख्सियत, बड़ी शोध की प्रक्रिया होगी। या ओवर टू यू, एनी इशू रिगार्डिंग द रिसर्च फ्रॉम आवर dear students or faculty colleagues, those who would like to discuss about it, and I would also learn from you all. Yeah. Anything like, see, you have already been enlightened about the various steps, usko break down kar diya hum logon ne kai steps mein. So regarding the purpose, regarding the methodology, regarding the outcome, and also what should be, how, sometimes there are some psychological, sometimes there are some, problems come during the course of your PhD process and so on. So agar koi iske bare mein janna chahe to wo kar sakte hain. और अगर ऐसा, अगर आपके मन में कोई संशय नहीं है, that means you are quite aware of what you are going to do. Let me offer just one case study about my students, because that's a similar problem with everywhere. हम लोग ये समझते हैं कि अब students from Indian universities, they have less potential and so on. So I would like to give my case study of my students from a small place like Manipur University, with a very underdeveloped laboratories, that the student was able to publish papers in Journal of American Chemical Society. He worked in nanotechnology, hot area biotechnology and so on, nanobiotechnology and so on. Manipur mein rehte hue bhi, what I'm trying to say, a student
excuse me, sir.
Northeast region, they can publish well. So you can always do very well. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah,
excuse me, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Sir, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है कि ड्यूरिंग द पीएचडी प्रोसेस बहुत सारे ऐसे टाइम आते हैं जिसमें रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स को साइकोलॉजिकल ब्रेकडाउन, मोरल ब्रेकडाउन्स के थ्रू गुजरना पड़ता है, तो उससे कोप अप करने के लिए हमें कुछ आप सजेशंस दें और हेल्प करें।
ओके, आई थिंक ये ऐसा प्रश्न उन्होंने पूछा है वो जो सबके जहन में कभी न कभी किसी न किसी स्टेज में आता है, इंक्लूडिंग माई सेल्फ। आई थिंक ये जो आपने प्रश्न उठाया है, इशू उठाया है, और ऑफ कोर्स it has a lot of challenges how to overcome this particular problem. इसमें I think institution की बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. When I say institution, उसमें there are different, I would say उसमें different elements, components हैं, and ultimately वो तो बाद में आएगा. The relationship between the guide, the supervisor or mentor with the student, I think that will take care of every problem. And I think guide must have certain special qualities. Of course, he or she would be having the proper background, the knowledge and the expertise in that particular broad field and so on. And he or she has to deal with a person who is a knowledge seeker, and we are suppose knowledge giver at one point of time or that. So I think उनके साथ बहुत ही empathetic एक family relationship, एक how maintaining a very formal kind of interaction. जहाँ तक ज्ञान की बात है, नॉलेज की बात है, वो रखना पड़ेगा. और इंस्टीट्यूशन को भी अपना एक apparatus या सेटअप ऐसा रहना पड़ेगा where in case certain problem goes beyond the limit, I think institutions should be able to take care of that student. And please keep in mind there will always be a pressure of time. कभी-कभी pressure आपको fellowship का रहेगा, support from parents, suppose it is not coming, then support from the institution. ये सब रखने पड़ेगा. और ये जरूर है कि whenever you want to do something good work, if you have a good networking, with other institutions and collaborations, then I think that becomes far more easier for you to take care of those problems. तो यही मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि when any supervisor or guide together they decide to do a certain good piece of work, certain things are lacking, be it a knowledge resource, teaching learning material, or certain resources or instrument. If science के बारे में बताऊँ तो which is available in IITs or other institutions. There is a network of sophisticated analytical instruments and facilities, and also is सब चीजों को मिला.
So one more question from this side, sir. Please go ahead.
So teacher and taught guide or research scholar का relationship is very, very important. That takes care of everything. Yes, please.
So I had two short questions. Firstly, related to the research fellowship, which is generally awarded to PhD scholars at different universities. So what I have experienced myself, that generally in the research fellowship when the university awards, so it is particularly for the research work that you are doing in a particular university. But when we are enrolled in that and when we get that fellowship, they take us to any other platform of university work. They give us some university tasks to do instead of doing the research work. So how can that be better implemented? And secondly, on the question, I wanted to know that with respect to there was a talk in the during the conference as well, that generally the academicians or the university confine yourself to that your work should be related to the academic domain than practically solving some kind of problem or things like that. For example, I'm doing a PhD in law, so I have an area of cybercrime, but my university compels that avoid practical approaches and confine yourself to the academic domain. And even in the when the research committee comes or things like that, there is no provision like any professor of practice or any expert of that particular field domain is called. So whether there is a provision in UGC or university guidelines that the expert of a particular field should be also be there, or like this concept of professor of practice can be also called for that research thing.
I think, well, you have touched upon so many issues together, but then let me try to answer one by one. Firstly, regarding the fellowship, and I think it depends on the nature of fellowship. Yeah.
Just a second, sir. I thought this is an interactive session where, the questions should be invited from the audience and the speakers are supposed to answer with that.
So that's what I'm
So that is what is happening, but then probably, the time for one speaker, we are providing not more than 10 minutes time.
Okay, fine. So just
at this point
quickly,
of time,
give me half a minute.
Okay, sir.
So
Okay, please
regarding
take
the
it up.
fellowship,
Please take
there
it
are rules, regulations.
For the next speaker,
And
that
I
is
think
how it will go.
if suppose an institution asks you to take up some tutorials or some teaching assistantship, I think that is good for you. So I think I will appreciate that, because I was in IIT Kanpur, I was giving tutorials and all that, along with some fellowship. So that will enhance your, your learning abilities, your competence in the subject concerned. Secondly, about the subject we are talking about and applicability and so on, I think it all depends on the supervisor, that in which area he or she wants to, pursue further. So I think the best thing is the discussion between the teacher and the student. I think that should take care of how the research work should take a shape, and go into the future. I think that's all I have to say. So thank you very, very much.
Okay, sir.
Right?
Okay, thank you, sir. So I have the second speaker in this interactive session, Professor Dr. Prabodh Suklaji, sir, former Vice Chancellor NEHU. He is a professor of physics and former Vice Chancellor of Northeastern Hill University. He has taught many courses in MSc Physics curriculum at Northeastern Hill University. He has a passion for teaching condensed matter on physics and statistical physics. He enjoys teaching basic physics of undergraduate students in engineering and medicine. As a visiting scientist, he had a short-term joint collaborative research project with Professor T.J. Sluckin, funded by Royal Society of London at the Department of Mathematics, Southampton, United Kingdom. He is a visiting scientist to many international universities, with the University of Southampton, Michigan State University, Copenhagen, University of Barcelona. He has completed his doctoral research from Temple University in 1975 and master's degree from IIT Delhi. Similarly, I will introduce the other three speakers of the day. Thereafter, the session is over, open for questions from audience, and the speakers will answer with that. Third speaker of the day. Third speaker of the day is Professor Dr. Manju Agrawal, Dean Students Welfare, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow campus. Dean Student Welfare and Professor of Psychology at Amity University, Lucknow campus, Dr. Manju Agrawal is a psychotherapist, IMDHA certified hypnotherapist, mind coach, a social entrepreneur, and an educationist with 40 years research, teaching and industry experience. She is a former director of Mahila Shamyak UP, former member of Steering Committee of Planning Commission, WCD. 11th plan is bestowed with LMA Outstanding Women Achiever Award. She is also the recipient of ICPD Advanced Award and International Association of Lions Club Women Achiever Award. Recipient of several national and international fellowships, Royal Netherlands Exxon, Bill Gates Women Leadership USA, ICMR, UGC, ICCSR, and National Merit Fellowship. Has completed many diploma and certificate courses from USA and Europe. She presented India twice at United Nations for Development Issues. Chairpersons of LCC, IC, Ethics Committee, and many more professional bodies. Her specializations are in positive health gender psychology. She is a chief architect of women's policy for UP, author of 2 psychometric tests, presented and published papers in reputed national and international conferences and journals. She has delivered more than 1,000 invited lectures and keynote addresses, conducted many more than 30 webinars, developed several training modules, and conducted more than 130 training programs.
I think it's enough.
It's enough. Thank you very much.
More than enough. Thank you very much. I am humbled.
I will not take up much time and will briefly. I will briefly go about introducing the eminent speakers of the day. The 4th speaker is Professor Dr. Ashok Pandey. Professor Ashok Pandey is currently Distinguished Scientist at CSIR, Indian Institute for Toxicology Research, Lucknow, India, and Honorary Executive Director of Center for Energy and Environmental Sustainability, India. He also holds the position of Guest Professor in Jiangpang University, WUXI, China, Adjunct Professor at VIT, University of Vellore, Tamil Nadu, so on and so forth. And I will briefly go about reading the brief of Professor Dr. J.K. Srivastava. He is very well known and established researcher at MIT University, Lucknow campus. He has been awarded with several prizes. I will just read a few important achievements of Professor Dr. J.K. Srivastava. He has been GST Young Scientist Scheme Award year 1994 to 97, awarded by Department of Science Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. And Professor M.B. Mirza Award 1994, awarded by Indian Society for Prasteology and the best published work carried out in India. There are so on and so forth, several awards bestowed on him. Sir.
Friends, actually this session was totally devoted to research scholars and their curiosity, their questions, which is supposed to be replied and they are supposed to be satisfied by our experts. So unfortunately, some of the students have left, but whosoever really want to ask questions, please divert that question to one of the experts and they will be answered.
Okay, the questions are here.
Hi, I'm Alicia Sayyidan. I'm a practice-based research scholar in street theater, which is performing arts in MIT School of Communication, Lucknow. Now we are talking about issues and challenges in doctoral research. My question is that the issues and challenges faced in the research area of science and technology is very different from humanities and social sciences issues and the challenges. Can you throw some light on what approaches differently can be adopted in the research of social science and humanities, especially in terms of qualitative research?
Who is it? All of them?
Anybody who wants to take it.
Ma'am, you would like to answer?
Alicia, I'm right now, name. Okay. Thank you for asking this question, and you want to know the challenges which are different in social sciences and hardcore sciences. So since I'm not a student of hardcore sciences, the challenges in social sciences are definitely many, But the point is, how do we take these challenges? How do we accept them? And actually research itself is challenge. Research is not non-challenging. There will be a lot of challenges, personal challenges, professional challenges. There will be challenges where sometimes you get lost in how to frame the topic, the research questions that you are designing, the analysis, the data collection, the kind of sample you are going to take, whether it is representing the population or not representing the population. And when you do real good research, there are several personal challenges which I faced in my life. I was doing a PhD in Allahabad, staying in immediately after my marriage. I was in Lucknow. I was challenged that you can never complete your PhD. 15 days staying in Allahabad, here traveling with a child. A lot of challenges come at personal level, especially in case of women. So I don't know what kind of challenges you are talking about. And some of these challenges are common in both the sciences. But I think all the challenges that I have talked about are mostly common. The specific challenges can be related to specific areas and issues. For example, you may not get the kind of resources that you need. You may not get the lab that you need. You may not get the software that you need. So these are also several challenges in both the kinds of researches. So they may vary. They may be very, very varied depending on what you are trying to achieve. But I think the bottom line is, and I would like to emphasize 4D approach in research, is desire to do, dream to do, dedicate to do research, and then deliver. You will definitely be successful. Thank you. Any other question from anyone, from any of us? Yeah.
I am the runner-boy. Where is, who's the girl? Who's that?
Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Good evening to all of my respected teachers. So I have a question. After completion of PhD, if you apply the for the Young Scientist Award, so which type of research fulfill the criteria to take a Young Scientist Award? Anyone can give the answer of that question.
Good afternoon, sir. The chairperson, Professor P.K. Pandey, has taken over. Sir, please take over the chairmanship of the session.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you very much. I think I was afraid I was not audible. So I think this is a wonderful question which is raised by our young researcher. So let it be first of all taken up by any person who is sitting on the dais.
The question has been asked for which area, which discipline?
So it is science area.
In?
Is science.
Science. Okay. So you mean to say that after completing PhD,
yes, sir.
Can you repeat your question again?
Sir, to apply the Young Scientist Award, which type of in a research, which criteria fulfill for to take this Young Research Scientist Award? What is the selection mode of that award?
Young Scientist Award, INSA is awarding Young Scientist Award, and there are many other agencies, many other societies are giving Young Scientist Award. So depending upon which organization you are looking for the Young Scientist Award, you have to visit that site. I think they have given the eligibility criteria. You have to fulfill the eligibility criteria. I can tell you about the Young Scientist Award, which is given by the INSA and Indian National Science Academy. So for that, there is age limit that you should be within 35 years of age. Then you have to send your details of till that date, whatever the research you have conducted, and your nomination has to be done by an INSA fellow who is already recognized by INSA. So after that, such nominations are collected by INSA, and then finally they ask all the nominated persons to come to the INSA Academy, and then they present their paper. their work within the given period of time, and on that basis, the experts will evaluate, and finally, the INSA Young Scientist Medal or Award has been announced.
Sir, but this basically this is eligibility criteria for the Young Scientist Award.
Eligibility.
But I want to know about the research paper which we are evaluated for the Young Scientist Award. So
Sir.
what is the evaluation of that? मतलब कि मैं ये जानना चाह रही थी कि research.
Irrespective of the agency, and irrespective of Young Scientist Award, as Professor Srivastava mentioned, it becomes up to 35-year age.
Okay.
But for any category of award, the criteria are first the quality of research which you have done.
Okay,
That
sir.
means which is indicated primarily by the quality of publication, number of publication.
Yes, sir.
The second point is that have you contributed something for the society, that is impact of your research. And the third one is application of your research. That
Sorry,
is
sir, repeat.
application.
Okay,
Whether
okay.
there has been a possibility to file a patent, so that gets additional credit. So these are the points which are calculated in terms of quantifiable output for any category of award anywhere in the world. All right.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
One more question from this side.
Good evening, everybody. I am pursuing my PhD from MT Gurgaon. I have a question. As we all know that research is all about finding solution of a problem. But the biggest challenge of a new researcher or one who enter in this course is to find the problem. मास्टर्स तक जैसे हमें एक करिकुलम दिया जाता है, एक हमारा कोर्स होता है, उसको पढ़ के और वो जो भी है वो नॉलेज गेन करता है। अभी जब हम रिसर्च करने के लिए जाते हैं, तो पीएचडी करने के लिए जाते हैं, तो सबसे पहले जो हमारा ये रहता है कि आप प्रॉब्लम फाइंड करो, पहले प्रॉब्लम फाइंड करो, फिर उसका सोल्यूशन है। अभी जो यंग अभी मास्टर करके एक लड़का निकला है, उसके सामने कोई प्रॉब्लम है नहीं। देखा जाए तो बहुत कम लोग होंगे जिनके सामने कोई प्रॉब्लम होगा। तो क्या यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे ऐसे नहीं कोई वो किया जा सकता, क्योंकि वहां पे एक्सपीरियंस्ड लोग रहते हैं जो कि प्रॉब्लम्स को एटलीस्ट आइडेंटिफाई करें। जैसे कि अभी डॉक्टर भटनागर ने अपने लेक्चर में कहा था कि उनके कई रिसर्चेज में उनके स्टूडेंट्स ने उनको हेल्प किया, उनके साथ किया, उनके पास एक प्रॉब्लम थी। लेकिन अभी क्या होता है मोस्ट ऑफ द जगह कि भाई आप पहले 50-100 लिटरेचर आप रिव्यू करो, फिर उसमें से प्रॉब्लम करो लिटरेचर, क्योंकि अगर प्रॉब्लम है तो भी उससे रिलेटेड जो भी लिटरेचर है वो हमें रिव्यू करना ही पड़ेगा कि क्या क्या उसके बारे में कहा जा चुका है। तो मेरा ये सिर्फ यह है कि यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से अगर एक ये हेल्प किया जाता है।
आपका पॉइंट हम समझ गए हैं। सबसे पहली बात तो ये है कि जो आपने टर्मिनोलॉजी यूज की प्रॉब्लम एंड सोल्यूशन, वो उचित नहीं है। आपने लेक्चर में डॉक्टर पांडे ने कहा था, जब हम रिसर्च करते हैं, जब पीएचडी शुरू करते हैं, तो पहला प्रश्न है व्हाट। तो एक रिसर्चर को टॉपिक चूज करना होता है, एंड इसके लिए हमको कोई सुपरवाइजर चूज करना होता है। तो अगर अपने से हम नहीं सोच पाते हैं कि हम किस टॉपिक पे रिसर्च करें, तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि हमको अपने सुपरवाइजर से कंसल्ट करना होगा, क्योंकि सुपरवाइजर का भी जो एक फील्ड होता है वो सीमित होता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि आप एक किसी एस्ट्रोलॉजी के प्रोफेसर के पास जाइए और उससे बोलिए कि मुझे जो है बॉटनी में रिसर्च करनी है, पॉसिबल नहीं है। एस्ट्रोलॉजी का प्रोफेसर एस्ट्रोलॉजी या उससे पेरिफेरल रिलेटेड टॉपिक
सेम फील्ड में ही करेगा।
हाँ, तो वो इसी तरह से कंसल्ट है, या तो अपने आप अपने मन में देखिए, रिसर्च में 80 और 20 का एक आंकड़ा खाया जाता है ना, 80% 20%। 20% कौन लोग होते हैं? वो लोग होते हैं जो खुद प्रयास करते हैं। रिसर्चर को अपने आप प्रयास करना पड़ेगा।
नहीं, 80% रिसर्चर करता है, 20% फैकल्टी
नहीं, 80% हम उनको बोलते हैं जो खुद नहीं करना चाहते, दूसरों पर आश्रित रहना चाहते हैं। सुपरवाइजर बता दे क्या करना है, हम कर लेंगे। एक्सपेरिमेंट डिजाइन कर दे, हम कर लेंगे। ये टेक्निकल असिस्टेंट रिपोर्ट होती, ग्लोबल है ये। वो 80% लोग साधारण रिसर्चर होकर रह जाते हैं, लेकिन 20% लोग ही लाइफ में आगे बढ़ पाते हैं। वही होते हैं जिनको बोलते हैं देश कुछ लोगों के भरोसे चल रहा है, वही होते हैं जो टॉप क्लास पेपर्स पब्लिश करते हैं, वही होते हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करते हैं। हर आदमी तो रॉकेट साइंस नहीं कर सकता ना, कुछ ही लोग कर पाते हैं। तो इसके लिए जरूरी है कि खुद प्रयास करें, और खुद प्रयास में जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है किसी भी रिसर्चर के लिए, चाहे वो ह्यूमैनिटीज के हो, सोशल साइंसेज के हो, लाइफ साइंसेज के हो, किसी भी एरिया में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम खुद कितना पढ़ते हैं। फाउंडेशनल रिसर्च या इंफॉर्मेशन या कंटेम्प्रेरी रिसर्च। एक थंब रूल है कि एक अच्छा रिसर्चर वो है जो कम से कम 20% टाइम अपना हर दिन पढ़ने में लगाता है। और हम पढ़ेंगे नहीं तो हम कहाँ से रिसर्च के लिए अपना
नहीं, इसमें पढ़ने को मैं कट नहीं कर रहा था।
पढ़ने
मैं
से
कि
पढ़ने
एक
से
प्रॉब्लम
ही
क्रिएट, मतलब एक
प्रॉब्लम
प्रॉब्लम
नहीं,
की
आप
बात
टॉपिक
कर रहा था।
आप टॉपिक की बात कर रहे हैं।
पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ही। अगर प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने रहेगा तो भी हमें लिटरेचर तो पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा। उससे रिलेटेड क्या हमारे पास बॉडी ऑफ नॉलेज है, वो उस बिना जाने तो रिसर्च आगे कर ही नहीं सकते।
तो उसके लिए अपने या तो अपने सहकर्मियों से डिस्कस करें या अपने सुपरवाइजर से।
वेल, थैंक यू।
There was one question which has come to from the scholar side. What are the from one point each from?
One thing to add to that question. सर आप MIT की बात कर रहे हैं, MIT नोएडा की बात कर रहे हैं, which MIT गुड़गांव की बात कर रहे हैं?
Yes, I'm doing from MIT Gurgaon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So MIT, as far as I know, the MIT system, जो क्राइटेरिया है टॉपिक और सिलेक्ट करने का और गाइड सिलेक्ट करने का, वेरी क्लियरली इट इज डिफाइंड। व्हेन अ कैंडिडेट कंप्लीट्स इट्स मास्टर्स, तो उसके दिमाग में कोई ना कोई चीज आती है, इंक्लिनेशन जिसको कहते हैं, एक पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक के तरफ इंक्लिनेशन शुरू होता है। और जब आप PhD क्वालिफाई करते हैं, इंट्रेंस क्वालिफाई करते हैं, तो एज पर रूल वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड the specialty area of all the eligible faculty members who are qualified for guiding PhD to the candidates after the after registration. So उसको candidate को ये information मिल जाती है कि कौन faculty member किस area में काम कर रहा है, and the candidate is free to meet each and every faculty member to discuss, to satisfy himself or herself, and to find out a suitable guide. And then after the candidate as well as the guide both can decide what to do, in which area, what should be the topic. Means that is the process in MIT.
But my question was not particularly about MIT or about myself, because I am actually working professional and I already had a topic in my mind. I'm a civil engineer and I'm doing research on environmental impact due to construction industry. So I have practical problems. I was related, my question was related to those who are youngster, जो fresh masters करके आते हैं, जिनको कि practical वो उतना नहीं रहता है आइडिया उसके बारे में। और ये सभी कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी हो, ये particularly सिस्टम MIT की सिस्टम के बारे में नहीं है। ये बात है कि
over there in fact I'll interject over there.
Got your point.
Hello.
Your point,
Over there,
I just want to add that you said that the students who are coming and have no problem. तो मुझे कहीं इसी पे थोड़ा सा खटका. I think that person doesn't deserve to do research. हो सकता है आपको मेरी बात कड़वी लगे, पर यदि आपके मन में कीड़ा नहीं है, यदि आपको पैशन नहीं है, यदि आप कुछ खोजना नहीं चाहते हैं, यदि आपका दिल कुछ पाने के लिए तड़प नहीं रहा है, then you are not a deserving candidate for research. You should come for research only when there is a कीड़ा inside you. Then only you can do the research. फिर आपको ढेरों solutions मिलते जाएंगे. And refining the topic is of course with review of literature. But आप review of literature करेंगे किसका, यदि आपके मन में कीड़ा ही नहीं है? So you can do the review of literature, you can do the discussion with your guide only when you are, जिसको कहते हैं ना हम लोग research में, eat research, play research, drink research, then only you can actually produce a good research and action research which has applied value. Thank you.
In fact, over there, I'd like to add, hello, am I audible?
Yeah, audible, so audible.
Yeah. So over there, in fact, based upon our long experiences, I can add to this question that in fact, many times students, when they come, They come with a lot of ideas, lot of problems. But the problem is that, yeah, मैं आपको आपकी हिंदी में आप समझाऊंगा. Basically, you are coming with a sagar of the ideas, but you have to come up with a gagar of the output. So in fact, student जो आ रहा है वो सागर में से गागर निकालना है, लेकिन हम चाह रहे हैं गागर में सागर. जो हमारी जो PhD है, it requires a very focused and deep function, deep working on a particular topic. Amongst the various huge number of problems are in fact problems ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं है. All around over there problems are there. So the students normally they tend to add too many things in one research. Sagar इनके पास problem का. But as I said, that we need to focus ourselves on the limited area and go deeper into that. So anything which is workable based upon the position, based upon the facilities available, based on the available research guide available, and that will really decide the future topic and this one. That is my take on this particular aspect.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. My name is Neha Kumari, and I am from Amity Institute of Education. And I have a very practical question, or we can say that a problem that many of the research scholars we faced in Amity. In PhD, we have to publish 2 papers, not only publishing. It has to be indexed in the Scopus database. And we have to present 2 papers, international or the national conference. And after that, we have to complete our PhD. So if we go for a good journals, it takes 6 to 8 months in publication, sometimes more than 8 months, and indexing for we get 1 month. So for 2 papers, we can count the time as a 2 years.
We got your point.
Yes, sir.
In today's time, what you call as a good paper.
Sir. And we are provided with 3 years. So can we justify the time and the expectations that we are expecting from the PhD scholars?
Look here, when you say SCI journal and when you say good journal, in today's time, most of the journal first turnaround period is less than 4 to 6 weeks. I do not know which journal you are submitting or which journal you have seen which takes 6 to 8 months. No journal today takes 6 to 8 months time, no journal. Okay, when you talk of Q1 journal, when you talk of top 10% journal in any science and technology domain, okay, that a social scientist.
Dr. Shukla would like to speak to sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you can audible.
So I mean, this is the session that I was looking forward to, talking to young researchers, what goes on in their mind, what the difficulties are, because but somehow it just become too formal. I mean, we are sitting too far from you, you're too far, but I'm still behind. But this question that the lady asked about 2 papers, that's very technical thing, and we can decide here. These things are decided in academic councils and rule books. Surely, I mean, your professors have noted your question and they will think about it, and maybe something will be done about it. Not tomorrow morning, but later. But I'm still thinking about the question that was asked before that. This choosing a problem. I mean, so first of all, that's sort of, I can tell you from my experience, forget that I'm in physics, I'm a student of physics, a professor of physics. This applies anywhere. By the time you have come to a research stage, you have already, selected your subject. I mean, I did not go to music. I went to physics. Then in physics, you went to a department. By the time you've done your master's, you've at least come across, half a dozen professors that you liked, and then maybe one of those professors that you liked even more. So you already decided, you're influenced by his personality. You decided, well, I want to be like him. Then, when you think of doing research, this is what I did, this is what most people do. You just walk up to him, you say, Professor so-and-so, I want to work with you. If he's good, his first sort of step is always sort of discouragement. They say, why do you want to do research? Then I can tell you a story, it's about Caltech. I mean, somebody went to Feynman. I think most of you have heard Feynman's name in physics. So this person, his name was Wilson. Actually, I worked, in a field in which he was working, for which he got Nobel Prize, 10 years later. So Wilson went to Feynman. He said, Professor Feynman, what are you working on? And Professor Feynman was probably in a bad mood, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He says, I'm working on nothing. So he was so discouraged. But later on, so you first sort of are attracted to a subject, then you are attracted to a person. And then, if everything works out, you just spend many years learning that subject and talking with your professor. And also something's wrong with our country. We emphasize too much on numbers. Professor should have 12 students, associate professor should have 6, and then 4. And people like Feynman, they hardly have 2-3 students, and they say we can't think more than that. You sit with them, talk with them. Problem comes up. Nobody gives you a problem. I mean, it has to. If it's somebody else's problem, you'll never do well in it. You have to have, something in your mind that you don't understand, that you want to understand. And then after that, things work out, you enjoy it. So I know that, anybody who does research, we often get frustrated. But the solution to remove those frustrations is not to sort of look for ready-made problems that somebody will give you, somebody will tell you how. That's what research is all about. So thanks.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. Myself, Suman Jaiswal. I am pursuing PhD from Amity Institute of Pharmacy, that is Lucknow campus. So my question is, there are 2 types of people. One who is waiting to get their publication in Scopus Index or in good journals, and another who is continuously increasing their number of publication by paying some amount of money and in predatory journals or journals which are of poor quality. And of course, there is third who are doing nothing. My question is, ultimately, who will be benefited? The one who is increasing their number of publication, or the one who is waiting to get their publication in a good journals? And of course, the person must be having only 1 or 2 publication. Who will be benefited? Anybody can answer.
That's a wonderful question.
That's a very pertinent question for the topic, on the topic we have gathered here, highlighting the quality component for research and so on. I think most of the young, researchers, I think they should be made aware of a certain acronym called CARE, Consortium for Academic and Research Ethics. And I have the privilege and pleasure of having been there in the first UGC CARE committee, where I was there, and our Professor Jagdish Kumarji there, Professor Appa Rao, the few vice chancellors were there in the committee. What I'm trying to say, my dear young student, that always, to me, the quality will always, supersede quantity, and I will give emphasis only and only on the quality, because with this quality of your research publications, and work, you can outshine, you can, very well sail through the tough competitions we have when you go and seek a job and things like that. Okay, this is point number 1. Secondly, so it is unfortunate, I will agree with my other colleagues also, and in the lectures in the previous sessions also, regarding the UGC, I would say disruptive interventions or knee-jerk reactions. Within 2-3 days, there were 3 kind of norms, 3 guidelines were issued for UGC, which has confused me, though I am a retired professor. I have nothing to do now, but I mean, except attending meetings and doing some other assignments of UGC, MAC, and government and so on. But to young scholars, it has really confused me, and I got a lot of phone calls, sir, humko guide kariye, ye sahi hai, ki ye sahi hai, ki ye sahi hai, and so on. And during, I think, my vice chancellor tenure, I was flooded with hundreds of questions and almost 7-8 interventions by UGC, which is unfortunate. But nevertheless, madam, we are living in a society and governed by this set of rules, guidelines, and sometimes UGC guidelines also, whether it is a private university, state university, central university, सबको उसको लागू करना ही करना है.
Excuse me.
ठीक है, यही मैं कहना चाहूँगा. Go for.
So, looking at the time available, I think he is the last person to ask question, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Avishkar. And I have a question regarding artificial intelligence and on that its impact on research. So I wanted to get all of your insights. Between the two schools of thought, you must have heard about ChatGPT, how it generates a content, and how it could lead to a risk of people, using that generated content for their own research. So between the two schools of thought, one being that AI tools being used without much critical thinking for the research, and second being AI tools actually supporting researchers and the research process. Which scenario would you even think that eventually would prevail more in the future, say 10-year or 20-year span? Or would you think that both scenarios would coexist and would produce equal number of good and bad research? I mean, I want to know your insights. Thank you.
For AI, like ChatGPT or any other tools which are available now, for research, actually, what we assume that your own thinking, your own creation, your own bent up mind means how your brain is thinking about that. So in that, the artificial intelligence, the incorporation of artificial intelligence, that is a question, that is a very burning question, and it is being discussed all over. And I think there is no any clear-cut decision has been taken by the authorities, by the agencies, by the academic institutions, that what to do, whether we allow the use of artificial intelligence. Because certainly, to me, if you are using the artificial intelligence for planning of your research, for planning of your work, you can do this, but your means your own capacity will not touch to that level where the artificial intelligence can go. So whether it is feasible for ethically it is correct or not, it has to be, it is a debatable matter, and being, I think there is no any decision has been taken for that. I think the sir will also give some opinion on that.
Artificial intelligence use and misuse. Now, this is a big question, and as has been elaborated by Dr. Srivastav, it depends upon the user. As far as a tool to be adopted for research studies, it is well allowed. For example, in our bioprocesses, we utilize in medical research, AI is being used for. So this all has application, but as a tool. However, if you use, for example, ChatGPT, that instead of doing any research, we just create a research manuscript, a very good written paper, no English mistake, equivalent to what we have been hearing or talking about paper mill. So that is the misuse. So it depends upon what exactly you want to. And there is a, one we have to keep in mind, there is no option in research than the human mind. That's the best, and that will remain best. We have sent that a satellite or whatever in space. How to send, that is the human mind, not the created by machine. That you have to keep in mind.
Over there, I would like to add one more thing, is that in fact, now many tools are becoming available which can detect the AI usages. That in fact, ChatGPT and these are the usages detector tools are also becoming available. So I'm very sure the time is not far when the AI usage can be very easily detected. So in fact, it is always better that please rely on the best computer in the world, that is your personal brain.
ChatGPT scripts can be detected by our Turnitin itself.
Yes.
Yeah. Since the students are having very less questions, 30 years before I was also a research scholar. So I may have many questions at that time, and I am reciting those questions and replying to those questions. Maybe that that answers will be helpful for you. A student when enters into a graduation, its age is around 18 years. When it completed its master's, at that time he might be 21 years. When joins research, maybe for 6 years or 5 years, he completes its means 26 or 28 years. That is the time after completing his PhD, he is ready to take up a job. He is ready to get a stabilized position. At our time, the fellowships are given for the 13 years of 13 years by the government system, 5 years plus 5 years RA plus 3 years for scientist pool, total 13 years. By 13 years, he will be attaining around 35 years time or 33 years time. After that, our government is having any plan to accommodate those scholars who have already devoted their 13-15 years time. And what will happen in those 13-15 years time, the government is spending every year around 6 lakhs on a scholar in terms of fellowship and contingency. So in 15 years, around 90 lakhs rupees of government of India has been spent on a single scholar, around 1 crores. After 1 crore spending and the students, if that scholar after 15 years, he is not getting any solution to continue his research interest, then if he looks for some other kind of job, non-scientific job, so the government of India's 1 crore amount is going waste. So my suggestion is that there must be some policy that our students, our scholars who are attaining such kind of expertise must get an insurance, must get a proper absorption in the system, so that they devote their time, their expertise for the country. And that will be similarly a question which is known as brain drain. That will also help to stop the brain drain. And I think since morning, we are discussing on the issues and challenges, and that is one of the issue and challenges before the researchers, before the research scholars, before the government agencies. I would like to close. Yeah.
Yes. May I just put in one sentence? I know we are late. And this is not for discussion. This is for you to think over in the privacy of your own thoughts when you leave this hall. And this is about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, because some of you asked that. With the present sort of advancement in computers and cheap memories and and huge datas and how to handle them, ChatGPT has immense amount of information. You can't beat that. But information is different from understanding. So if you're hoping ChatGPT would help you write a good thesis and you will make a discovery, sorry, that's wrong number. Thank you.
Thank you very much, eminent speakers. I wish the session has been so highly interactive. I wish we could have continued for a longer time, but because of paucity of time, we have no option but to complete the session here.
I just want to speak one sentence, if you allow, please, with the permission of the chair.
Yes.
I've been hearing some questions about ChatGPT and publication, paid publication, non-paid publications. And I feel there is never yes and no answer to these questions. You need to ask further questions from yourself, assess your own value system, and try to answer, what do you want to do? Do you want to publish in paid journals? Do you want to learn? Are you here for learning and growing yourself? Are you here to write your thesis for ChatGPT? Or you want to explore yourself, grow yourself, learn yourself? So I think these are the value questions, ethical questions, which are related to very, very your own personal self. So start asking questions. And the second, I think there is a lot of hour about Scopus Index publications. And all the research scholars are really scared. Scopus, 8 mahina, 1 saal. It's all a matter of time management. If you know, in research, since there is not very defined time limits, you extend in planning for a topic, deciding a topic, designing data collection, and then where very little time is left for submission. And then you become scared and panicked about publication. If you really manage your time well, you can send your publication at least a year before submission. After data collection, you should have at least 1 year for submission. And then you can easily navigate through it. So it's all a matter of time management and ethics and values. Thank you.
Thank you very much, many speakers. Sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, please, sir.
Please continue. So in fact, it was a wonderful session. What I feel, very interactive and I hope the student must have been benefited by the discussions. And as far as the concluding remark, I would only say that in fact the time, as many students are worrying about the time,